Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voices of College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, your chief host of the most, guiding you through the next couple of hours of some interesting conversation, some stimulating debate and discussion, as only the College Genesis could do it, with another explosive, lively topic that I know is sure to raise passions and interests and ideas and everything like that, but I want to keep a steady pulse on things and whatnot and make sure, as your chief host, things don't get too out of control, you know. So tonight I'm doing little things a little off the cuff, a little different tonight, you know. Tonight, I finally got my wine opener bottle, right? I finally got my wine opener bottle, so I'm gonna have a glass, let you folks see me have a glass of wine. You gotta do it slow. Do it slow. All right, slow. Some people they don't know how to drink wine. They basically fill the thing up and they do too fast. You got to do it slow. Let the thing breathe and air out. So for wine. So, and like I said, this is one of my favorite wines. Right, it's Sterling. I had this wine for like 4 years. I had it for 4 years, marinating and everything like that. So it's like it is a good wine. Delicious. Really good wine. Toasting to y'all, folks. Salute. Toast to the good life. It's a lot, Yeah, I'm finally enjoying my wine, I went today. What the hell did it go? A bottle opener. What the fuck? Where'd it go? Don't tell me I lost it already. Jeez. Oh, here it is. All right. Got me one of these. Let me tell you something, folks. If you're going to get a wine opener, do not go to the dollar store. That's what I did. You don't go to the dollar store and get a wine opener, right? You're going to get a dollar store wine opener. Because I went to the dollar store again to get a wine opener, and then saw the same one up there, this piece of garbage that fell apart on me last time. Sitting, I said, no, I'm not doing that again. I'm not doing that again, I'm not doing that again. And so I walk right the hell out, right? I said, that's all you guys got? Yes. So I went to a supermarket with a wine section, right? In the wine section, they had real wine openers, connoisseurs of wine shop there. So they got to get real wine opener. This one's the real thing. This got the thing that got the job done. And I got my bottle of wine open, as you can see, But salute to you folks out there. Salute, Frenchie. Yes, I figured out how to do the stuff. My friend of mine was like, Collie, you're such an asshole. If you want to do something, know how to do something, go on YouTube and type that in. And he was right. I went there and it said, yeah, you got to go to community and then click on community again. That's what you guys didn't tell me for. You got to click on community twice. It then opens up about, you see a button for moderators and you can put stuff in there, So the video tutorial showed me how to do it, So now I know how to give out mod buttons and everything like that. It's like cheers. Cheers. So what is The Rock talking about? And I'm going to have a good time with roasting these ADOS FBAs. I'm the ADOS FBA killer hunter, I love roasting ADOS FBA. That's like the funnest thing in the world. They're the simplest people to roast, the dumbest people in the community, they're like the bottom of the black community, they're like black trash among black trash, niggas among niggas, that's what the ADOS FBA are. If you ever want to get your black trash on, your ghetto black trash on, no, wait a minute. It's a competition between these black Moors who squat in people's houses and whatnot and say, this is my house because I have some claim that from the king of Morocco 400 years ago that I can squat in anybody's house because North America belongs to the Moorish Empire or something like that. Them and the ADOS FBA are like running close as the bottom black trash in Black America, But thank God the platforms like this, we're able to clarify who the hell we are. Who the hell are these people? Are the just like you got white trash, that trash in every community. The ADOS FBA is our black trash. You know, they're black garbage. You know, so we're gonna deal with them tonight and whatnot as I sip on some good wine. One thing about this thing was the cork broke when I was taking this out, so I have nothing to really plug this up with. I'm plugging this wine up with this plastic paper and whatnot. You know, I don't know if it works, but it works. You know, I hate cork wine bottles. I'd rather have a freaking top screw off top, to tell you the truth. You know, because I got to put that cork back in there and stuff like that. You know, and the cork is just messed up and whatnot, so it won't go back in there all the way. So I don't want to get it stuck again. So I just have to do it like this. You have a plastic bag, stuck a plastic bag in there. You know, so it is what it is, folks. It is what it is, folks, you know. Congratulations on Frenchie for her becoming a Colonation moderator and everything. So that's good for her. You know, I know she's going to be regulating things and people and whatnot. Last night we had Chantel at the end of the show. You know, people were way off topic. She decided to come in here and go to have a run at the College Genesis. I'm like, poor old me. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? She came in here. I said, look, Chantel, if you had a man, you'd be happy. I hope. So, you see, I know better. That's why she's an ADOS FBA. That's when you're down, you're beaten down, you don't have a career, you don't really have money, you're struggling every day and everything like that. Life is just passing you by and everything. Like, you'll fall for somebody like Tariq Nasheed, somebody telling you you're special and everything. You're special. You're an ADOS FBA and whatnot. You know, that's when you're really down on your luck and you have nothing going for you and whatnot. You need that to feel better about yourself. You know, I'm an ADOS FBA. I'm a foundational Black American and whatnot. Wow. Woo. Woo. I'm a foundational Black Negro American, you know. That all goes back to this culture. And before we get started tonight, I wanted to talk about this stuff. I didn't know what to make the topic tonight because I wanted to do one topic that I wanted to do, but then I thought about Luke Campbell and everything. I said I could tie this topic in with that, right? This culture in Black history, this thing that we do called shucking and jiving, shuck and jive, bullshitting. How does that mean? I want to do a comprehensive show on that, but I want to talk about how that ties into the topic of tonight. But shucking and jiving is how Black America really survives in these hostile duress situations in North America. We shuck and jive. And we know how to bullshit, you know, we know how to be beguiled. We know how to be slick. We know how to talk, how to double talk and double speak and everything. That was something, and what gets me is Black people think they're getting over on the white man when he does that. But the white man knows that they call it nigger bullshit. You know, they call it nigger bullshit, you know, and they basically say, yo, you niggas know how to shuck and jive and bullshit and everything, like con and everything. And they still believe 90%, they don't believe anything, 90% of what you say and everything. But Black people in America have always used shucking and jiving and double talk and everything like that, and outright lies to get over and survive in America. That's how we survive, shucking and jiving. You know, shucking and jiving, just playing. You know, somewhat serious, but not really serious. You don't know when he's serious, or he's not serious, or he's trying to get over, or he's not getting over, or he's trying to help, or is he trying to do this? That's what shucking and jiving is. You know. And so, like I said, with Tariq Nasheed's around, and Umar Johnson, these men are shucking and jiving. You know, it's called shuck and jive. You know, how to talk shit, how to say things and mean what they was, you know. Yeah. Mac Mike says, I wish we would go back to, let me see. I wish we'd go back to being called Negroes. Everything was easy to understand. You had the West Indian Negroes, American, African. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. That was it. When we were just the American Negro, everything was kind of simple, you know. You knew who you was talking about. The American Negro is the American Negro, you know. So the bottom line is, Bwana said, "Have you shucked and jive?" You know, every Black man in America at one time shucked and jive. I had to shuck and jive to keep my job, to keep that paycheck coming in. You know, I didn't give a damn about the latest football game or some shit the white man wants to talk about, but I had to pretend like I do. And let me tell you something: in every thing, if you lived in America, if you're moving up in America, like I said, a lot of black immigrants never move up in America. They don't, so they don't know. That's a lie that they're doing like this because everybody, if you're a person of color, you have to shuck and jive. You have to sell your soul and do that stuff to get along in the white man's world. The white man's not going to say, oh, yeah, you're from Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. You could be whatever you want. No, they're going to make you, when you come into work and whatnot, you better tell them that you watched a football game last night or whatever they're talking about. You can't be like, I'm just here to make the money. I'm just doing my Nigerian thing. No, it don't work like that. You better pretend like when the boss stands up one night, you want to go so far up his ass you can see out of his nose. That's called shucking and jiving. That's playing up so you can keep that paycheck rolling and whatnot. That's what every black person has to do. We have to sell our souls just to keep a job and put food on the table. Yeah, we have to do that. Yeah, everybody. I had to shuck and jive. That's why most black people, when I get to the point where I'm at right now, where I own my own business, when I own my own business, I don't have to do that no more. That was a goal for me. My goal all my life was so I don't have to go in there and pretend like I like people that I don't really like or care for and stuff like that. And just like that. So that's a hard thing. Now, if you're a black immigrant, you don't understand that because you'll go to these jobs where they don't like you and everything just to get along and stuff like that. You don't understand that. Black people in America, we're trying to get away from that. We don't want to go to a job and act like we friggin' tell these white people we like the same things and blah blah blah. But we don't want to do that with them. Black immigrants do because they're grateful to be in America. So Carl, you spread that all lives matter. Work at work with. No, I was by the time that all lives matter, I was in business myself. So that I didn't go through all that. I didn't go through all that all lives matter stuff like that. I already had one. I'm in business myself during that time period. I don't have to do that right now. I'm a free man. I don't have to do all that. I don't have to pretend to nobody. To freedom. Salute. So Kala, somebody said Kala, we move up financially, we do two-side hustle and avoid a lot of that came up with I don't know in the 40s and 60s, avoid that. Yeah, you're right. We avoid a lot of stuff that they came up with, we go work 7 jobs. Black people in America, the reason why a lot of us don't go into a lot of corporate jobs around a lot of white people because we're trying to avoid them. Because if we go around these people, we got to coon, we got to shuck and jive, and all stuff like that, and that's really tough for any black man to do. So like I said, I'm trying to educate these black immigrants when they come over here how things work in America. They don't want to know that, I got money. You're not advanced to know. You're not advanced to know. So that's what I'm saying. So shucking and jiving, playing the game and everything like that is something we had to do to survive in this country. Nobody likes it, but we had to do, Yeah, Frenchie, I agree with you. That was really unprovoked last night what Call said to you. I don't know why she came at Frenchie. I said Frenchie's so sweet, that's a sweet girl. She don't harm nobody. She don't bother. She don't be bothering nobody. And I take offense to people who talk about Frenchie because Frenchie don't be bothered with nobody. Yeah. I would say, wow, man, see his mean. It's this mean comment right here from The Rock, man. He's starting right in already. Jeez, man, I can't even get warmed up. Kala, take your tether brother and sisters and go to Africa and stay there. Jeez, man. That's a very mean comment, man. Got mean comment. Where's the love? Rock, where's the love? Where's the love, man? We're supposed to be spreading love in this world, not hate, Mike, this is the first time you're writing in the chat room. I never seen you before. Mike, he said, I like discussion on this channel thus far. Everything seems to be fair. I'm fair and balanced. Yeah, I am. You can't tell me that I'm against Africans. You can't tell me I'm against the African American because I give everybody shit equally. You know, we got major problems in the black race. The black race is doing bad. And I have to get on my black brothers and sisters in the UK, lately, man, I've been watching some videos and whatnot, and I know our girlfriend, she probably won't like when I say this, man, but maybe it's time for y'all to vacate that place, And you got people talking about, well, we come over here, they're doing to the white British what they do to us. Where we're coming over here taking your jobs, we're coming over here doing this, doing this to y'all and whatnot, and this is and I'm saying, well, if we got degrees, no one cares about your degrees. People want their country back. They don't care if you could do a job cheaper. They don't care about that. They want their country to be homogeneous and traditional the way it's always been. And when you're in there, you're changing the makeup of the country. And that can happen any place, Yeah, but I'm just saying, Frederick, you don't understand racism, racism is you could have all the jobs. That's true. You're coming over here with degrees, jobs, and helping the economy out, but they don't want you to do that. They don't say the cost is you got black people walking around in the country free, in a country that's theirs for free, So the bottom line is they don't want black people and stuff in their country, and they act out because the government failed them. They're acting out in violence, right? So pretty soon the government's going to respond to it by either shooting their own citizens or something like that, or they're going to basically just start rounding Africans and black people up and kicking them out, because not just Muslims that in there. So the bottom line is this: that's what it is. That's what's going to come down to. Something's got to give. The soul of the nation says they cry out for a pure British society, no matter what it costs them. They don't care if how vital you are and what your degrees, what you say you are bringing. They don't care about that. And the same thing one day is going to happen in America. So same thing that happens with Shores I'm sitting and same thing. But America is going to be really dangerous and bloody. I don't know who came up with the idea of a multicultural society and everything. I think it's best that we build Africa, and build the continent up on that so people can have a decent place to live and thrive and work and everything like that, where they don't have to subject themselves to racism and stuff like that. Racism is something you choose to be subjected to. So it is what it is. So I don't think it's funny. You said they're beating those tethers like I don't think it's funny. Nobody deserves to be beaten, but I'm just trying to give the black immigrant over there some headway when that the day is going to come, where you got to make a decision. Are you going to go back and build Africa, right? Tough it out, or are you going to sit here and live in fear and whatnot? Right now, they're living in fear. I couldn't stand living like that. He said, "Carla, how you know that, or the audience know that Mike isn't Mac Measy? I don't know where Mac Measy is. Yeah, who knows what Mac Measy is? I really don't give a shit. Guy will come on my show telling me what to do. You don't do that. All I know is I just looked at the comment. He sounded like a good comment and everything. I was like, I'll take it as it's worth. That's what people usually do. They start off with a nice comment. Oh, well, next thing you know, Colin, you ain't shit. Fuck you. Blah, 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 blah. You just never know. I put myself out there, Like I said, Colin, how do you feel out B Nors? I don't know what that is. You gotta explain to me what that is. B Nars. I'm not tipsy. It takes more than a glass of wine to get me tipsy. Yeah, I'm just sitting there enjoying black vodka. Wine does relax me, If I was smart, I would have had wine. I would have had this thing open a week ago and did all my shows with a glass of wine, start my shows with a glass of wine. I'm only going to have 2 glasses of wine tonight. So basically, people can't say Carl was drunk, whatever. Like, no. 2 glasses of wine, I'm good. I may be a little bit of buzzed, buzzing. Said, Colin, I'm sipping my black bro. Are you a non black uh RB Bird song? You said my black brother. You saying you're not black or something like that? My black brother. Yeah, I know I'm funny. I'm talented. Not just funny. I'm talented. Oh, you're FBA. Oh Lord, FBA. But don't take it offense, man. Don't what I say about FBA people. I gotta tell you like I feel. Would you want me to tell you how much I love you and whatnot and don't mean it? Or just tell you how I feel? Maybe we could deal with it or come to some sort of understanding. I'm sure deep down inside some of you are good people, man, but you're following behind a maniac, Tariq Nasheed, one that hates black people, You saw the way Tariq was talking about Tommy Sotomayor, he was talking about something, they called him burnt, crispy and all the stuff like this. What kind of black man says that to another black man, I mean, we black people joke each other all the time, but when you're in front of the world and people watching what you're saying or not, you're saying that in front of white people and everything. And they say, white people look at it and say, look, these people don't even like their themselves. They're joking each other based on their skin color and their skin tone and everything. They hate the dark skinned people and their race and everything like that. And so, and you're going to make that person your leader. You're going to send him money and make that person your leader. It shows me that the AL's FBA is not about race pride, Let's see. We also take our money to improve Nigerian, Jamaican, Haiti enclaves and waiting for Africa to organize a bill they just prior to 1960. I doubt if that's happening. Black America is like, we are free. We are free. We are free. And meaning that we're free to go out into the white man's world. We're free to move into a white neighborhood. We're free to date the white women. Where the white women at? We're free to play on their sports teams. We're free to do whatever we want to do and everything. Black people have no interest in building their so-called enclaves or whatever like that. And it's not happening. The only people that are interested in that is the BAIO. And the bottom line is I have to navigate that because I don't want any sort of black people. I don't want a concentration of black, poor, and ignorant people, if you're going to build any movement, it has to be the black middle class, black upper class, and everything like that. And then the poor sort of is like the minority and everything. You know what I'm saying? Right now, the majority black communities are dominated by the dysfunctional and the underclass. That can't happen. That can't be the representation of Black America. In order for anything meaningful to happen, because our communities were destroyed, and so we're like refugees in middle America right now. So I don't know how FBA could be a lineage, right? How could it be a lineage where I'm constantly getting kicked out? They're saying, Kamala, you're a tether. The Rock calls me a tether. I thought it was a lineage, how could I be a tether if I'm so-called, my ancestors been here for 400 years, worked the plantations of North Carolina and South Carolina and Georgia and whatnot, but somehow because I don't agree with the nonsense, I'm a tether now and whatnot. Jeez, man, I thought it was supposed to be a lineage. I tell people all the time, you're African American. I really think if you are descendant of the transatlantic slave trade in Maafa, and then a lot of FBA people are trying to deny the Maafa. That's unforgivable. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy is something that's unforgivable, something you could burn in hell for. You just basically spit on our ancestors who died in the Holocaust. There's no redeeming for you. There's no help for you. And then you jump over all the Maafa and your ancestors to call yourself a foundational Black American. No, our ancestors were enslaved in this country. We were brought down. We lost our humanity. So, Okay, the topic tonight is about Luke Campbell. Remember Uncle Luke, Two Live Crew, that piece of garbage, from Florida. Okay, he basically has came out right now. I guess Kamala Harris campaign. They're going around buying off rappers and whatnot, washed up rappers and no good rappers. And also, Beyonce gave $4 million to Kamala Harris. See, the only time they care about black people, right, is when they're trying to get you to vote. They don't give a damn about you anytime else. But this is time of year where, like as I said, it's like trick or treat, right? But when you go trick or treating on Halloween, right? Understand trick or treat. You understand Halloween, you could get a trick and not always treat. People do Halloween now. They expect all treats and don't expect to get tricked. That's what black people are right now. We're going to a political thing like it's Halloween when we on all the treats and whatnot. We got our bags out there trying to get all the goodies and everything like that. But what are the tricks? Remember, it said trick or treat, and everything. Where's the trick? Where's the tricks? Yeah, I know there's some tricks in there too. Every once in a while, there's got to be a trick in that thing. You're gonna throw in my bag, along with the treats. Black people are constantly getting tricked. So it's trick or treat season. So which will go. So so it's all good. Mac White says Prince George's County. Prince George's County has a surge in crime right now for people coming from DC and everything like that. The gentrification bring a lot of people out there, and Prince George's County has a serious crime problem. Montgomery County, all the black enclaves. But the thing is, we're losing these communities, because we don't think it's important. It's almost like black communities that Prince George's County did not create what we call an Afghanistan. That means we're going to die if we let this community. We should have neighborhood patrols, everything, homeowners associations, and all the stuff like that, civic leagues, everything like that. That's when you make it happen. But everybody's off to themselves. It ain't enough just to be in an area with black people. You got to have civic engagement and everything. You got to have a political class that speaks for you. You got to have some sort of international recognition and stuff like that. Or you have to have business groups. And you have to work together like that. But you can't just collect the paycheck for the white man, live in the area and call it a black enclave, Okay, you ought to have businesses. You ought to be able to employ people in your communities and everything, So the bottom line is this. I'm not impressed by these black enclaves yet. These are not communities. These are neighborhoods. They're not community. We're not community together. Communities means we have something together. Like a good portion of the people in Prince George's County, we have a group of businessmen that own all the businesses. We got a law firm, which is a major law firm here. We have factories. We have an industrial zone where the top people, corporations and everything are black that live here and everything. And we have industrial zones. We don't see industrial zones in black enclaves. Rows and rows of warehousing and job logistics and stuff like that. You don't see them in black areas where people work and people management. But you don't have a managerial class of people and stuff like that living in one area. So we can't call it truly a black enclave. It's a place we stay in temporarily until the white man gets tired of us and he's going to bring come in there and for some reason bring crime and drugs and drive. That's what's happening in Prince George's County now. Black people, middle class black people are being driven out and moving into white areas and everything, and the criminal elements moving in. Eventually, the price is going to go down so low, and white people are coming and buy all that prime real estate in Prince George's County, and it's going to be a white community. When they do it, they have systematic. They do it all the time. They see a black neighborhood. No, you don't have any means of protecting it because you can't provide for the people there. So basically, crime gets out of control and people start leaving, selling their house and everything at a loss, mind you, and then basically what happens is white people buy the property up, one house, two house. Next thing you know, like half the neighborhood is white and it's no longer a black community anymore. It happens all throughout the country. So the best black neighborhoods, they started in the 70s. We're on our way. We built these black enclaves and everything, but we had no way of sustaining them. Carla wishes he was a tether. He yearns for the mud hut. Come on, man. That is a very, very bad thing to say. That's like saying all Africans live in mud huts. Come on, man. That's not true. That's no way not true. You should not say that about Africa. No Africans don't live in mud huts and everything like that. Come on. You know? So I'm not a tether. I don't want to be a tether. I'm one of you. I'm a black American. I'm one of you. You say how many? Yeah, everybody that I talk to is part of the warrior class. The warrior class got to protect the black community. Has to protect the business class, the professional class, everything. The warrior class. You know what the warrior class in the white community is? The racists, the Nazis, the skinheads, the mafia, and all this, the police department and everything like that. These people make sure the biker clubs and everything. These people make sure that your black ass don't ever go in there and harm the people that's actually making the money for the community, make it all possible. We don't seem to value that in the black community, because we're not living together, we don't live together. So we don't feel it's necessary to make sure the black business class is taken care of. That's why the black business class move out to the white area, because he don't feel safe in the black area, because the warrior class doesn't do that. The warrior class in the black community is preying on their own people. He said, Bursong, what is your contribution? I'm the culture critic, bro. I'm the culture critic. I showcase things and everything like that. I'm the culture critic. That's what I do. I'm an author. So you go to my work, you can look at my website. You want to, if people want to join, we got people all over the country and all over the world doing things in our organization. And so the bottom line is this: it's happening. So I don't know what to tell you. What do you want me to do? I don't take anybody's money. I don't take anybody's donations, stuff like that. So you can't expect nothing out of me. Now, if you start putting money into the BAIO and stuff like that, then you can hold me accountable. But if you're not contributing nothing to what I'm doing, you say, what am I contributing? Who's contributing to me? You want me to do all this stuff like that, but ain't nobody contributing. I ain't seen nobody coming out of their ass with no money. Now, if I was getting money and taking money like Tariq does and everything like that, yeah. And he took $2 million of your fool's money, and he gave y'all some raggedy old building and called it a friggin' museum. Please don't come at me with that. You guys listen to who you want to listen to. Your master Tariq took $2 million out of you, and then had another one. Mike Check was bullshit. Tariq wasn't living in New York. He don't know nothing about hip hop. Yeah, lead by example. I'm leading by example. I own a business. I own a business. I own a home. I keep myself decent. Everything. You'll see me out here acting a fool and stuff like that. My life. If people live my life and whatnot, control your sexual urges. Control. Stay with one woman, and live within your means and stuff like that. And you get someplace. That's living by example. If you guys want to do that, I took the time to write a historical novel, man. I took my time to write a novel. It took me 3 years to write that book and whatnot. How many people will put something in a book and knowledge for people to have? No. You say people say we don't have no black stories and whatnot. We don't have no black stories. Well, why don't you freaking write? Why don't you go ahead and write some materials and whatnot, then maybe we get somewhere, So these people talk all this nonsense about what's your contribution. I contribute a lot to this movement, right? Within what best I could, and the bottom line is I never took people I never took people's money. I never took people's money. People were going out there giving Umar and Tariq their paychecks and everything like that. So I can't do that in all good faith. Unless I really have something solid and everything like that, I know people are going to benefit, then I say it like that. But I have not come across anything that I would say I could legitimately ask for people's money. I know you work hard for your money and you're not going to throw it away. These people don't care nothing. All they care about is they're online and they don't love you. They don't care. I love you enough not to lie to you and tell you to I'm gonna do this for this cause or make you believe something. What benefit do you get out of freaking that raggedy ass museum that Tariq did? None. You know what? Omar Johnson's never going to build that school. You know, but you guys sending him money and everything like that. Why? Because he sounds cool. I want to be down with Umar and whatnot. He's shucking and jiving. You know, he's beguiling you. He's shucking and jiving. You know, and he's probably, we have all these charlatans and shucking and jiving people in the black community. They've been around for a long time. You know, these yard Negroes, whatnot. They're shucking and jiving, and they're only out for themselves. I'm not one of them. You know, I don't need to do this to make a living and make money. That wasn't no damn museum. That was just some building that he put in. There's no artifact. Let me tell you what a museum is, bro. This I'll tell you how ignorant. Let's say ignorant black people are. That Tariq did not build a museum. He built a building. He put something in there, and it was more like a lounge, you know, in the ghetto. You know, a ghetto lounge and everything. Called the FBA, whatever, like this. You know, check us out. Tariq, there's no exhibit. Show me the exhibit in the thing. Where's the artifacts? When I was in the Liberia Museum, they had artifacts. They had a drum there, a really pelly drum there in a glass enclosure and stuff like that. You know, it's like, wow. You saw they had things where they had the indigenous people's money that they used, like cowrie shells and everything that they used for money. That was an exhibit. You know, show me one exhibit Tariq got there. It was a friggin' nightclub. He turned it into a nightclub. And he knows you guys are just stupid. You're gonna friggin' go for him and just say, yeah, man, at least we go to a museum. When you change the definition of a museum now. That's not a museum, fool. That's just some lounge and club on that he spent the money. Then when he said he was gonna build, right? The building he said he was gonna build, right, looked completely different from what actually had. What he actually had looked like it could be a dry cleaner store or a Dollar General spot, you know, little tiny place in a raggedy ass parking lot. And you guys say, oh yeah, Hidden History Museum, whatnot, you know, Hidden History Museum, no artifacts, no exhibits, none of that stuff like that. No lecturers, no nothing like that. When we went to the Liberia Museum, you know, it was thank you, inspiration, man. It was a con. It was a con, but people will listen to Tariq and everything. Come on here like they're doing something, you know. They think Tariq is cool. Tariq is not cool. Tariq is a friggin' nerd. He's a clown, you know. And pretty soon he got people thinking Tariq Nasheed and whatnot. Yeah, I never bought one hidden color. I never watched any of his stuff because the guy don't vibe with me, you know. I know when somebody's real. You know, what did it to me was that shit he was talking to Tommy Sotomayor. No black man, no public figure gets up there and calls another black man crispy and dark and all stuff like that in front of white people. You know, that did it for me. I would never forgive Tariq for that. You know. Tariq is just a man. He is your leader because you have all his talking points. FBA is Tariq is just a man, not a leader. FBA all day. So like I said, man, people, like I said, weak black people, they'll fall for this stuff and basically and feel good about themselves. These are the lowest rungs of black American society. This is your black trash out here, you know. I never bought a Hidden Colors documentary because I know real, because as somebody being educated, I know real history and pseudo history. And all the people he had on this thing were all pseudo historians and stuff like that. He got all the pseudos out there, you know, all these weirdos and one that's been around for like Phil Valentine, all these other people, you know. And the bottom line, we have never had real education in Black America. We've never had real historians. Even some of our best, I question some of them, even Dr. Clark and everything. Some of the stuff they say is not true. Dr. Ben, oh God, you talking about the master teacher. I'm sorry. There's a reason why we're not making any progress. The reason why we don't have anything, you know, because nobody friggin' wants to know the truth. Everybody wants you to tell them something to make them feel better. We built pyramids. We were kings and queens. We did all that, you know. All our inventions were stolen, and the white man did this and whatnot. Come on. Pseudoscience, pseudo history, and everything like that. But we believe it because it makes us feel better about ourselves. We don't want to know the truth. In order for you to get someplace, you have to know the truth. As painful it is when I talk to you, I'm telling you the truth, and you hate me, right? But you know I'm telling the truth. The more hate I see in this chat room towards me, I know I'm doing something right. But I'm not the one. I'm not going to sit there and build a channel based on popularity. I'm not going to do it. I refuse to do that. I am not going to do shows and whatnot, telling you what I think you want to hear to make you feel better. I don't stick my finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing. Say the wind is blowing this way, so let me talk about this. No, I have a message that I'm telling you the truth. I tell the truth all the time. Now, you may not agree with it. Some we can have disagreements and everything like that. But as far as I know, unless somebody could tell me different, like let me give you an example. I was all for Jay Morrison, right? I have nothing with the brother but then my brother Dollar Bill came up here, right? Really educated. He schooled me, and I said, okay, I changed my opinion about Jay Morrison. Maybe he was right, about Jay Morrison and whatnot. I'll change my mind if you're intelligent and you can make your case and everything. I do change my mind, change my opinion and my views, But don't come up here with just anything. When, oh yeah, I'm just no. You better prove to me that you know what you're talking about and convince me. Like my brother Dollar Bill convinced me that he knew what he was talking about, and he made me see his other way. Yeah, Jay Morris had a good idea, but he wasn't the person that should be doing that. Not everybody could be a leader as far as like taking people's money on that level and stuff like that. You have to have people of impeccable credentials and stuff like that. And Jay Morris wasn't it. Even though I do believe Jay Morris tried to do his best, right? There's something about when someone their whole entire life, like in the book There's a River by Thomas Sorge, right? He's the one that wrote the semi biography of Edgar Cayce. If you know who Edgar Cayce was, he was a psychic and a paranormal. He lived in Virginia Beach. He lived in a paranormal state, but he predicted world events and stuff like that. It was with Edgar Cayce's book. He said that African civilization actually started in West Africa, not the Nile River Valley. He said that the civilizations on the Niger River is actually older than ancient Egypt. That's Edgar Cayce. He was in a paranormal state. He lived in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And Edgar Cayce, his original house is still there, beachfront house there. And it's the Edgar Cayce Foundation. But Thomas Sorge wrote a book about him, Edgar Cayce. He predicted Adolf Hitler. He predicted World War II. He predicted Vietnam. He predicted Martin Luther King. He predicted all this stuff like that came to pass. But there was this one part in the book where he said, when a man turns 35 years old, right? He said 35 years, a man becomes a developed man. That's when he should stop taking advice or reading other people's man. He should have life experience that he could go out on his own. And everything he's done from the time he's 35, that's who he is, right? The time you're in the store and you could have walked out of the store with an extra piece of candy you didn't pay for. The fact that you always did the right thing all your life and everything. By the time you're 35, now you are a worthy man, because you made the right decision all your life. I don't buy the idea that I was a criminal, blah, 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 blah. Now I'm trying to lead people. No, I'm sorry, I can't do that. By the time you're 35, when I'm going to look at everything you've done, your whole life, I don't want to hear the fact that, oh, yeah, I got in trouble, the white man system. Okay, I came from this. I had the same temptation, everything like that in front of me, but I chose not to do all that. Why didn't you? See, that's what I said. Your character, when you time you're 35, right, that's the cutoff point. What did you do now? So that's where you could judge a man for who he is, right? That's what you can say, you know something? I know you're up for this job, whatever like that, but we got to look for somebody else. We looked at your record in high school, and you know who also said that? Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble, when they hire people, they look at your records as far back as junior high school. How were you in school? Did you like this? You could basically do something in junior high school, and there was a teacher that did that right now. I forgot it was in Wisconsin, whatever. That he was a bully in high school, right? In junior high, whatever like that. And he ended up becoming a district administrator, graduated, everything like that. and I think he was an assistant to the mayor of this town and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, all these people that he was a bully in junior high came forward and forced him to resign. And he basically built the educational system in his district to the point where he had record number of graduation, record number everything, but did not matter. It did not matter. People were talking about what you did in junior high school. You were bullying people. He said, yeah, he put me in a urinal and whatnot. You know, he was a bully. He was bigger than everybody. He was bullying everybody and everything. And that came to haunt him at the age of 57 years old. You know, what he did in junior high school. So what you do all your life matters. So I don't want to hear something like Tariq talking about, I was a pimp. I wrote a book about macking and stuff like that. And now you want to be a friggin' black leader or influencer on black people? Are you sick? Are you insane? Are you crazy? Not on my watch. It's not going to happen on my watch. I'm sorry. So the bottom line is this. The Rock, I could say all that one night. People say, you know, Carl, you're making some sense. But when you deal with ignorant people, ignorant fools like this, you know, they don't hear anything I say. Just in one ear, out. They're so freaking ignorant and so vain that they don't give a damn what I say and whatnot. They don't say how, you know, something. Let me change my opinion. I do it. I change my opinion all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because I said, look, maybe I had a different perspective. I was wrong about something, right? So let's have some more. Let me have another cup of wine. See, you call it wine. You got to pour slow. For those of you who never drink wine, that's as far as your wine cup should go. Right there. That's as far as your wine cup should go. You don't fill up to here and whatnot. It's not freaking grape juice. It's wine, you know? So cheers. Salute. But yeah. So I'm gonna play this video where Phil Scott was talking about Luke Campbell and this idea of us going out there and doing the Kamala Harris shuffle. You know, we're gonna do the Kamala Harris shuffle. You know, we gotta get out there and shuffle. No, nothing on the table. Even if you do believe in reparations, whatever like that, that's completely off the table. But anyway, if you don't want to give black men anything like that, but at least our dignity and respect. Do you think any of these people will come to white communities and do stuff like this? Send one of their washed up rappers to say get out and vote and whatnot, and didn't insult your vote. Is the one thing, the most powerful thing you have in this culture, in this society, your vote. Your vote is who you are, right? No one could tell you how to vote. If someone's telling you how you vote, that means your vote is not yours anymore. You're a slave. They can't make you vote anytime. They can't tell you to get out and vote. If you want to not sit home and vote, that's your right too. But these people don't respect black people, right? They think our vote belongs to them. So we're gonna play this video and then we're gonna get back to this, you know. And this is by Phil Scott. I came across this. I'm subscribed to his channel, so I came across this.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this.
I hate these commercials.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, Luther Campbell is reaching out to black men. Yes, Luther Campbell wants black men. He has a message for us, and I want you to hear his call to black men because it's very important. And let's just go ahead and have this conversation.
Message to all black men who left the Democratic Party for the MAGA Party. I'm going to offer you this one-time opportunity to come back. You can come back. You have until Sunday, 12 high noon. We'll take you back. We'll take you back. There's no more blue, no matter who. There's Kamala, mana, bang, bang. Kamala, mana, bang, bang.
But it's safe to say we know who he's voting for. But Luther Campbell, let's have that conversation about black men. So you recognize, and a lot of Democrats recognize, that black men, such as myself and many others who's out here listening right now, do not want anything to do with the Democrats. And I'm going to correct a lie that he told. Not all black men went over there to MAGA. A lot of black men say, I'm not dealing with MAGA. I'm not dealing with vote blue no matter who. I'm going to stay in a powerful position. My power position is to be politically independent. Why? Because nobody can demand anything out of me. They have to ask me for my vote. They got to give me something for my vote. That's the power position. Going over there to Republicans is not the power play. No. And a lot of black people have started to understand the power play is to stay right in the middle politically, is that you don't have no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interest. And that's what black men in particular, and some black women are trickling in too, and into that mindset. Now, Luther Campbell.
This is how
Why should we get away from our freedom in political independence and go back to the Democrat Party? What are you offering? What is the Democrats offering? Because currently what's on the table, that is not a party for straight-laced alpha black men, black American men. Let me make sure I say that in particular. Black American men. Now, if you're an immigrant, that's different. It's for you. If you're LGBT, they give you tangibles. If you are a woman that wants abortions, that's a perfect party for you. But black men, straight-laced alpha black men, that is none of our interests. We're not immigrants. Our people built this land. Okay? Abortions has nothing to do with us. So what are you talking about? Come back to what? Nothingness? Come back to what? Disrespect? And when black men was in that party, what were black men told? Shut up and vote when we bring up concerns about black men. What were black men told? Just follow the women. Just be quiet and follow the women, right? We're the only men that's emasculated like that in that party. You don't emasculate the Hispanic man, the white man, the Asian man, the Arab man, the Native American. You don't emasculate no other man like that but the black man. Why would a black man stay in a party to be disrespected? What else you tell the black man? You don't know what you're talking about. When a black man wants something, he's scolded. When a black man wants something, he's shamed about his ancestors. Why would black men return to that kind of abuse? Why? That doesn't make sense. That's like telling a woman who had a horrible Tyler Perry movie husband whipping her butt. She gets away from him. She's starting to do good. And somebody trying to tell her and convince her to go back to the same house where the dude was whipping her butt every day. She would be like, I'm not going over there. I'm happy. I'm doing great. Nobody whipping my butt every day. Why would I go back to that? It's the same thing that black men are saying. Why would we go back to that? To disrespect, emasculation, abuse. Why would we go back to that? Not being prioritized. You could use our votes, but not prioritizing black American men. No. The only kind of black men you're going to promote is black men who is bug broken, black men who is sassy, and black men who are immigrants. That's the only ones you're going to promote. Boule members. That's it. You're not going to promote the everyday straight-laced black man. You're not promoting them. So why would black men go to that? That would be dumb.
Wow.
You can say whatever timeline you want. You're going to be sitting up there waiting by yourself. But why you want black men to come back? I thought y'all had it, right? You got the immigrants. You got the LGBT. You got all the women talking about unaliving their children in the womb, right? You don't need us. Leave us alone. We wasn't worth anything. Because we were worth something, you will prioritize us, right? Don't worry about who we gonna vote for or not vote for. Ain't your business at this point. See, black men, let me tell you something. The black American man in particular, the most powerful thing you can do as a man in any situation is walk away. You don't argue. You don't throw a fit. Just walk away. When you get up and walk away from something, nobody can stop you from doing it. Nobody. And that's when you take your power back. Look, when you arguing, when you pleading, you're begging, someone else has the power at that point because you're pleading, begging, arguing them to treat you right. But when you say, you know what? Then hell no. I'm done. And you get up and walk off. That's always a more powerful thing. Now, I know I've talked about this before with relationships with men and that, you know, you got a bad situation and all that, and you just tried everything you could try and you say, okay, all right, cool. I'm gonna let you do you. Trust me. Even in relationships, when men walk off, notice how the women just lose it because they're not used to men walking off, right? That's why our power is walking off. See, men, you are more logical and you got to think in logic. You can't let them draw you to feelings. Even though we are human and we have feelings, we have to think logically. And men logically, what is they are offering logically to us as men? A lot of us, we have jobs. A lot of us, we have our own businesses. Are we working on those sort of things? What logically are they offering us as black American men? Think about that. That party is undermining black American men. What are they doing about the economy? Black American men concerned about that because whether you got a business or not, this country is ran on business and y'all better get that in your head real quick. If your job that you're working, no matter how much it makes, how much you're making, if the economy is bad and it's bad for businesses, guess what happens? Hey, DeAndre, I'm going to have to go ahead and lay you off. Because the economy, you understand what I'm saying? They got people on that side that vote with feelings. But then when they get in the thick of a problem, they're like, oh my God, I didn't know. Because they're guided by feelings. Your feelings is where you will always mess up. You never make major decisions off of feelings. You make major decisions when you're calm, cool, collect, and using logic, period. And as men, that's what God put us in the area of logic. Women work in feelings. Men work in logic. It don't make no logical sense. They offer nothing with the economy. They offer nothing for business. They offer nothing with tax breaks. They offer nothing. They're trying to get into wars. It's going to take men like yourself over to other countries to lose your life for what? For what? It doesn't make logical sense. So they try to throw, racism and this and that. Barack Obama had 8 years. He didn't end no racism. And black men voted for him. It's just that simple. Think about it, black men. When you want something, what do they tell you? They can't just do something for black people. It's not just Kamala. She said it, but it's all of them say that. But then you get to sit there and watch them do for men of other groups right in your face. When they did that Asian hate crime bill, there was another group of men that got a protection that me and you did not get, black men. We didn't get that kind of protection. The Democrats protected Asian men, not black American men. Why in the hell will we go just in mass back to that party that has just been doing us so wrong as black men.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she is looking pretty tired, Jill.
She's stuck, Bill, and that deadline is looming.
It looms for us all, Jill.
Wait a minute. She just pulled a Grammarly.
That don't make sense. These immigrant men that come in here, they papering them up left and right, papering them up. While the black American man is homeless, while the black American man is losing his job, while black men in California are losing their businesses because the Democrats are targeting black men over there and women. But we talk about black men targeting them. And when it hurts black men, it hurts black women, black children. They're targeting them. Black men can't sell hot plates on the street. Black men can't sell barbecue or nothing on the street, but they'll let men of other communities and their wives show up and make quesadillas and empanadas and sell it, and nobody telling them nothing because the Democrats are targeting black American men. And as long as you playing with them in their sandbox, that's how they get you. When you walked away from that and you're here, you're not over there with Trump. Even if we like some things that Trump's talking about, we're not over there with him. We're not walking around no MAGA hat on, no Trump shirt or none of that. No. It ain't about nobody, no personality. It's about what you gonna give me. That's it. That's all I want to hear. What you gonna give me? If you're not gonna give me nothing, cool. Don't worry. Leave me alone. I'm straight. I am straight. I'm not gonna lose no sleep over none of y'all. Leave me alone. Talk to me when you gonna give me something. That's it. It can't be transactional. Yes, it can. Everything has to be transactional. You want something from me? You got to give me something in return. It's just that simple. You don't want to give me nothing in return? Don't worry about it. We ain't gonna go that route. Go talk to the immigrants and all of them. Go holler at them to vote for you. Because I know right now you're working on a way to try to get them to vote for you, right? It's illegal, but hey, you're gonna try. I know how y'all get down. But why would black American men go to that? You're offering nothing. And then brothers, they're going to play the same game. Well, what Trump is offering you. Is Trump in my face? Is Trump telling me to come to the Republican Party? And last time I saw, Trump was actually sitting down with black men talking about business. Where's the video of Kamala sitting down with black men talking to them about business? Trying to see what she gonna do to help black men, not minorities, black American men in particular. And I said black American men. You understand? Where's she at sitting down with black men? She's not doing it. You never see her sitting down and talking with black men, but you want their vote. You shields and surrogates is not gonna work. Black men understand, and if black men gonna vote whatever candidate they vote for, that's what they choose to. But I'm gonna tell you this much: I just watched a video the other day, a bunch of millionaires, and the dude was asking these millionaires, "Hey, who you gonna vote for?" And now one of them said they're gonna vote for Kamala. None of them. Why? Because those men are in business, and those men want to keep money in their pockets, and they want to keep their employees, employed, gainfully employed. See, men, you got to understand, the economy is everything. If you don't have no money, you have nothing in this society, in America. What you got to think, what candidate is better for the economy? That's all you got to think. What candidate had a track record with a better economy? Look at the economy right now with Biden and Harris. Look at the economy with former President Trump. Now, you want to ask me about the economy? I'll go with Trump all day. You want to ask me about business? I'll go with Trump all day. Definitely on those two things. Immigration, I'll go with Trump. Definitely.
Google AI helps you find your best customers by optimizing your campaigns in real time. Start by setting your specific goals, and Google AI will help maximize.
Geopolitics, I'll go with him on that too. That's about the 4 things that I go with him on for sure. Because I'm looking at what the Biden-Harris administration has done, and they have not. I mean, they have not shown me they can do it. And do I want a continuation of that as a black man? No. Black men don't have the luxury of safety net programs. Who's giving black men food stamps, welfare, Section 8? Who's giving us that? We are stuck on our own. We're gonna be homeless. You better be thinking how well the economy is going, black men. And that party right there is only for Boule, the sassy, the buck broken. It's for immigrant men. It's not for black American men. Sorry, it's not. In order for us to be ingrained back into that party literally has to be turned upside down and flipped on its head to get us back in that party. And they're not going to do it because they are cemented in what they want to do. And the only way they're going to change their mind, they have to lose. And that's okay. Because we got time. We got nothing but time. Brothers, come to the political middle. Don't go to the Republican. Don't go join the Republican. Say, I ain't joining you. What are you doing for me? And if you're not doing nothing for me, don't worry about it. I got a nice couch right here. I'm cool. I got some great popcorn. I'll watch the election results on TV, see what you did, and I'll see what my lack of participating has done too. It's just that simple. Well, if you don't participate, then that's going to be Trump will get elected. So, what does that mean? We had 4 years of Trump. So I was actually bailed off financially. So what? So what if he get elected? And well, if you're so worried about Trump getting elected, give something up to black American men. Give us some tangibles. If you begging us to come back, that shame don't work. We cool on that. Black American men are the most hated men on the planet. Man, we used to that junk. I mean, come on. Well, you black men, you gonna cause them to lose the election. So, well, everybody gonna be suffering. Well, at least we suffering together. Not us suffering and watching other men get papered up and protected and everything else. I believe in equality. So, hey, we all should collectively suffer, or we should all collectively benefit. Not gone them days when we're watching other groups of men benefit and black American men suffer. They ain't happening. We're tired of that. We're not gonna be the men that's gonna be grabbed literally by the nostrils of our nose and led by a woman. They ain't happening. No, we doggone men. And you know what? And you see what's happening in response. Now the women are starting to follow the men to that political middle too. Why? Because women respond to men who lead. That's why. Women don't respect men who sit up there and be told, shut up and vote and listen to the women. Women don't respect that. That's a weak man to them. The strong men walked away. So no, Luther. No, we are very good where we at in the political middle, being politically independent. That's what the power position at. That's why you're begging us to come back, sir. That's why you're begging. And black.
Happy kids are successful kids. When you choose a tuition-free K-12 powered online school, you join more than 2 million happy kids empowered to take their learning into their own hands. And you get the satisfaction of seeing them thrive.
All right. Well, that was the end of that one. Anyway, okay. What Brother Phil said was very poignant. You know, there's no respect for black men in the political system. And the more they keep trying to reach out to us, shows you the more they disrespect us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, founder of Conserve the Culture, Michaela Montgomery.
And so I can't stand this thing. I can't ever get this right. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, where went? Okay. Anyway, back to this program. Look, what he said was absolutely right. They're gonna send Luke Campbell up there, right? Mr. Two Life Crew that degraded black women for generations, just made a fool out of himself, made a fool out of black people, and made us look stupid and ignorant. Sure. And then now they're gonna freaking tell us, well, I gotta vote. This is how much they disrespect our vote, how much they disrespect us and everything. And what Phil was saying was absolutely 100% right. You cannot just basically tell us to shut up and just vote. And black men have no say so. What about them? Okay, you really believe all that? Okay, well, try getting us to the polls, right? You can't make us by gunpoint go to the polls and vote. And then we go in the polls, you don't know what we're gonna do when we get in there. We might just say, fuck you, I'm over Trump out of spite, or we just stay home. But the bottom line, they haven't put anything on the table that says black men in America should go out there and vote for them in large numbers and vote for Kamala, do the Kamala Harris shuffle. What do you think about that, Bantu? Are you going to do the Kamala Harris shuffle?
Man, God, hell no. I don't understand why these celebrities get off with this bullshit, man.
Well, they think we're stupid.
Why is he telling? It's crazy, bro. They put all these celebrities in your face to tell you to come vote for the Democratic Party, like you don't have a brain to think for yourself or something.
Yeah, they think we're stupid. They really do. They really do think we're stupid. That's just disrespect. Well, when we've been giving them our vote for all these years, and they don't not do nothing, they got used to that,
Yeah.
And what you call it, Zongo asked the question about Kamala. What can you articulate? We don't really know what the black men. We know one thing. You want to engage us like you have respect. You ever see a thing where they have these political think tank groups? They're going out there asking Middle America, and they have what do you think about this? What's your opinion? These are undecided voters, and they basically freaking have undecided voters basically taking them out to dinner and like that, and influencers. They don't even feel it's necessary to engage us on that level. What can we do? What's your concerns about the world? How can we sway your opinion or something like that? You ever notice that?
Yeah, they just put, rappers and these people up here and tell you to go vote for them. That's how they engage.
And they don't, and the rappers never have the issues or anything like that. It's like they don't think we care about the country. They don't think we don't care about the border.
You don't care. They just up there to get a check or get paid. They don't give a fuck.
But they don't think the average black person don't see the border and say, "Hey, something got to be done." They don't have to see crime in the cities, the inner cities, especially after Minneapolis. Minneapolis burned to the ground and whatnot during George Floyd and everything. Black people sitting back looking and saying, "Look, man, crime is out of control. We walk out daily news seeing people looting stores and everything like that." And then they'll say, "Remember that guy? Michael Rappaport? Remember Remy?"
Oh, yeah, that motherfucker.
Remember that clown? He was all with that stuff like that until they start looting his store where his mother gets her drugs from, right? And he was inconvenienced. Now he's like, we need some law and order. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the bottom line is this. What less black people saying, look, he was telling people, why you vote for Republicans? You're black and whatnot. Because we don't like this shit we see in the streets either. We don't like the crime and all the stuff like that. The police not walking away from not doing it. Police saying, you say defund the police. That's when crime spiked.
Yeah,
that's what police say. Yo, I go, okay, yeah, that's all the way I feel about it. We're not going to answer calls. We're not going to patrol the neighborhoods. Y'all just do like that. And the people who suffer the most are black people.
Yeah.
A criminal element. But we're not supposed to have opinions about stuff like that. And like when you see that thing going around where at an EBT card, whatever like that, in somewhere where illegal alien had $20,000 on that.
$13,000 and all that shit, food stamps and
Food stamps and whatnot, you know,
5,000
and you
cash.
black people, we're struggling to try to put food on the table, and they're saying, and you got these foreigners doing something like that. You think we don't care about that, you know, stuff like that? Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it's sick, man.
it's crazy. You know, it's freaking nuts. You know, go ahead, Frenchie. What's on your mind, sister?
Hey, Carla, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so I know you already know why I'm calling in. I just want to give that witch the chance to call in too, Chantel. You know, unlike you, Arnold from Different Strokes, I'm giving you the opportunity to come up here and address me because you didn't give me the same respect yesterday.
Yeah, we was talking. She was coming at me. Then she starts talking about you. I was like, "What?"
Yeah, she's crazy. She's delusional. She's clearly delusional. This lady is 45 years old. She's a baby mother. She's a divorcee. She's a grandma.
She's a gam.
You know, she looks like Arnold from Different Strokes. It's clear. It's clear why she's upset and why she's hurt. It's so evident. And if I was her, I would be upset too. She goes from panel to panel. You know it's bad when Dynast kicks you off his panel and refuses to let you on.
Really? Seriously? I didn't know that.
Yeah. That she's the epitome of a masculine black woman. She's the epitome of that. She does nothing but embarrass herself everywhere she goes. And she has the nerve to talk about my complexion. Like, are you kidding me? You're proud to be diluted. You're proud to be diluted. Let me tell you something. I'm highly melanated, okay? The original black woman. That is me. Highly melanated. I'm not prone to skin cancer like you are, Chantel, okay? My hair defies gravity. You could never be me. We're not of the same ilk, not the same caliber. You belong to the trash FBA class. That's what you belong to, that illiterate class. You are not like the sweet African-American women such as MP, Marie Shai, Juju, etc., etc. You are not. You are gutter. You are trash. And you do not compare to be. You can't compete where you don't compare. You're always in these comments. You were begging Jonathan the other day, "Oh, Jonathan, please give me your information. Jonathan, please give me your information, sir. What's your email, sir?" You asked this brother so many times, and then it took you coming on the live stream, calling in, asking him directly for his information. Then he gave it to you. You're desperate. And you know what's funny? Kala, at her age, she's talking about dating men. I'm sorry, I'm young, fertile, and cute as hell. I'm being courted currently. You are out here bragging about having African men date you, but you're not taking them seriously at your big age. You're fat. You're ugly. You look like a man. You probably are a trans man. Make this the last time that you take those rubber lips to open your mouth to talk about me. We do not compare. You are not like me. You wish you were me, but you never will be. You are trash. Okay? And I apologize in advance for my tirade, but you know, sometimes you got to put people in their place.
She had that coming to her. She should be here tonight. I told her we we're gonna do a show. She should like, share, and subscribe. So she'd be here to defend herself, you know. So she know when I'm on. When she had to know that you were gonna be on to respond to that. I was like, oh, you know, because
it's crazy. She's twice my age. She's at least twice my age. And she was spewing a whole bunch of nonsense yesterday. And I didn't even address her. I was asleep when she was saying the things she said. I had to catch the replay.
And then she starts talking about my wife one night. So I feel sorry for
Kala, that's what I wanted to say to you. I saw the comment she made about your wife, but you need to understand something. She is at the age where men do not want her. She is jealous of younger women. That's what it is. She's jealous of younger women. She's jealous. But the funny thing is, she's the reason why older men like younger women, because people her age, men don't like women her age because look at the way she acts.
Yeah.
She's a typical masculine woman. Every panel she goes on, she's arguing with someone, seeking attention, a typical mammy. She thinks
just
she can
basically
compare.
just talking a bunch of stuff. And I told her, I said, look, if the typical person, women who's an ADOS FBA, are people that are older, they're bitter, and they're bitter at the word. So they basically, when they see we see a black man from America, and he can get with a younger African sister, when they hate that, I thought I was wrong, right? I thought that black women. So I wanted to date somebody of a different culture, right? Years ago, when my last girlfriend didn't work out, right? I said I want to date somebody of a different culture. Now I knew some Russian girls. I said no, I can't do that. They're white and everything. I knew some girls from the Philippines, Thailand, everything like that. And then, like I said, I gave it a lot of thought. I said, look, if I do like the culture, because when I was talking to Isabella, when we were just talking, right? She said, oh, I love cooking for a man. I love doing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, that's what I like. I like just sitting home talking, and just being together. I don't need to run to the club. She would ask me, what about her friends? Want to go out with her friends? Her friends, when I'm in town, when I'm in the country, she doesn't do nothing with her friends. She stays with me all the time. What does she need to freaking go out to friend to a no Russian one? I mean, dude, I had all kinds of. I had Romanian girls, Bulgarian girls. I had everything. Buana. That's one of these guys overseas, man. They're jealous of us. Yeah, I'm black American, good looking man. I had women, all kinds of women. I had a Romanian girl one time. She told me that one. She said, "You know what the famous show in Romania was? The Cosby Show." She said that was a favorite show in Romania, the Cosby Show. They love watching African American culture. They said the Cosby Show was the most popular show in Romania. We went on a date to Busch Gardens. So I had basically other women, but I wanted a black woman. I wanted an African woman. And so I said, look, if I want to date a foreign woman, I couldn't do. It's not so much as African American women. It's the culture of America that's damaged. It's not just black women; it's white women too. The culture of America is just different. I don't know why these. When you ever watch the show The View? French, you ever watch the show The View? Whoopi Goldberg and all them.
Yes, yes, I have.
You get the show over there.
It's not highlighted over here, but you can watch clips on
And then
YouTube.
you have shows like Lisa Gibbons, and these women. It's just like they're so full of hatred of men. I don't understand the American woman is the most privileged woman on the planet. But it's okay to hate men and try to emasculate men and stuff like that. They want power and all the stuff like that. They think they deserve for absolutely nothing, And it's like not just black women, it's white women too. And so a lot of men just say, "Hey, look, we're just done with it. We want to date overseas." That's not just black men, it's white men, everybody. Say we want to date overseas women because of the culture here. I don't know where this culture came from. I don't know how we got to this point where it wasn't like this 15 years ago. So when people
Yeah, I
go,
think it's
hey,
I think
black.
it's hilarious how the sissies, as I like to call them, the feminine FBA men in the chat that do defend Chantel don't even have a display picture. They're probably toothless, jobless, part of the fourth grading
Exactly.
illiterate class as well. You can see it in the way they typo errors, grammatical errors, all the same.
Rock is
The illiterate class. It's The Rock, it's his manner, that type. These people don't even show their face. We know exactly what you look like. The black version of a hillbilly. You cannot speak to me. You are a sissy. His manner. You're probably the type that gets pegged by his girlfriend. You cannot speak to me. You love arguing with women. I don't know what it is with you. You want to compete for feminine energy? Is that what you want to do right now? Like I said to you yesterday, Kala, you see that B in them comes out in the chat.
Yeah.
They don't have that energy for white men or Latino men, but they sure do have it for what they call quote unquote tethers and black women.
That's what I can never understand. Like their leader Tariq and whatnot. He basically, when you see him ever see through a white person, it's respectful. You ever notice that? But the way he talks to black immigrants and whatnot is just unacceptable. I mean, I have my issues with black immigrants, but he has a real hatred for black. Tariq has a hatred for black people. He saw the way he was talking to Tommy Sotomayor, calling him burnt and crispy and all this stuff like this.
That's what I mean. They have such. I don't understand what is it with the colorism in the Black American community. I'm shocked. I know colorism exists globally, right, in melanated countries, right, but I've never seen it such deep-rooted
because
hatred
in
here for
America,
dark-skinned people. Like, where do you think you guys come from? Chantel, the very person laughing at dark-skinned people, was the one in the chat a few comments ago, Carla, trying to convince you that they were the natives, telling you to Google these copper-colored people, deep black, she called them, deep black people. These people are confused. They're suffering from delusions of grandeur, as I like to call it. You know, we're not the same. You're right. We're definitely not the same.
From
So
Michael.
it's savage right here. You go. We've been giving you guys. Who's been giving us welfare? No, we don't get welfare in America. Black people in America are least likely to get welfare. You know. So I don't know. Michael Owale is a savage. You know. That's my favorite savage. You know. So we got them on both sides. You know, we got FBA savages. You got Mike Owale. He's a savage. He's a good savage, right? He's a nice savage, though. You know. He's like eating his bush meat and running his mouth, but the bottom line is, like I said, this people here with this hatred on both sides, man. I'm just tired of it, hatred on both sides. I mean, if you got like I said, what I don't understand is what your situation, right? You're a female, right? You're a female, and you got men out there trying to talk to you like you ain't shit and whatnot. And I'm like, I said to myself, what did Frenchie ever do to anybody? She's a nice girl and everything, like a young woman, and she's sweet and everything like that and everything. She stands up for herself. It's like, God forbid you defend yourself against these people and they're gonna get mad. Oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And I'm saying to myself, that's why I said last night, I told her, I said, look, she's not here to defend herself, defend herself. So why are we talking about her, Well, she's another one, blah, 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 her burnt face. I said, she's beautiful. I think she's beautiful, And I said, she was like, oh, her burnt self and whatnot. She automatically assumes because I'm African-American, I'm going to be repulsed by darker skinned women or something like that. I don't think like that. I think dark skinned women are beautiful, and I don't give a damn about none of that stuff like that. And like I said, a lot of black women in America think that if they're not dark skinned, they can be overweight. They can basically let themselves go in other ways and everything. And I notice that African women, for the most part, keep themselves up. I really they do. They keep themselves up. They look naturally beautiful and whatnot. And I'm like, hey, look, So you're gonna have a lot of brothers that are attracted to that, and the brothers who are not attracted to that and whatnot. I think a lot of FBA brothers, ADOS brothers, are suspect. Because the bottom line is all the things you need in a woman, you find on the African continent. Women that'll take care of you, women that'll love you, women that'll appreciate you, and women that'll cherish you and everything like that. It'll give you everything you need as a man to do what you want to do in life and everything.
As long as they're not too Americanized, so.
Yeah, when they don't. Something. A lot of African women don't become American. People think, oh yeah, they're gonna become Americanized. No, I don't think so. Because
it's rare, but it's rare.
It can happen, but the bottom line is, I just think our people, and the situation in America is like we reached a point where women don't need us to survive anymore. And the bottom line is, it is what it is. Most black people in America,
well, yeah,
out of that, we're not in a survival mode anymore. We're not in survival mode anymore. Most black people
to survive until shit happened. Then they realize, oh shit.
Well, I know, but they want to coming back like, oh, we got to do this. Just like Kamala went out. Oh, we have to do. What is this? We? Y'all made it clear. Y'all don't give a damn about us. They don't care about the community. They want to date out. They want to explore their options with white men and everything like that. There's an epidemic of black women in America paying for white men's bills and taking them out and stuff like that. Black professional women, they're searching for white guys that they can spoil and take money. But when it's the fan, they want the black man to be there for them,
That lady, what's her name, Macy? If she would have had a man in the house, that would have been a different story.
Oh yeah, I said that too, but you don't say that too loud, man. You know. And she said she heard a noise and whatnot. Now she had a man, a husband, and whatnot. That could have been problem solved right there. The police would never had to come to her house.
Yeah, nobody want to hear that.
She was a single woman and whatnot. She heard the police. Why is she a single woman at her age? Was she 30 something? Why is she a single woman and whatnot? You talk about I heard something in her house. What kind of people she hang around with? What kind of neighborhood she lives in at her age and whatnot? That she got to go through all that, you know?
Yeah, man. Shit. But
You know?
that story, that was a hell of a backstory on that, though.
Yeah. So, bottom line, those are things we can't talk about because it'll be seen like we're bashing black women.
Oh,
You know?
yeah. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I thought that you're the first person besides me. I thought that, but I never said it. You know? Why did she have to pick a man?
It's true. If you had a man in the house, you wouldn't have, shit wouldn't have wound up like that. I mean, that's just, that's not even, something to say.
Right.
But if they think you bashing them because you saying that, then, something is wrong with them.
Yeah, no, there's something wrong with a situation where you got women who think it's okay to be single for the rest of their damn life because they don't know how to shut their mouth and whatnot and listen to a man. You know?
Yeah.
And the bottom line is that then that's one thing, right? But don't sit here and get mad at me to I'm a cradle robber because my wife is young. You know, I still look young. We got together. We like a cute couple, you know. People don't know how old I am. People think me when I'm with Isabel, they think we're on the same age, you know. They don't know how old I am, you know.
That's just Americanized women. They just mad because somebody checking for them, right?
I know. They're like, oh wow, she's a young woman, and yeah, she's just a baby. She ain't not no goddamn baby. Oh look, I tell you right now, if she ain't no baby, she's an old woman. Trust me. I don't even want to say how. I can't say it on the air, but she's not no damn thing, you know. Now this guy, which we're going to talk about, Collie, like you touches it. Now look at me, look at my face. You see any wrinkles? You know what I'm saying? You see any? My hair is fully developed, whatnot. I have no gray or nothing. How the hell do I like I'm approaching 70?
You just talking trash.
You are talking shit, man. Everybody I meet think I'm in my 20s and 30s. You know, that's how young I look when I'm out in public. People think I'm a young guy. I have young guys right out there saying, "What's up, man?" What's up? And I had to tell them, "Look, I didn't go to school with you, right?" They think I'm a young guy. What's up, man? What's up, man? I said, "I'm not your man. I didn't go to school with you. I'm old enough to be your father." You know, so like that. I still deal with that to this day. I have to check young dudes because they think I'm young like they are. You know, I have to check them. Say I'm a grown man. You know, oh, I thought you were just, okay, yeah, show some respect. I still got to go to that right now. People think I'm some kid. You know, so when somebody says you like you're touching 70, that's a jealous dude like Buana who never come up here and show his voice. He'll never be man enough to come up here and show his face on camera. You know, that's what you deal with. So I wouldn't, which we call take too lightly to all these people out here. Social media people that basically just ugly people that don't want to show themselves, don't want to show their face, they don't want to show nothing. All they want is talk to bitter people that don't got nobody, don't got no money, no life, no nothing. But they want to talk shit, you know.
Yeah.
I say I'm coming out on the show. Why can't you show your face? You know, are you ugly? And the only reason why people don't show their face is because they're ugly, you know. Because they're ugly. You can't turn the camera on, 1 second. You know, what are you scared about, you know?
More in my face. Wow. Well, if he say you gotta show your face, you gotta show your face.
I'll let him up if he want to talk. But bottom line, I hate talking to like what you call people who just run their mouth like that and insist on not showing their face. If you're gonna talk about my looks and whatnot, let's see what you look like.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You talk about somebody's looks and what they look like and everything like that, then you basically ought to say, let me see what you look like, or see what you look like, that's what I don't understand about some of these people and whatnot, I get on people's platforms, I cam up all the time, you see what I look like and everything like that, You know, so I don't care. I'm like the Hishmana person, right? This person, another one will never come up and cam up and whatnot, you know? Okay. Who are these people, these weirdos? They sit back, they don't have a picture of themselves, and they talk shit, you know? It's one thing to do it like that, but but when you don't friggin' cam up or anything like that, and you want to talk about somebody else's looks, and at least the host looks, you should say, look, this is what I look like, and the audience decide. You think you're all that, like Audrey and whatnot. When the hell is she gonna cam up and come up here and whatnot? Show that she's a female. I think Audrey's a man.
I used to be in a chat talking like at different people's shit. I'd be like, some of these people might like be a man trying to act like a woman and shit.
I don't trust none of this shit, man. So I said I take it as a grain of salt when people talking,
Yeah, you never know. You never know, man. You never fucking know who these people are and shit.
His mind is this guy Mike Jones. This is weirdo talking about he's a copper-colored Native American, stupid shit, Dude, man, you ain't no copper-colored Indian shit, stop all that shit,
Yeah. All you gotta do is a simple DNA test.
DNA will solve all your problems, man. Remember Uncle Ruckus? Remember Uncle Ruckus when he found out I'm 100% African when he wanted to commit suicide? Remember that?
Well,
I'm black. I'm black. What do I do now?
All our grandmas told us we had the Indian side, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. All that ignorance.
Or take it and run with it. You probably had like one Indian grandparent or some shit along the way. Yeah. And then take that and run with it. Like,
I'm a Cherokee. Everybody just have to be the black-footed Cherokee. You ever notice that?
Yeah. That's the same thing.
They hate DNA. DNA is science, right? Look, they hate DNA until they get on Maury Povich, right? Let's find a Maury Povich.
Yeah.
Until they get on Maury Povich, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's play. Let's have some fun, man.
Hey, man, that show is embarrassing, man.
Yeah. They don't believe in DNA until they get on Maury Povich, and they don't have to pay that child support.
One of those ones be testing like 10, 20 different people. I'd be like,
one girl, one hood rat was like 25 dudes and whatnot. She ran off the stage. Man, you are not the father when the dudes start doing this dance and whatnot, so like that. Let me find a video. Let's have some fun tonight, man. Let's have some fun. I drank 2 glasses of wine. I said I wasn't going to drink more than 2 glasses of wine. Maybe I should have another one. Yeah, have another one. You are not the father.
Oh,
Richard, you know anything about this?
A woman can have that many people.
Richard, you know anything about this, Maury Povich?
Who? Sorry.
Maury Povich.
Oh, the Maury show.
Yeah, you are not the father.
Yeah, that was quite big in the UK as well.
Oh, it was? So y'all sitting over here watching Maury Povich passing judgment, aren't you? Huh? I think y'all slick.
And the Ricky Lake show as well.
Oh Lord!
How about Jerry Springer?
Oh, and Jerry Springer. Can't forget about him.
Oh Lord, Jerry Springer. I didn't even watch that shit.
Oh shit!
I didn't even watch Jerry Springer. That was just too far for me. Jerry.
Who is your dialect?
Jerry. Jerry Springer, they play the worst side of Black America and white America. You know what I'm saying?
Engineering technology at ECPI University.
Manual labor is quickly being replaced by automated systems. The need now is for skilled technicians that.
First of all, she needs to be talking about. Everybody, wait a second. This has been a very serious drama, okay? Really? And Colin recognizes that. Right. Get to the zone. Let's get this going. Hey, yo, all y'all go still crazy. Hey, yo, hold on. This is what I want. Okay, when it comes to 2-year-old AJ, Colin, you are not.
In
the case of 3-year-old Nailani, Rayshawn, you are not. case of 2-year-old Denver, Damon. You are not. When it comes to 1-year-old Destiny, Caesar, you are not.
Yeah, this is the only time Negroes love the DNA test. You know,
Yeah.
you're not the father. When it comes down to like proving that they don't got no Indian blood in them or whatever like that, suddenly DNA doesn't work. I don't believe in no DNA. I'm gonna let this guy Mike Jones get up there on Maury. Probably was already on Maury one night, and he probably jumping up on stage talking about you are not the father. And this guy Mike Jones, aka Hismana, he was probably up there doing backflips and cartwheel and coon dances and sambo dances off the stage and whatnot. You know. So the bottom line is these Negroes are comical, man. You know. So it was a comical.
When it comes to 3-year-old Kanaya, Quran, you are not.
I got. Look at this man. You're not the father. Yeah, see, he told that DNA.
When it comes to 1-year-old Khalees, Jose, you are not.
Oh, good.
Wilbur, you are not. One-year-old Kamari, Scout, you are not.
Upside down and inside out. I'm about to show all you.
In the case of 1.5-year-old Ty Priest, Aton, you are not.
This is when DNA works, right?
Yeah, this is when DNA is
When it comes to 8-month-old Brian, Kiari, you
looks like you got the child support. DNA is at
top of color of the hood.
You look like him.
Y'all
tell me what I look like him at. Y'all tell me that. I'm not the baby daddy. Hey, but if you are, you'll be in that job. No. 2-year-old Marcellus Isaac, you are not.
So that's what I said. These are your ADOS FBA people up here. They basically hate. They hate DNA, right? When you start talking about ancestry and everything, but when it comes down to getting out of child support or taking responsibility, they're like, oh, DNA is a thing. What if they say, well, DNA is not foolproof? That could actually be your son. No, I believe in DNA. It's foolproof science and everything like that. But you didn't say that the other day when you were trying to claim to be a Native American with no DNA proof, right? Like I said, Negroes, man. I got a PhD in Negroology, man. I know the Negro. The Negro is something else, man. Yeah, one of a kind. You know, like I said, on this side of the Atlantic, I keep black people in America in check. You know, I know who we are. You know. Here is it. Nigeria is the second highest in identity fraud, fraternal fraud found in the world. Well, I don't know about that, but 3 in 10 Nigerian men are not a father of their biological children. Wow. 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 Still other people's identity is shame. You know, I don't know what Aunt Nam's talking about. Recent studies have revealed that 1 in every 4 tested men turned out not to be the biological father. Nigeria works the second highest. You got to put some proof, bro. You got some proof for that?
Yeah, you gotta prove it, cause
You gotta prove that, man. You know, you can't just say stuff. People type something in the chat room. I typed it, so it must be real. When
do they even
Now
have?
Mufasa says paternity fraud is very high in Nigeria, so I'll believe Mufasa, but still, I would like some proof, some facts. Some data.
Yeah, well, I mean, well,
Some
they got
data.
child support in Nigeria too. Is that why?
No, there's a lot of Nigerians. There's awful lot of Nigerians. So there's like 200 million of them. So I don't know. But in America, we're in the first world. We're in the developed world. The stuff that we're going through is not. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
We're in a civilized, developed world. And that's Nigeria. You can't
I
compare the
was
two
wa-
countries.
I was watching a show, man. They was talking about child support is fraud. It's not
Oh,
even
child
legal.
support is designed to destroy families, destroy the men. They know what they're doing. You do
Yeah,
know the money that they collect from child support don't even go to the kids. It goes to some
yeah,
fund, whatever.
go to the state or
You know,
whatever. I forget the particulars, but I would have to watch it again. But I was like, God damn, they
yeah. The
destroying
people don't
people.
benefit from this. Right.
Yeah.
Foster sent me a text. He was like, okay, Nigeria ranks second highest in preferred for Vanguard and okay. But this is a Nigerian thing, That could be Nigeria putting that out there to get away from responsibilities. You never know.
Yeah.
It's written by a Nigerian, so I'll take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
If you like fraternity fraud, so I'll take that with a grain of salt. Nigerians try to get out of freaking their responsibility, you know.
Yeah.
So Negroism is worldwide, man. I go so far to black women, man. And us
Yeah.
black men, we got to do better, man, because our sisters out here hurting. You got people like Chantel and whatnot. She should have a man, man.
Yeah, they
She should have
ain't
a man.
doing.
She should have somebody. But
Trying to
Chantel, what's the problem is she don't want to live within her means. She knows she got Leroy at the gas station and probably will suck her up like a biscuit. And take her out there and wife her up and be happy and whatnot. But she don't want that.
Yeah, these women ain't delusional, man.
Yeah, they are crazy. You see the one they be fat and ugly. Talking about
Yeah,
I'm bringing $200,000 a year at least.
God,
What do you
laugh
bring
at
to the table? Me, you know what I'm talking. You seen them videos, right?
them. Hell
And I'm
yeah.
like, no, this got to be a skit or a gag. These women be dead serious,
What
man.
was his name? He used to do it all the time. He died.
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, Kevin Sam.
And they hate. She was laughing at Kevin Samuels the last night. About your man, he died. Kevin Samuel, he said he's gonna die alone, but he died and whatnot. She's one of the ones that hated Kevin Samuels.
Who?
Chantel.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I used to get on that show and just it's like, what are you talking about? Are you
I could not
crazy?
believe when he said, these are women out there like that, right? He said, I'm just gonna call and tell you story. I had no idea it was that bad. It was, check
Calling
this out.
back to back to back to back. Like, damn, no
When I
wonder.
basically saw Kevin Samuels, right? Because I wasn't sure about my fiance, my wife Isabella, right? When I watched Kevin Samuels say, "Yep, I think I'm done over here, man." I said, I said, I got a beeline. I gotta get the hell out of here, man. So I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I did the right thing. I'm doing the right thing. I got the hell out of that shit, man. America, man. I said these women are crazy, man.
Yeah, they absolutely crazy. You wait 400 pounds. You 70 years old. Talking about you want a man.
Yeah, and they're all celebrating Vivica. They don't want to not let us say what we really think about Vivica Fox. You know, you do that, you get jumped, man. You get beaten up one night. You know, they'll virtual signal you and all this kind of stuff. Make you feel bad for telling the truth. How you really feel.
She was hot in her younger days, but I seen a picture
She's
of her
60, man.
now.
She's a gam. She's a
Oh
granny.
God, man, she don't
Ah,
look good.
man, it's disgusting, man. It's disgusting, man. You know.
Yeah, she didn't.
She's looking for a man now. Whatnot, you know. She's looking for marriage.
She didn't take care of herself too good.
Hello, what's a gam?
Grandma.
A granny.
Oh.
Yo, like I said, I remember my grandma. I used to call her grandma, Gan. You know, I remember she was 46 years old, right? 45 years old, right? And which will call Chantel told me that's still young. You know, 46. I remember that was my gam. You know, I remember.
Still young for a man, not a woman.
She didn't understand that. She said, "Well, you're older than me. I'm a fucking man."
Yeah, they
You know,
don't.
they don't get it.
They don't understand.
We have no shelf life. We have a long shelf life, men. You know, and
Yeah.
a lot of black women.
Women live longer,
Everyone
but
understands that, except for black women in America. They think they can do what men do. You know, and compete with us on that level. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I say you're a gam. You're a gammy. You know. I said Gamma, so Chantel comes on. I'm just gonna call her Gamma. Gamma Chantel.
Yeah, where you at from? Till they
Yeah,
got some.
yeah,
Got some smoke for you.
that's how it usually is, man. People get scared when they want to come up here and whatnot, you know. They're hiding out and whatnot. She's scared of Frenchie when she said, I want no smoke from that chick, you know. You know, gam, you know. This show is like about fun. I like having fun with this show, man. I'll tell you what, I love my audience, love people and whatnot. I love you guys calling in and whatnot. I got the best audience in the world. You know, I got the best audience. I love this. You know, you guys have no much idea how much enrichment you guys give me to my life and everything, you know?
Yeah, brother. Same.
Too bad I can't make this a full-time gig. You know, I don't want to say these people like me. Look, you notice how I never do shows during business hours because I'm doing business. You know,
right.
I'm so busy during the week with my business going here and there, but like that, and I got people under me that depends on me, and everything. People, subordinates under me and everything. I can't in the middle of the afternoon, 3:00, tell I'm gonna do a freaking live stream. I can't do it. I'm too busy.
Yeah,
I get on things late at night when thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you only do that if that's like, you know, your job or something. But
Yeah, so that's what I say. When you start seeing people doing this in business hours, peak business hours, and whatnot, you gotta ask them, what the hell do you do for a living? Because, like I said, like between 9 and 5:00 in the day, you know, those are business hours.
Yeah,
Your
pretty
business
much.
could be in those hours, you know. So if you're on YouTube, I see you on YouTube doing lives, I'm gonna question, are you in business? Are you doing, you know what I'm saying? You know what you doing, or you basically living off the YouTube live streams and all the stuff like that. I cannot do that life, you know.
Yeah, some of these people, they make hella money off this shit.
Yeah,
but
is it enough to friggin' that you're wasting your life away? It should be extra money.
Yeah,
You know?
right.
Yeah, people are like, I'm gonna make a YouTube career. I can't see myself doing that, you know.
Yeah, most people not, you know, you're not gonna succeed with this shit because
You got people going to the African continent talking about they're gonna live off their YouTube channel, do it like that K and K video, K and K. Remember that K and K?
nah,
That fat
who is
chick.
that? I don't remember. I don't know who that is.
Remember the one that was talking about Ghana don't have no snacks. She'll try to diss Ghana and whatnot, you know. But they broke up.
Oh yeah, I did see her.
Yeah, well, she's still making videos in Ghana.
Oh yeah,
You know?
I did see her, man. I was
Yeah.
like, damn.
She's still making videos in Ghana, and that's how they make their living, these YouTube streams and whatever like that. I mean, that's I like this. Where is your pride? I mean, where is your pride? You're in your best money making. You're in your 20s and 30s, right?
Yeah.
That's your best 20s, 30s, and 40s. That's your peak money making years. You know, in your 50s, like me, I'm settled into my business and everything like that, and I'm just coasting to retirement. You know, I'm too close to the retirement. But building yourself up, competing to wherever like that, that's in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, right? How can you sit there and be in Ghana, friggin' worrying about a fucking YouTube channel and everything? That means you have no ambitions in life. And these are people sitting on YouTube telling you, come to Africa, come to Africa. We got it popping over here. Nigga, shut the hell up. No, you don't. I'm not one of those dudes to tell people to go to Africa. No, unless you got a residual income, steady residual, or a real thing, not no crypto or whatever like that, and you're making at least $5,000 a month, right? And you go over there and you get yourself an apartment and everything like that. You can live a good life in Africa, right? But if you don't have that, stay your black ass in the States, And I hate when people go over there and they try to make money. I know what they're doing. They're trying to make money off of YouTube streams. So I live in Ghana. So what? You live in Ghana? What the fuck? And then people are not watching that no more. It's like, okay, my life in Ghana. So you could be here too, struggling with no electricity, running water, and disease and shit like that. Yeah, come over to Ghana and whatnot. It's like, and they sit online all day talking about how bad people got it back in America. While they so I remember that chick, what's it, Juliet? Remember the fat one from the UK?
Oh yeah, the black shit,
Is it right? She's sitting there saying, "Y'all sitting in America, blah blah blah," and then in the middle of her live stream, the fucking power went out. Well, it's like, the fun never ends, man.
A lot of the funny thing is though, a lot of them they wind up coming back on YouTube and saying, "Oh no, I had to leave
I had to leave or not." Of course, we knew you had to leave, man. You're like what's that? The East Love and Migrates one. She's like in a really bad situation. She got a new dude, right? That ain't working out, And she got to come back. Remember, she had Prince Okoye. I interviewed Prince Okoye on Bomani's channel. Prince Okoye, once she beat up. Remember that? She fucked him up, man. She goes, "I gave you this, Lord have mercy." I'm like, "God damn, what's the Lord have mercy?" Lord have mercy. I was like, "Oh, Lord have mercy." I mean, she must have put it on him, man. She said, "That was my payment. I gave you the Lord have mercy."
Oh, her. Yeah, I remember seeing that video too. Yeah.
The fun never. This is what I said. The Pan-African movement is a 3-ring circus, and they call me the ringmaster. Of Circus of Deadly Clowns. That's what the College Genesis is. The ringmaster, the Circus of Deadly Clowns and whatnot. I got deadly clowns coming from all over the place, man. So bottom line is, so basically I gotta do things a different way. I told Jonathan last night, do this. Look, man, I'm starting from scratch. Like did you listen to last night's show, Bantu?
No, I had
it's almost 7 hours, man. But it's
yeah, I seen it. I was like, God damn, y'all went for 7 hours? Because
I was going to get off it. Then Chantel called in at the last minute, wanted to freaking beat me up and whatnot, and it stayed on. I'm supposed to end it, and she calls up, man. I'm like, okay, one more call. It was like an hour, man. We're going back and forth for another hour and shit. The last hour, just her. But I broke down the BAIO and all the stuff like that. I had the website up and everything like that. I broke down the BAIO. I'm going to do that more often. I said, look, this is what we're doing. So we got people joining the BAIO, I got a nice UK chapter, my UK chapter is really good, but, as maybe as people start getting their heads kicked in the UK, they might join the BAO and look at what we're saying, but Negroes are too comfortable, you know what I'm saying? They're too comfortable, So it's basically this Pan-African movement is basically the black people in America and the black people in the UK. That's it, Yeah, that's basically what it is. I'm finding out, black people in the UK. How do we move to the continent in peace and security and everything like that? No one's mapped that thing out because everybody that goes to the continent is struggling, man. There's no effort. Everybody's struggling.
Struggle is real over there. Everybody that go over there be like, damn shit.
And then, you know what's the hardest thing is transportation.
Transportation.
And when you're in Africa, if you're looking at like $60 a day for $60 USD a day for transportation. if you don't have a car. If you hire a driver and stuff like that, you know. So the bottom line is this: transportation is a thing, man. It's gonna cost you a lot of money. You know, Africa's not cheap, man. You know, in America, I said, why don't I spend? Because America, I have a car. You know, I can put $10 of gas in there, and that gives me a half a tank. You know, so $60 is about right. That's what I have to pay my driver and but the car that I'm renting and gas. That's about $60. You know. And Jonathan Bill said, "Don't cost that much." That's all. I don't know where you're at, but because of are you paying your driver $30 a day? If you got a driver that's acting like you're a slave, where your driver working for $10 a day, Jonathan? Come on, stop bullshitting me. You know, if the driver wants at least $35 a day, you're gonna spend at least $20 in gas.
Well, he in Nigeria, so you know they don't. I said he in Nigeria, so they hustle. They hustle hard, so you could pay them cheap.
Well, okay, Liberia, my driver, I'm paying him $30 a day. You know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So and all of that, I had an SUV, so I'm burning up gas. You know. How am I getting ripped off, Jonathan? Bottom line, that's what it costs. Even when you rent out a taxi, man, these guys want money. Liberian cab drivers, taxis, they make fucking real money, So the bottom line, I don't know what you got, man. Maybe because Nigerians got 1 billion people and like this. Yeah, Bolt's not there yet, Bafasa. I don't think we got Uber and Bolt there yet. That'd probably be a game changer, but that means you'll put all these taxis and these the KK guys who drive the KKs, you'll put them out of business, So this is how Africa works. If something threatens their livelihood, they don't care if it's for the better good of the country. They're gonna make sure that don't get put in there. And that's the first expense is transportation. I'm just going by what I went through in Liberia. Transportation, that's the freaking thing, Let's say Buana. I hope Buana comes up and cams up one night tomorrow. I want to come up one night.
There you go. Drop the link.
See who else will come up here and get dragged, Step right up to the College Genesis, right? See what you can do. Yeah, step right up. Take your shot. Only $3 a shot, It was the same thing when you the old carnival where you got the guy, you got to dunk him and whatnot, And he's walking by, he's like saying shit. Hey, yo, brother. You guys can't throw worth shit. You're like, give me this $5. Give it here. I'm gonna sink this motherfucker in the tank. You ever see those things?
Oh yeah.
Those things. You hit the thing and the guy falls in the water and whatnot. But they be freaking now here's Buana. Let's see what Buana has to say. Hey Buana, what say you?
Kamala.
Oh, I got my favorite savage on the line, Mike. Oh, what's going on, Mike?
Kamala, you can't take jokes no more. I was fucking with you, man.
Favorite savage, man.
I was joking with you, man. God damn, he's gonna react crazy. Come on now. God damn, I thought we. I knew he was gonna react. Just fucking. I just wanted to see what you say. That's why I was fucking with you. Hey, Kamala, how the hell you paying $60 a day for transportation in Liberia?
Because in Liberia, Liberians have tastes like Americans. They want money. They're not like other parts of Africa where people look
$60 a day.
No, that's not that. No, it's $30 a day for the. Well, I pay my driver $30 a day, right? But
you paying somebody? You paying that guy more than the ministers, man.
Well, bottom line is he making. I think about it now, but I can't. I've been paying him that for 3 years now, so I can't just go back on there. $30 a day was nothing,
dude. That's too much, dude. That got you.
So what am I going to say? And also, to be honest with you, I feed him too. When we and Isabella go out, he has she's always like, we gotta get the ball. In Liberia, women say the Liberian thing is like, because she's a Congo person, but the ball, we gotta feed the ball. I was like, yo, he's a grown ass man.
They got you, man. It's too much. It's too much. Even,
I look. I said I don't. I'm looking. Like I said, I spend a lot of money when I'm over there, man. I'm out thousands of dollars and I'm done. You know. And the bottom line is, I pay my driver. Also, I feed him, right? But basically,
you're supposed to be paying his ass $1 a day, man. You'll be fine though.
The only thing about Liberia, in the restaurant, the food is so cheap, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I'm saying. Like when you go to a restaurant, how much was the food? The food is probably less than. It's way less than it. You can hit a whole meal for less than $1 in a nice restaurant.
You're a nice restaurant.
If I can do it in Nigeria, I'm pretty sure I can do damn well like that in Liberia too.
In Liberia, you go to a nice restaurant, you're full with fish, lobster, everything, steak, and everything.
For 50 cents.
After 4 people, and the bill comes out to like $45. I'm like, shit.
$45 in Liberia?
Yeah.
They're robbing you, man.
You know, for 4 full meals, rice, everything, 4 full plates.
They're robbing you, dude. They're robbing. There's nowhere in Africa you get a meal for $45, dude. They're robbing you, dude.
Everything. Hey, bottom line is that's good for me. Flounder.
There's no third world country in the world where you get. Even there's no country other than maybe United States and maybe all these European countries, expensive countries, where you hit a meal for $45.
America, one meal is like $40. You know.
That's what I'm saying. There's no third world country in the world where they charge you. Who the hell in the country can afford that kind of meal?
That's for 4
You're the only one paying that shit in that country. Even the president cannot. Don't make the salary to be paying $40 a meal.
That's for 4 meals, 4 people.
$40, $10 a person for a meal in Africa. They're robbing you, man. Maybe you should have went to diners. Maybe it would have showed you the way before you went by yourself. Those Liberians are ripping you off big time. They're getting rich off of you.
We got this place, is a restaurant and nightclub in Liberia, the best nightclub I've been in my life, called the Calabash. That's the best nightclub in the world. You know, and the food is
the Calabash.
The Calabash. You know,
oh, Calabash.
And they got fish. You get these big giant fish like this on a plate of rice, everything like that, and vegetables, everything like that. And the meal's only like around $11. But I'm like, shit, that same meal in America. You see how big the fish is? You eat the fish with
$11. Oh my God.
And like this, you know, and in Liberia, they bring out these.
Kind of like if you spend that amount in Nigeria, you will have the best days of your life. Even the richest part of Nigeria, Dangote and everybody lives, you won't spend that much. I'm telling you, organic meal.
I'm satisfied with that, Liberia. But my point I'm trying to make is,
I'm not trying to invite you to Nigeria. I'm just saying, like, hey.
In Africa, you know, it's not cheap in Africa. It's not.
It's not cheap in Africa. They're ripping you off, man.
A lot of people go over to Africa, Black America, go to Africa with no money, no nothing, and when I think they're gonna have a YouTube.
Nah, Africa is cheap, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, if Africa is expensive, everybody there will be dead. It's very cheap.
No.
They're robbing you, man. They have your accent, you don't know nothing.
You don't know what lifestyle you want over
there. They just scamming you.
If you want a lifestyle,
you gotta know. You gotta know.
Like, I'm sitting there, and you go into a nice restaurant. Most Africans in Liberia can't afford to go in those restaurants to begin with. You know. So the bottom line is the average African.
Exactly.
Me, I'm coming over here with a lot of money. You know, and so the bottom line is it's not that bad. I'm saying the average. I'm talking about, I could not live in Liberia, right, in Africa, right, and live there and try to make a living there. I would not succeed. You know, only way I can succeed is when I go there. I'm coming with a bunch of money, and it's like, okay, this is my vacation money, and I'm spending it, whatever, like that. And I got to budget out and everything like that. But you got people over there talking about, I'm quitting my job and I'm moving to Africa and whatnot, and they have no means of really generating income. You know, you got to generate income while you're over there. I'm convinced of that. People go over there and it's like, oh,
anywhere in the world, you got to generate income. When you making, man, you know, why you gonna be going to sit on wealth?
No, what I'm saying is I'm trying to warn people before they go over there and they listen talk about, oh, we're going to Africa, like around in the Bag family.
So you have to warn somebody to know that they got to make money to survive. You need to warn somebody. Anybody have to tell that.
It's a motherland. They think it's a motherland, and so motherland will take care of them.
So it's free.
The motherland will take care of them and all that. So they're home. Well, now, okay. All right.
So, Carla, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you wrote a book. You wrote a book called The Journey to the Promised Land, right?
Yes.
So, if you think that Africa is a bunch of savages, why would you write a
I
book
didn't say
called
Africa,
Journey
but I
to the
said we have
Promised?
savages in Africa. We have savages in Black America.
Yeah, but I mean, you when you say that Africans, you refer to them as savages sometimes.
No, I've heard some people act like savages, like Mike sometimes.
Carlos speak from both sides of his mouth, man.
Okay, as a, such a savage. You born it, you act like a savage sometimes and whatnot.
No
I don't know
sweat,
if you're
no
a
sweat.
In what sense, man? Explain it, Carlos. Because I cry, because I respond to your dozens and stuff like that. That makes me a savage. I mean, you crack jokes on Africans, and when someone returns these jokes, and you begin to
you come on,
you
you
start
come on
calling
and
people savages.
you hold up. You did a research and found out all those things I had put up a couple weeks ago about the Black businesses were actually Caribbean immigrants. That's savage, man. Come on.
No, they're fourth generation and second
No, they're
generation.
not first generation, bro. They're African American. We've known
Have you
about
done
these
your
people.
Have you
All
done
these
your
people that you
background
saw
check on
there,
that?
all these
Anyway,
people
I gotta
that
go
you
do
know
something. I'll call back.
thing. We know these families. These are prominent African American families. Been there for generations. We know them already. You know, so you're just gonna somehow erase their history. That's erasure. You know, a civilized person don't do that. I would never go and erase your history, erase your heritage and whatnot.
Yeah,
Just
but
say, hey,
Kali,
look,
but Kali, you do it all the time though. When you say that Caribbean people or Black immigrants don't do nothing, you know,
I never said that.
This is not the first video you made. You made several videos before, and then
Like
when
what? What did I say? They don't do nothing.
Just last night, you know, if you go over some of the things that you would have
Okay,
said.
give me specific. If I said something wrong, I'll apologize.
No, I think that you was talking smart at the time. I don't think you was serious, but I think that you just said.
But what did I say? What did I say?
Last night you just said that Caribbean or immigrants, they don't do nothing. They don't make themselves a success like Black Americans.
I never look. I never said that. What I'm saying is that Black America was a template of success in the Black Western world in the world. And like I said before, a generation ago, right? I used to talk to this Romanian girl. She said, "Yeah, we grew up watching the Cosby Show, whatnot." You know, in South Africa, the shows like the Cosby Show created the model for the Black middle class all over the world. That's the truth.
But the Cosby Show,
you know?
The Cosby Show was a show. The Cosby Show, with respect to you, the Cosby Show was a show made in 1990s, right? I'm saying that you didn't see
1980s.
No problem. You being from New York City, you didn't see examples of that kind of similar success living in New York City before.
Yes, I did.
The Cosby Show. So why would you say? So how could the Cosby Show be a template when you saw examples of that prior to the
I'm
Cosby
talking
Show?
about the template for the rest of the world, not the template for us, but that was a template for the rest of the world because the rest of the world, like I said, they were the first example shown globally of about a successful non-white family. Before the Cosby Show, people from all over the world, Europe, Africa, Asia, saw Leave It to Beaver, saw all these things like that as that was America to them. You know, Cosby Show came in. They said, okay, and more people, it resonated more with people around the world than the popular shows like the Brady Bunch and stuff like that, because there were people of color.
Which people are you talking about? You talking about Black people?
I was dating a Romanian girl, and she said that was the number one show in Romania and Colombia too.
Okay.
The number one show in Colombia was the Cosby Show and Fresh Prince and stuff like that. You know,
no sweat.
They gravitate to African American culture.
Okay,
yeah,
so no sweat, and I understand that. But all I'm saying is that my example of Black success wasn't based off of the Cosby Show or what you refer to as the middle class. I saw that in the Caribbean long before I saw the Cosby Show. But to your point. Yeah,
but in America though,
you're right. Okay, so in America,
there's always going to be wealthy people around the world when that. But
absolutely,
that was a template in the United States.
Yes, sir.
The industrialized world. There's a Black
sir.
community there that's middle class. That's a pinnacle.
Yes, sir. But I'm saying that you being from New York, your reality is different from what you see on TV. So I'm saying that you was in New York prior to the Cosby Show ever airing on network television.
To be honest with you, Randy, you know something? When the Cosby Show came out, I was never watching. I never watched it. You know, because bottom line is this: that was in my hip hop years when I was trying to get away from black middle class. My family was black middle class, but I wanted to be in the streets, in the hood. You know, that's what I wanted. You know,
no sweat, no sweat.
Bringing black middle class.
No sweat, but you knew there were black folks in New York City who was living relatively in a middle class lifestyle.
Yeah, we knew that when that's what Bill Cosby shows to emphasize.
That's all I wanted to say. So the reality was basic. The art was basically mimicking the reality of what you know New York to be at that time. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, somewhat. You know, we always knew there was black bougie people, you know, and black middle class people. I had in my family, you know, cousins that were basically my uncle Albert and my cousin Kat. They were like the Cosbys because when they came around the family, he would always feed his kids before he went to any sort of family function, right? So he made sure his kids are never hungry, like they're eating too much or whatever like that. Because he was like, you know, and his kids were always going to things like piano lesson and doing the violin and stuff like that. They're really cultured, you know, stuff like that. You know, they're more cultured than my because these are my first cousins. They're more cultured than we were, you know. So yeah, I knew people like that, and even my own family. Now his kids right now. My cousin Debbie is friends with that Letitia James from New York, the prosecutor and the attorney general. They graduated college. They're still friends to this day. That's my cousin Debbie. So his family, all that family, they're all millionaires and whatnot. They own lots of property in Long Island, stuff like that, you know. And so basically, yeah, I know there's black people that live that life, you know, that bougie life. They live in Jamaica Estates. Was based on the Coming to America. Remember the movie Coming to America? Jamaica Estates. My family lives in Jamaica Estates, you know, in Jamaica, Queens, you know, where rich people live.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer. I want to just quickly answer Mustafa's question because he's like, "Well, how did I know about it?" Kala makes sometimes he makes statements, and I think that sometimes he's kidding, but sometimes he makes statements like, you know, the third world is a bunch of shithole people with no luck, just living in the dirt and shit like that. Some people,
you know, I'm just joking.
I know.
I go to Liberia, man. That's third world you can get. It's a first world mentality, right? But it's actually a third world country. It wants to be a first world country in the culture. Culture is a first world country, but reality is third world. You know.
But Kala knows, and he'll tell his audience this when he feels like it. But Kala knows that some people in the third world living relatively successful.
Of course, that's obvious, man.
Yes, some people in the third world live sometimes. Some of them live better than Americans in America.
Of course,
you know. So
you always have rich people in the third world countries and everything. America, the whole thing about America is just to be here. Being here is a privilege because if you live in America and you live in a lower class community, when there's some sort of social safety net, some sort of psychological safety net here, you know. It's culture. It's a psychological being in the United States legally. You know, there's psychological. You know.
Yes, sir.
And so therefore, even if you live in, let's say you live in, you live in the rich part of Colombia, right? You're always thinking in your mind, shit can go left. You know, you live in a rich part of Haiti. You think it should go Mexico. Same thing. You know, damn, I might be a victim of kidnapping by the cartels, whatever like that. In America. The reason why America is thing is because once you're in America and you're part of America, you know, even if you just live in a trailer park, you're gonna have a certain safety and life that you may not have around the world because the world's an unstable place, you know.
No sweat. But Kala, let me say this: sometimes the narrative is that immigrants come to the country in America. They are economic immigrants. They come looking for work, right? No problem. I have no problem with that idea. But there are some people, let's just say I had a business where I am in the Caribbean, right?
Right.
And the Caribbean is a limited amount of people. There's only 400,000 people in my country. America is 360 million people. That means I have 360 million possible consumers. Why would I just limit myself? Even because I might not be doing a bad in the Caribbean, but why would I just limit myself with that small economy when I could enter a much larger economy and make more money? That's a business decision. So sometimes some of our brothers and sisters don't understand. Not everyone who comes to America is to take opportunity away from the average African American. Sometimes it's just
you heard me last night, right? I said I personally am not threatened by any immigrant that comes here. You know, me personally, right? And I don't think most African Americans are either. You know, I don't think so. You know, you're more threatened by Hispanics and stuff like that. Why? Because they come in larger numbers and they're more organized than black immigrants. You know, and the bottom line is, and it's real a threat that a lot of labor. And then let's put it like this: black people in America didn't do what it was taken to isolate themselves from this. We don't have our own staffing business. We didn't basically create this job situation, everything like that. We gave up on building our own unions and trade associations, everything like that, you know, and negotiating labor contracts. And we gave up all that and everything. And then we want to know if the immigrants come over here and they're going to do the same job you could do. Why are you getting upset? You know, we refused to organize and everything. Back when we had the chance back in the 90s and everything like that, we said we need to organize our labor so we can get like this. And black people didn't want to do that. So now I say we're sitting there vulnerable because the businesses always go for who's cheaper. What we wanted to do was take the work that we was doing for generations, right, and pass it on to our future generation. That wasn't going to happen. In other words, if you retire with a pension fund and stuff like that, with this right here, right, or your son is expected to do more than you did, right? So businesses looked at it and say, you know something, if we stay here any longer, right, you know, the next generation of businesses, we paid them $15 an hour. Next generation will want $25 an hour for the same work and probably work less, not as hard. And they're going to want all these benefits and everything like that. So it's easier to either hire immigrants or outsource the job overseas to China and Mexico and everything. It was a business decision. And we put ourselves.
But Kala, that's half of the story. That's half of the story. Sometimes, well, when you get a chance, you also need to tell your audience that within America, there are shortfalls, which means that there are not enough of teachers, there are not enough nurses, there are not enough doctors. And sometimes the American corporations go to places like the third world.
We all don't talk about that enough, but I know all that. It's globalism, you know, H1 visas and all that. And they basically, we're living in a global world because, like I said, the business I do, right, I got to get ready for the fact that I might have a client from Japan, right, who needs benefits, whatever like that, health benefits and whatever, like for his employees, right? He may own a company in New Jersey, right? And I got to deal with a Japanese. So we're living in a global world. Anybody that's a professional, like I'm on my level, right?
Yes, sir.
We understand this is a global world we live in, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not the same as it was before, where you go there, get a job and everything. Your owners of your company that you work for could be in Switzerland. They could be in all these Prague. They could be in all these places and everything. And that's the way it is. It's they outsource human resource departments in different parts of the world, different companies, whatever. So we're living in a global world. And like I said, Black America, for the most part, we're not ready for that. We thought that if America does good and everything like that, we'll do good and everything. And America is like, yo, look, we're a part of the global world. And if you can't keep up and everything or adapt, you're going to be left out. And part of it is the fact that we got a lot of people coming to this country from other countries and everything like that. And the Black people in America are like, oh, man, we're getting no, you're now competing in a global thing.
Yes, sir.
President Barack Obama said that, right? He said, look, why should, he was basically saying, and I don't agree with this, but he said, we got mechanics in America making like $40 an hour and a mechanic in Peru doing the same work making $2 an hour. When that's not fair.
Sir. Yes.
And
yeah, Kala, it seemed like you are on the. I know you on the ball. I'm gonna read the BIO, your manifesto. I'm gonna read through it thoroughly. You know, I made a promise to myself to do that. But when I am in the chat, sometimes I'm just trolling you, bro. I think that you are brilliant.
How you do, bro? It's all good fun.
I think that you are brilliant. I absolutely think that you're a brilliant dude. I think you're very smart. Some of your points I don't agree with. I know we josh and run the dozen sometimes, man. Don't mind me. I'm just joking. But I know you are very serious.
Keep up with all the good work.
It's all love, man. It's all love, brother. It's all love. I'm out.
It's all good. I talked to you. Wasn't you the guy I talked to on Chaotic Truth that one night?
Maybe I can't remember, man. I don't know.
No, not KI
Yeah.
Truth. Kofi the Black Cricket.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we
Yes,
had a
sir.
good conversation that night.
Yes, sir. Always, man. Yeah, always, man.
He's a character, Kofi.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm just messing
Well,
with
how
you,
come he
man.
hasn't come over here, man? How come he hasn't come over?
I'm trying. Your brother's a conservative, Republican. He's more.
I'm not
Democratic.
a Republican. I'm not Brandon, man. I'm not that, man. That's what I said.
I'm gonna tell him to come though.
Kofi hates my guts, man. I call him the Black Cricket. You know.
No, I'm gonna tell him to come. But he needs to have better dialogue because the both of y'all are political.
Kofi is like, if he meets me, he's gonna want to beat me up and whatnot. You know.
Nah.
Like,
The both of y'all are brilliant.
Like this, and I'm like, you're from Guyana, man. You don't understand certain things. And I know Kofi, he's a typical.
He's a New Yorker too, though, Kala. He's a New Yorker.
Yeah,
he's a New Yorker.
And that's all I'm trying to tell him.
Yeah.
Back in the days, right? He remembers back in the days, right? We did not see each other as Guyanan, Puerto Rican.
Yes.
Like that. If you were down, by law, you were down by law. That's like this. You were Puerto Rican, whatever like that. If you were down with the culture, you were down with the culture. We didn't see no Puerto Rican, no Haitian, none of that.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
That's true. The outsiders.
That was New York, man. That was something unique to New York.
If you were from New York, you wouldn't understand that. They don't understand.
You're not from New York, you don't understand that.
That's how they. Yeah,
Puerto Rican dude, but the black dude, and they're basically calling each other brother when they look nothing alike. You know.
Yeah.
They don't understand. Yeah. People from outside don't understand it.
They don't understand.
I'm from New York. Hey, Kala.
New York. Yeah, what's going on, brothers?
I'm out the Kala, man. I'm gonna continue to listen out.
All right, brother.
I didn't want his monitor to leave, man. I wanted to find out more about that brother. I just been listening in the cut, man, listening to you guys, and I heard this young brother talking, so I wanted to hear, because I always see him in there making his,
Yeah, I know. I got my fan club and whatnot, and you know what I'm saying. You know how they are, man. They keep me on my toes. I want Kofi the Black Cricket to come on, man. That's his boy. I had a good conversation with him one time on Kofi's show. A few weeks ago when I went good, man. I said, okay.
Some of these guys, they probably know me. Well, they don't know me as Dollar Bill, but some of those guys, I know some of their parents. I might even know this guy's parent.
Yeah,
from Guyana, because I had a good friend from Guyana.
Yeah, so I understand. If you're from Guyana, you go from New York, right? You don't know nothing about this ADOS FBA shit, because basically in New York, man, it was just like, yo, you're black, you're black.
Well, you know what it is? There's always been. How can I say? Well, let me just try to say it. I had a conversation, believe it or not, already with the brother Baruti. I know he's probably in the chat right now.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with him earlier today. And there's always like the kids of I grew up in the 70s. So like the kids in the 60s, the parents that came here in the 60s, they had their own little things, how they felt about African Americans and so on and so forth.
Right. The kids
but the kids in the 70s, they got along because irregardless of what they were experiencing at home, their experience outside of the home was African American life.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So they didn't have accents.
Most black people I know.
Yeah, they didn't have accents, and stuff like that. So you wouldn't even know unless they told you so. A lot of guys, and I'm in my 50s. There's a lot of guys I grew up with. If I didn't know their parents, like if I went to their crib, I wouldn't even know they were Caribs, right? Unless they told me this is my mom or introduced me, that's my uncle or so on and so forth, because they didn't have accents. They came here early. If they weren't born here, they came here when they were 8, 9 years old. Right. So they didn't have any accents, but some of them, they had.
Ain't that amazing? Ain't that amazing? Right? Can you think back and say, yo, my boy Pat, he was Haitian, but he basically was just down by law. He was down. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Oh yeah,
that's New York.
I never disliked the Haitian until that guy on Dinus and Mir's show. Oh, you used to argue with all the time.
That's why when I heard him, man, Lou Major, right? Me and him, we were arch enemies. I said, "Where the fuck you come from, nigga?" He moved in again.
Every Haitian I ever met.
He's from Boston. He's from
You
Boston.
weren't you like talking to him behind? Y'all was like buddy every other episode.
No. Luke Major.
Now they were at war all the time.
You was
He
talking to him
called me.
behind
No,
the scenes.
we were arch enemies. He called me one time. He said, "Look, because some people were like, he wanted the connections to the BAO in certain countries and whatnot, like Angola and stuff like that, right?" So I hooked him up, right? And the bottom line is when I got on a conference call with him with this guy named Michael Jackson, this guy Michael Jackson, that's how the whole thing started, right? And so they were gonna get this Swiss company to finance their bank, whatever like that. And Mike Jackal said, if you talk to Kamala, if he says it's cool, it's cool. He said, well, I know Kamala from Dynasty or whatever like that. Well, okay, fine. So when I got on the freaking call with him, right, Lou Major, right, he said he was in Africa, right? His call said Colombia. That's what made me suspicious about him the whole time. He was in Colombia the whole time. Then one time he was doing a show with Dynasty, right? He said he was in Ghana, right? Now it was 4:00 in the afternoon. Dynasty was doing a show. Why is it still light outside where you're at? He's sitting on the front porch. I said, isn't that nighttime over there? Why is it light outside? So he was, when I said, Dynasty, you didn't catch that shit? He says he's in Ghana, right? He's in Africa, right? Smoking a cigar and whatnot. Next thing you know, I'm looking at it, it's bright light and over there. I'm like, wait a minute, it's supposed to be like 8:00 at night, 9:00 at night over there. All this shit didn't add up with me, Luke Major. That's why I didn't.
I remember going on there. People was like giving him a pass.
Yeah. Oh, I never gave him a pass. I used to write Dynasty Samir all the time on Instagram, talking about what kind of creep he was, man. And that, and I would, and why would he allow him to even come to his show and say the repugnant things?
He said, we got to exterminate Black Americans to save the Black race. He said, good half of us.
I even, like I said, I barely called in, and I called in and went head to head with him a few times because I felt like nobody would do it. Like nobody would stand.
I remember that. And y'all really got into it. That was nasty. I was on the show. I was on that show.
I was the one that told him his wife didn't like him only because she needed to get out of Colombia. Remember?
Yeah.
I never liked the dude, man. The things that he said was really repugnant and just horrible, man. The way
that was when I started to see how many, because I didn't really notice. So my mentality is that everybody's just black and whatever. I didn't really.
Yeah,
I didn't see a need for that.
Lou Major woke me up with that shit, man.
Well, it wasn't really Lou Major that did it. It was the audience. So I
the audience, the people that were cheering that shit on.
Right, and then I'm thinking the audience is mostly like I noticed he had a lot of immigrants. Yeah, I started to notice that.
I'm like, so I said to myself, what the hell's going on? And then Dynasty, I started asking Dynasty, man, dude, man, are you African American or what, man? I'm trying to say, well, you, because I still am African American, at the end of the day.
Well, my mentality is like, bro, I'm not gonna let you talk about no African like that. Like if you going in on Haitians, I would defend them. If you going in on Nigerians, I would defend them. You know what I'm saying? That's how I used to be. I kind of backed off of that a little bit, you know what I mean? Because I found myself, because everybody who knows me, they know, oh, I'm the Africa guy. I'm the one always going to Africa. And they kept coming to me about why the Africans is doing this, why they doing that, why they feel like this, do they feel like this? And I was like, bro, I'm tired of speaking for Africans. They can speak for themselves, bro. So like, y'all got to get out here and speak for yourself. If y'all don't feel a way about us, y'all got to say it. I'm not speaking for all these people anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm speaking in general, and then in the reality, some of them do feel that way. So I can't speak for all of them. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think it's so much that people really feel certain ways. I mean, they have their own understanding. I don't, in New York, I don't know where you from, brother. Maybe you're from New York too. I think people deal with each other, and they don't have those big issues the way it makes it seem on the internet. I know for a fact that I think the problem is the Caribbeans in New York have probably fully integrated into African American life.
Just true. Not in Boston,
bro.
Not in Boston, like where Major come from.
No, but
I learned a lot, man. I learned a lot, man. The internet taught me a lot, and stuff like that. So we come up there with this Pan African stuff, and these people from Boston and places like that, They ain't feeling African Americans the way people in New York did. You know.
No, well, I don't know if that's completely true, but but I'm just saying because I know that sometimes with continental Africans, they're busy trying to survive and do what they have to do, but they tend, even though they like church and certain things, they tend to be more to themselves and to do their own thing, which is okay. I don't think
it's
we have a
okay, man.
problem with that.
I think they should integrate. Like we don't have a problem with it in general, but I kind of do. I feel like they should integrate more than that.
Well, I mean, listen. I understand you. I mean, this is the same thing that people talk about with African Americans in Ghana and various people. When you go into a place, you don't know anybody, right? And so the people that you do know, they're from back home and so on and so forth. You got to understand that people from the Caribbean, they've been doing this since the 60s, some even before that, have integrated into the African American. So I got a first cousin and her father is a Jamaican dude. My first girlfriend was a Jamaican woman. So I'm just saying those type of things go way back in our culture in New York, whereas the Africans, they don't have that background like the Caribbeans do.
No, but this is the thing, bro. So it's all good, so it seems, right? But then in their own spaces, when you talk to people, they be saying little slick stuff.
Yeah, but I don't. That doesn't bother me. I mean,
no, okay, but the point is that what you're seeing, and you're seeing that there's no issues. It's not true. It's a facade. People just ain't saying it to your face.
No, I don't believe that. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
I was involved in a class action suit several years ago, maybe like around 1993, and I was working for a city agency, and I had started the suit. Me and another brother, an African American brother, he's passed. His name is Robert Joyner, and I'm not trying to name drop, but he's one of the other guy Joyner's in the media, his first cousin. And everyone else who was on that suit, okay, were Nigerian brothers. And so all of them were in the same agency, and I had moved on to another agency. But because I was part of the suit, I had the release to go. And they had the opportunity when we settled to say, I don't want to give this brother any money, because technically they didn't have to. But all of them said, we're going to share our money with you because of all of the work that you did. So I wouldn't come out and say, that's how they feel. No, I also had a brother Nachiyama, shout out to my brother, who allowed me to come and teach for him. So I've in a college where I taught my first class in college because of him. He was a professor. So I'm not saying that we don't have issues, but it's not that deep.
No, but I'm saying if we want to list good things and stuff like that, these people are not all bad people or nothing. Like, these ain't white people. You see what I'm saying? Most of this stuff is ignorance, to be honest. But what I'm saying is, when we watch the video of this nurse practitioner, and she's telling this guy, "You're a slave, you're a slave, you're a slave." I don't really, personally, whatever. I know I have an issue with the slave. I don't care.
Well,
But
she didn't even look like a black person, and I'm not trying to, much less, I don't even know what kind of African she was.
She's a Fulani. She's a Fulani.
She 100% looked like a black person.
Oh,
Like most
she didn't
people would
100%
identify
look
her
like
black.
she.
Fulani. That's how Fulani women look.
Yeah,
No.
I know.
Fulanis look many different ways.
Me exactly. I know some Fulani women that, and she looked like she had a lot of little Indian inside her, or she looked like an Indian to me. And so I don't really care what people, sticks and stones can break my bones, but words, they don't hurt me that much, man.
No,
because
but
we feel that way about people.
Just let me land my point real quick. My
go
point
ahead,
was,
brother.
where did she get that language from? You see what I'm saying? I don't really care if I go to Discala, I'm not gonna call him a slave. I'm a
true, but look at the other things that we call each other, man. Look how we disrespect one another.
That fact, though.
The only thing I would say, the only thing that she has against her was the fact that she's a nurse practitioner. That's close to a doctor. That's one step up from being a doctor. right?
I don't care about that. I mean, people
No,
lose
no,
their temper
seriously, you
sometimes.
have to. Why? Because when you're a doctor, you're in the care of people's lives. You have to be above human. As far like I said, I could never be a doctor. I could never be a police officer. You know, and I could
No,
never be a
that's
judge.
correct. I talked to my cousin today. I sent him the video. He's a doctor, and he said it's unacceptable. He said there's nothing. He said no, you could never do that. I was trying to like ask. He said no, but my issue is more so, where is she getting this language from? You get what I'm saying? Where's it?
That's
Oh,
something
you're a
that's deep
slave.
down
Or
in our heart. You know,
that's the point, Kyla. That's all I'm saying.
I've
it's
heard a
something
lot
that's
of
deep down in
people
our heart. You
say
know,
that type of rhetoric. I've seen it on Twitter. You know, people say certain things to hurt other people. I've heard a lot of disparaging things that people like Tariq Nasheed say
yeah, Tariq
about
is the worst.
continental Africans, right? So I mean, we have to expect, right?
It's social media. It's
When
social
other
media.
people say nasty things, that they're gonna have something nasty to say too, right?
I hear that,
So-
but if
and
you,
and
my
and the, and the
country,
question would be, where did he get that stuff from? Where did he get that feeling? So the same
what
thing
he
can be
said,
said.
he told she has an African accent. He said go back to Africa or Spain. I mean, that was specific to her. That wasn't some overall Fulani diss or whatever. That was specific to her.
Yeah, but I mean,
She did
he
an
could have said
overall
something. He
diss of
could have
us.
That guy
dealt with
should.
her
He
on a
one.
different
I
level
don't
too.
think that guy should have said that. You know,
Of course, he
Exactly.
shouldn't have said.
He should
Neither
have
of them.
said that in the first place.
None of them should have said it. Like people have disputes. I don't really care about that. You get what I'm saying? People get into it. Like they probably was like whatever he trying to roast her or whatever. And shit, he had that lady messed up. She was like, "Bro, you ain't about to get on me. I'm gonna talk shit about you back." He ain't see it coming. Probably. She was with the
Yeah,
bullshit.
and that's
It
another thing I keep
happens.
saying. Why is it a lot of Black Americans don't see this coming when Africans strike back, hit back? I don't understand that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm not tripping on hitting back. I'm just all I'm saying is
No,
that
but I'm saying I understand that, Mufasa. I'm saying why is it that Black people in America, when Africans hit back, they really hit back hard? You know, they'll go there. You know, they'll go there and they'll say, "We're like, well, what did I do?" You said something that pissed them off, and then you say something. Then when they say something, the ultimate, like mock you for slavery and call you a welfare baby, or deal with a stereotype or something like that, you act shocked. And when they're like, "Oh my God, how you went there?" And whatnot, how you went there. And the bottom line is this: and also, first of all, you have to brace yourself, right? You have to realize, first of all, there's a lot of stereotypes out there about us, right? That are untrue and everything like that. Black people walk around with these blinders on that everything's okay. And then when somebody non-black, like they expect that from white people, right? But they don't understand. You got a lot of Black people who basically, anytime they can use those stereotypes to and weaponize them against you. And that's what Black people get shocked at. How you say it? That's something I expect from a white supremacist. No, that's somebody you respect that from somebody that's trying to hurt you. You know,
yeah,
well,
but you know what?
I don't want to hear no immigrant saying no stereotypical stuff. Personally, I
But
don't
you
wanna
know
hear
the
yeah,
that.
but that's
underlying
the way
I
it
ain't
is,
trying to hear
bro.
none
That's
of
the
that.
way. There's nothing we can do about it, man.
Yes,
the
we can. We could
underlining
get her
thing
fired
is,
just like we did, and the next one that do it, I hope they do it again. I don't want to hear none of
listen.
that shit.
You know
Period.
what it is? I think I more than think, that a lot of people. Well, put it to. Let me just come out and say it. There used to be a popular talk show host years ago. This white guy, and I knew. I'm not gonna. I don't remember his name distinctly. And white people put it in foreign people's head that they're superior to African Americans. And this was going on in the 70s because this is what they do. So they kind of repeat back. That's why you will constantly
Exactly.
hear foreigners say, this is a nation of immigrants. It is not. This is not a nation of immigrants, right? Just like Black people have been here for 400 years, you got white people who've been here for 400 years also.
Well,
Right?
but a lot of them came recently though, and then they
No,
had.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that a lot of them did not come recently. I'm just saying there have been people who have been here for 400 years too, right? And so there are people who feel certain ways about immigration. You see, New York is a cosmopolitan city, but the rest of the United States isn't. There might be one or two more states that are cosmopolitan, but they're nothing like New York, right? So when immigrants come to New York, they think this is America, and this isn't.
Yeah, like Kennedy Airport. You're with Kennedy Airport?
Yeah.
Kennedy Airport, you hear a lot of people speaking Shnagalaga. I call it foreign language Shnagalaga. And go there, you would think you was at the UN, man. Yeah, there's nothing but foreigners there. And when that's the first impression of America, Kennedy Airport, you think America's like that. That's not the case, So
hey, what's going on, Kyle? How you doing?
Let me get Jamal on. What's going on, Jamal?
Hey, the brother made a great point about, an awesome point when he said America is not a nation of immigrants, and I think we don't really get this nation of immigrants kind of narrative until like the 1960s, right? I think when JFK was running for, it was propaganda, and it actually came from his book. Right, his book, he was saying, we're a nation of immigrants. That was one of his famous speeches, and people kind of ran with that and took on it. If you look at 1888, one of the first laws they put in this country, years later, it was the ban of exportation of Chinese immigrants. Right, if you look at one of the first laws, you can't be an immigrant and be president. Right. So United States has never been a nation of immigrants, and we have to remember that it's a settler colonial state. Immigrants came in waves, not immigrants, settlers. I'm gonna say came in waves. You
people
had
who built the country were people.
Built the country, and also Colin that built it. Right? People think people just came off this one particular boat.
I said that all the time. People think they came off the boat, start building shit.
Yeah, the narrative, right? The narrative, they came in waves, right? So you get the first wave, right? You get the English, right? The Germans come, the Irish even come, So we have to stop this narrative that this is a nation of immigrants. It's never been a nation of immigrants,
No,
right?
but what you're describing right now,
think about it like this, right?
What happens is they erase the significance of being Black American and what we went through and everything. They said we're a nation of immigrants. So basically, like in Harlem right now, it's all Senegalese, and they said we're the new Harlem, and they basically said Harlem was always African. No, these are African Americans.
No, it wasn't. And also, Kyle, I'm gonna land here 10 seconds. Also, when we think about a settler colonial state, right? Because that's what America is, right? The Irish, right? The Irish as a class aren't even immigrants. I believe every a police officer in New York City, police commissioner in New York City, except maybe 3 of them were Irish, right? So they chose to even be part of the settler colonial class. So we got to keep reminder of that United States have never love immigrants or like you're never think about New York City.
Jamal. Everything you're gonna tell us that it's never been an immigrant. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. As much as New York City is an international city, right? Anybody can go to New York City. New York City will never ever have a mayor that doesn't speak the native language with an accent, with a patois, in its history. But go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
No, I'll say, yeah. Who was a dollar bill you want to respond to that?
Well,
no,
I
was saying
you know what it is. I don't disagree with the brother at all. And I want to just say something also about people from the Caribbean. You have to remember that when people first came here from the Caribbean, they were the people who were the elites in their countries. They were the most educated people in their countries, right? Some of them were doctors and lawyers and engineers that came, especially when they came to New York. I remember distinctly, my mother's doctor, Dr. Pathioni, I think she had married an Italian, but Dr. Pathioni was from one of these West Indian islands, and she came here. Her father was a doctor. She was a second generation doctor, and in fact, she actually had a brownstone that my mother used to go see her in Harlem. And what she did was my last doctor, who was a young kid, when she first came to be a doctor, she stayed at Dr. Pathioni's brownstone because she was mentoring a bunch of young Black doctors, and she let them live in her house. Later on, she became the president of the hospital that I was born in, which is Harlem Hospital. So you have to understand that a lot of people, when they first came here, what I was saying over again, They came here with education. They came here with money. They were brain drained from their countries, respectively. Now, later on in the 80s and so forth, there was a lot of other people who came here. But initially, the creme de la creme from the West Indies came to America.
Also, people don't say something in Harlem. There was a lot of traditionally the upper class elite in the Harlem were people from the islands. Why? That's what they settled with the upper class black people from America, right? Madam Stephanie Sinclair, remember her, the Madam Queen of Harlem?
The number sister.
She was from Harlem and whatnot. There was no difference between African Americans and Caribbeans back then. It was the black because we had a common enemy was the white man, and so the black community was together back then. I don't know what's going on nowadays, and it's a lot of Caribbeans who don't understand this history. They could like Luke. When I heard Luke Major, I'm like, where the hell were you at, nigga? Where this guy came from out of space? I said Haitian. We're all black.
Man, Haitian people. I love my Haitian people. Suck passe, Latil. I love them, man. I've a lot of Haitian families that I know have taken me in, man. As a brother, I've never felt any anything with them, man. Until Lou Major, actually, the first Haitian
was something else, man.
That I did not like.
From what I've been told with Haitians, like they got the most reason to be mad. You know what I mean? From what I hear, that they.
But why Luke Major? He made his hatred towards Black America. When I listened to Luke Major,
I heard a lot of people. I heard they was really getting treated bad, though. I heard they was really getting treated bad. Like, ain't no Haitians where I'm from like that.
Not in New York, man.
Not in New York.
They're here now.
In Florida, in Florida, they were. Yeah. And think about Florida the Floridas. Now they was catching it two ways because the Bohemians in Florida used to come at the Haitians, also the Black Americans, African Americans that been there for a while used to call it the Haitians too in Miami. So yeah, they called it in Florida, South Florida for sure. Yeah.
No, because I mean, yeah, when they be telling me some of that stuff, I'm like, okay, at least it make a little bit more sense. Because some of these other people be mad at us really for like no reason, like jealousy and
that's why the Zopan was created, in defense of that down in South Florida.
Yeah, that's what I told too.
But if you look at Zopan, their culture is Black American when the gang stuff and everything like that. When you look at people like Wyclef and all stuff like that, Praz. I mean, what's the Black is black when it comes down to it,
Black is black, but it's
but it's a little different
when you're when you're not paying homage to where you're getting stuff from. You know what I'm saying? Like early, so you and
we got to pay homage to each other. I don't think we have a black entitlement. And if you talk about the Haitians, man, the Haitians came back for us. Right, that people in Africa didn't, but the Haitians did. So we owe a lot. Let's be honest with each other, right? We owe a lot to the Haitian people, and think about this too, right? Because I heard a lot of stuff about hip hop, about who started hip hop and all of that stuff. I don't agree with everything that's being said, right? I do not think, and Kamala was saying it earlier, that Puerto Ricans were there, but they were not innovative. All of them. There were a few Puerto Ricans that were down, and I want to say
we used to call it down, right? Daldo?
Yeah, down. And Kid Capri for the record, is not Puerto Rican. He's
he's African American.
He's an African American.
I always thought he was Puerto Rican. We don't know.
No, he's African American.
He's an African American. He's a black brother. In fact, his uncle, I think he's from the Gap Band. He talks about that all the time. And you never seen Kid Capri speak Spanish because he's a black brother, right? And so I hear a lot of Puerto Ricans talk about it. I know Chevy Chase. I know him. And he was down. Whip was a good friend of mine. Ruby D, I knew him. And they will all tell you.
What about MC Shuby from Wild Style? Remember him?
No, I don't remember. But I was there.
You knew Chase? You knew Chase?
I know Chase. Yeah, I used to rap, man. I was there when they were filming.
Chase himself said that Chase himself said, "Oh no, Puerto Ricans, we did not start this. It was going on way before."
The bottom line, it was a New York thing, man.
a black
I would
New
give
Yorker,
more Caribbean. I would tell you, if you ask me, right, I would give brothers from the Caribbean more of a shake than they're getting credit for. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree.
I would give brothers from the Caribbean.
Okay. This is my point. When you just
well, I got a little pushback to that. I had some pushback to that.
Well, hold on. Let me. Y'all ain't been letting me say.
from the Bronx, brother.
Y'all ain't been letting me say nothing.
Dollar Bill was there.
How old are you? How old are you, brother? How old are you?
There, man.
Hold on. How old are you?
Put it to you this way.
He's older than me.
I'm older than Kamala is. And I was there.
So you might
and
be
in fact,
second generation. You got 70,
we were
right?
there when the hip hop thing popped off.
Matter of fact,
more than me, because I was a preteen when this shit
my
started.
name is Dollar Bill for a reason, not because I'm Dollar Bill from back in the days.
That's old school.
If you look on the flyers and you see Broadway production, you're gonna see Dollar Bill in the house. I'm Dollar Bill. It's been my name from way back, and so you can push back all you want to. I know Kool Herc. I know Kool Herc. Kool Herc is a Jamaican, right? DJ Flash is from some West Indian island.
He was born in the Bronx, though. He was born in the Bronx.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. These are his roots. These are his roots, and the fact is, man, that a lot of the sound systems that people like, the ass kicker sound systems, DJ Breakout. You know who DJ Breakout is and those dudes?
Yeah, he's African American. I know him.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, a lot of the people who manufactured the sound and stuff were people from the Caribbean, right?
Breakout is African American, though. Yeah, Breakout.
Yeah, Breakout is African American.
What do you mean when you say manufactured?
But I'm talking about. Do you remember the name of his sound system?
Nah, I don't know that. What's the name of the sound system?
Right, it was the ass kicking sound system. Those systems with the tweeters and the boxes. A lot of the Caribbean brothers came here with that knowledge. We didn't have that knowledge. Those are just facts.
That's not true. That's not true.
Those are facts. In the Bronx, I'm telling you, well, listen. How old are you?
Because in Brooklyn, they had systems, and Queens
Brooklyn and Queens did not create hip hop.
No, I said they had systems, stereo systems.
Yeah, you had systems afterwards.
It was a DJ culture, bro.
Afterwards, after we created, Brooklyn and Queens started taking it, right? So after it was already out.
The Bronx, man.
This is a Bronx thing,
It was a
right?
Bronx. It was a Bronx.
Yeah, now I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, listen. Kool Herc, when he got here, look, man, he was 12 years old. Your environment is very. Hold on, bro. Your environment is very impressionable, right? You know, and he wasn't surrounded by mostly Caribbeans, right? The bottom line was he's around African American culture. He said it himself.
He was. Jamal, what I'm saying is,
let him laugh for a minute. I'm gonna get with him.
And when we talk about hip hop, the actual music is just one element of hip hop, right? You got vernacular, right? You got dance, right? You have that, even that energy, that it. I call it that it. That energy that hip hop has, right? It's nothing Caribbean culture-wise.
No, it's New York Caribbean. New York.
Oh, can I say something?
It's New York American culture. I agree with that.
Can I say something?
It's New York.
So I'm gonna take you down to the beach. You remember what a beat is? Could you tell the audience what a beat is? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm here, brother. Go ahead.
Could you tell the audience what a beat is?
Can I tell the audience what a beat is?
B-E-A-T, what a beat is.
I mean, a beat is a rhythm, is a note, you know, is a break with a break, you know, you got drum breaks. So who had James Brown? Yes, a lot of breaks.
I'm gonna test you right here.
All right,
who had more records and more beats than anybody else in the city?
I don't know. They said Kool Herc stash was big, but they said Bambaataa probably had the most versatile. Yeah, Bambaataa had the most versatile
Caribbean, man. And
he's born in the Bronx. I understand that. He's born in the Bronx, though.
Bambaataa is a Caribbean. I knew his mother.
Yeah, I know. That's cool.
I knew his mom.
Wrong with that. Not wrong with
Boston Secor. So all I'm saying is, man, we got to stop. Hold on 1 second, brother. We got to stop. We have got to pump our brakes, right? And stop all this nonsense, man. All this McCarthyism. Black people were black people. We didn't check people.
We didn't give a shit about that.
We didn't check people's passport and say, "Oh man, you're not black enough to be down." Okay, we didn't do that. And so what I'm saying is, even the dude who was the 45 King, Mario, who was a Puerto Rican, but you would never know he was a Puerto
No,
Rican.
Mario was not. Hold on. No, that's where you lying
Mario's a
at
Puerto
now,
Rican.
brother. Hold on. I'm
Mario
trying to
is a
check.
Puerto Rican, the
Hold
45
on.
King.
DJ King Mario is from North Carolina, brother. Hey, you know who his cousin is?
DJ Mario is
no. You know who DJ Mario cousin is? Pete Jones, the legendary Pete Jones from North Carolina, brother. He's Caribbean.
Mario is a Puerto Rican.
No, he's not.
Listen, Mario's a Puerto Rican, man.
You know who
listen, there's another dude. Listen, bro.
Hey, Jamal, you know who Arthur Baker was?
You trying to act like people don't have two sides of the family. This is the nonsense that this FBA.
Hold on, Arthur Baker much later. He came in the 80s.
Who came in the 80s? Me?
Arthur Baker. He came in the 80s. He time traveled.
Arthur Baker was a white guy.
Yeah, white guy. Yes, you asked about it.
He basically was big. Also, in the late 70s, we had Kraftwerks. Jamal, let me tell you something about New York back in the days. You know, when the hip hop was developing, we did not give a damn.
No, I understand.
Jamal.
You rocked and whatnot, you know?
Jamal.
You didn't care about that shit like that.
Yeah, but Arthur Baker came much later, y'all. We time travel.
I'm talking about Punkin, the king of the beat. Okay, his family was from the Caribbean. You remember Punkin, the king of the beat?
Listen. I can find. Listen, what I'm saying is we can find one off.
If you want to say that we have been rapping for years, right? And we have been prior to hip hop. Prior to hip hop, we were rapping. We had a guy who used to come on WBLS. Remember WBLS?
Oh yeah,
right?
Magic, Mr. Magic.
But before Mr. Magic,
Mr. Magic was later. That's later.
We had a guy named
WBLS.
We had a guy called.
That was always said.
Frankie Crocker.
Frankie Crocker. Frankie Crocker.
Yeah, Frankie Crocker.
Inner City Broadcasting was a broadcasting the Honorable Percy Sutton, who was actually the attorney for Malcolm X, right?
Right.
He used to own several stations across. He was a brother who owned BLS. He owned the 97. He also owned some AM channels also, right? So when I say to you that people from the Caribbean have fully been integrated into African American culture, these people had been here, man. And so you can't sit down there.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to discredit people.
Nowadays, people want to give them credit, but when you really technically, a lot of these Caribbeans that you see were technically African Americans. You know,
yeah, like Flash
That's
was
the
superstar.
The beef come in is they try to claim that they're not African.
Well, they weren't technically African Americans. You know, that's what I'm saying.
So what's
that's what I'm saying. Ben was born in the Bronx, y'all. Come on,
it's like Earl Graves. You know, I just found out Earl Graves.
I told you that last week. Yeah, he's Jamaican.
I just found that out. I'm like,
of course.
Black Enterprise magazine, man. I used to read that religiously. I did not even know what was going on in my community as far as business. That's why all these people now, you see the 20 top black business. I used to study these people back in the days, 30 years ago.
Jay Bruce, he was a good friend of Jay Bruce.
Graves living in Long Island, and Black Enterprise magazine. And it's a Caribbean Enterprise, everything. It was Black Enterprise magazine. He was part of the community. And all of that. Remember a couple of years ago? You guys remember a couple of years ago where he was hosting the Black Debutantes thing, and he ripped the mic for Eddie Griffith on stage. He said, "I don't want this culture filled in our culture." What culture are you talking about? Black America. So this idea of Caribbeans being different, we're all one people. When you think black, is when you think white. And you think you try to get something over on black, that's when the Caribbean thing. Well, I'm gonna try to get one.
But also, y'all, what we do is we time travel because New York black population was totally different back then. Now, right now, Caribbeans has higher numbers, right? and they letting you know who they are now in New York City too, right? So
Well,
I think hold on,
we know the history. We know the history. They
no,
can't
no,
let
I'm saying the history. Listen, McCall, I'm with you on the history. To me, Bambaataa is a black man. Flash is a black man. You know what I mean? You know,
Would that
and
make him less black if
hold
his
on,
family's Caribbean?
Listen, they self-identify as black men. You know what I mean? So I got no problem with that.
They can talk all they want. That's the reality. You know what I'm saying? They're part
Yeah,
of
but the reality also is.
Hold on, let me finish. I don't cut y'all off, brother. I think is with the newer Caribbeans, right? When I say newer, let's say 50 and under, right? 50 and under, you know, they wasn't there in the 60s in the Bronx, right? So they're making it seem like it's this like Caribbean thing where, you know, Bambaataa was
media.
Flag and Flash was waving his Jamaican flag and they were playing soca music and then we got to stop. No, that's black American. This was black American culture that the Caribbeans assimilated to.
No kid, that's obvious, man. That's obvious.
Can I tell you a little story?
Well, get you push back on that. No, they was Caribbean and blah blah.
But they don't know the culture.
You know, I ain't worried about what they say, man.
So let me just say this. Do you know who the actor, the guy who used to remember that movie, The Mac? Anybody remember that the movie The Mac?
Yeah, he was a Caribbean. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, Freddie
in the conversation, brother.
But so what I'm trying to tell you is let me just say this, and people don't even know it, right? Most people who are from New York that can't trace their ancestry back to the Great Migration are Caribs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how does that fit in the conversation?
So what I'm trying to say to you is that
New Yorkers and the Caribbeans are more closely related than the African American Great Migration. You know, there's
these
native
people. So you talking about
the RZA and all them.
Yeah,
you
talking about the recent. You talking about the recent people who are trying to revise history. And
right. I'm with you on that.
So what I'm trying to say is we didn't have those issues because the people who came here initially fully assimilated themselves into African American culture.
Exactly.
It's the Johnny come latelys.
St. Clair, the mother queen of Park.
Now this is where I agree with y'all at. Right. This is where I agree with y'all.
But this is my issue.
Black community and whatnot, you know.
Okay, earlier when I said Black Americans started hip hop, why? If they're all the African Americans, why are you guys arguing with me on it?
No. We're saying
they're Black people.
When we say African American culture started hip hop, right? What I'm saying is, when we say African American culture, there's also Puerto Ricans that assimilate to African American culture. That
it wasn't a lot of them though, Kyle. It wasn't a lot.
You know?
There were a few of them.
I mean, they contribute, but to say they created something, nobody was going to be in a Puerto Rican. Y'all remember at the time? Go ahead.
Bro, if I go to Yoruba land and I start doing Ifa and all of that, you're not gonna say African Americans created it because I just got there and followed what they did. I
just don't think that we should be so insecure.
Yeah,
no.
I don't think that we should be so insecure and we should be so xenophobic.
No, it's not xenophobia, bro.
That we want to revise.
This is where you wrong at, bro.
Let me just spread some.
Important.
Hold up.
No, this is where y'all wrong at, man.
Let me drop some knowledge on you. Let me just drop a little knowledge on you, right? Now, people from the Caribbean, specifically Jamaicans, right, were doing their own music long before the hip hop dudes were doing their own music, because back in Detroit and those other areas, people were doing their music out there. But in New York City, we couldn't really get on until Sylvia Robinson, okay, who and her husband, developed the Sugar Hill label. So prior to that,
what you mean? You mean to tell me it wasn't no black New York music before Sylvia Robinson?
No black people.
Honest, bro. Hold
up. Listen, and I'll tell you what I'm saying,
bro.
Hold up. I don't have to lie to you, brother, because I'm
just saying you're not telling the story right.
I'm telling the whole story because I was there.
But you can still be wrong, though. Go ahead, brother.
Sylvia Robinson and her husband used to have a record store on 125th Street. And we actually, my crew, we went down there to try to get on before she had the Sugar Hill Gang. So what I'm saying, she and her song was Pillow Talk. There were people who were doing music, but they weren't doing rap music. They looked down on rap music.
Yeah,
Okay,
most of Black America, Black New York,
they didn't
look down
want
on
no
rap.
parts. They didn't want no parts of rap music. There were people. My boy played with Tom Brown, funking for Jamaica, and the Jamaica he was talking about wasn't the West Indies. Okay, he was talking about Jamaica, Queens,
Jamaica Avenue. Yeah,
exactly. So I'm saying there were people who were playing music, but
Yeah.
they weren't down with hip hop. Hip hop was considered to be Mr. Magic only had 1 hour on a Saturday in the beginning to play his music because black people
Black
look
people didn't
down
want
on
to hear
rap
that
music.
shit. I'm gonna tell you, Jamal, when I first heard Black people didn't start embracing hip hop till Run DMC came out. You know,
exactly.
That's
So-
what
Hey,
Run
my
DMC
dad sometimes didn't like hip hop. That's cool.
So let me
That's
drop
cool.
some science on you.
That's what middle class Black
So
America.
let me drop some science on you. There was a brother, God bless his soul, from Jamaica, okay, named Brad. This guy used to own, if some old time West Indians know what I'm talking about, he used to own his own record store on 219th Street in the Bronx. He also owned High Tower Records in London. And he used to bring a lot of people like Dennis Brown and all of these guys to his record store. They used to work behind the counter. These are guys that later on became legends and great dudes. And so one of my friend's brother, okay, is T-Ski Valley. He's the one that came out with Catch the Beat. I don't know if you're familiar. Good evening, everybody. So glad to hear the people in the back, the people in the front, the people in the rear. When you came here to see Grand Groove, so he talking about T-Ski Valley, Catch the Beat. Well, T-Ski Valley had his own record label before Run DMC. And his first record, guess who produced his first record and his only big hit, Catch the Beat? It was done by the Trackmasters. Well, who were the Trackmasters? The Trackmasters was some Jamaican dudes. The Trackmasters are the ones that did a lot of hits for modern day hip hop. You don't believe me? Look up the Trackmasters because these guys didn't have a problem with hip hop coming into their studio and laying down tracks. Okay. Whereas other people in our community, right, look down on hip hop as some kind of crude form of music.
Yeah,
sampling other
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but
I would say he's lying, but I was there. Nobody in our community liked fucking hip hop.
yeah, but he's because he's time traveling, right? So we're talking about 70, 80, right? 81, 82, right?
80s,
a lot of New York. Hold on.
Black America, Black New York,
right?
New York didn't
A lot of New York acts like Marley Marl, I think Biz Markie, they had to come to Philadelphia, right? We talking about 82, 83, right? Because Philadelphia had a lot of studios coming out of the disco era, right? A lot of these areas was Black American studios, City Line Avenue, Pop Art Records.
We're talking about New York. We're talking about New York on radio and stuff like that.
Well, Biz Markie and those guys
in the late
came
night,
later.
The late night.
Because after hip hop leaves New York City, it goes to an FBA city, Philadelphia, right? The second city.
Yeah, that FBA stuff.
FBA trap again.
Allen's Queens.
Hold on.
People were playing Rick James, Jermaine. What's that guy? She's a bad man pajama. Remember that, Delville?
Yep.
She's a bad man pajama. And all that.
I think the problem is that
the Black people resisting hip hop, right? Until Run DMC came along.
Yeah. Like I said, if y'all know Pop Art Records, Lady B from Philadelphia, the first
city is it,
artist, right? 79.
Matter of fact, Jamal, the first hip hop album I ever heard on daytime, right, in prime time was Run DMC's Suck MCs, and it's like that. That's the first time I heard. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Kyle, you too young. You wasn't there at the beginning. You kind of young. I mean,
I'm saying the first time I heard it. Other than that, hip hop was something late night and whatnot. It was basically something really that Black people did not really.
But Dollar Bill is missing out a big piece because you had music before hip hop, right? Even in Brooklyn, right?
Rap music.
Hold on, you had Grandmaster Flowers, right? He was one of the first DJs in New York City, right? To bring out three turntables on a James Brown concert, right? This is a foundational Black American right? That's showing the culture of DJing in New York City. You know what I mean? Of course, a young Hurt. He came and he Americanized himself. This is the
Man,
word.
the Bronx, the Caribbeans, African Americans, and Puerto Ricans in the Bronx already did that, bro.
Dollar Bill is making it seem like DJ Kool Herc, he brought his Jamaican culture,
I didn't say that.
No, nobody said that, man. Nobody said that, Jamal.
Did I say that?
No, Jamal, he didn't
Well,
say
let me
that.
ask you a question,
What is
Jamal.
the argument, man? What is the argument?
Who's
What's
Dougie
the argument?
Fresh? Who's Dougie Fresh, Jamal?
Jamal's trying to make it seem like African Americans.
No. Let me hit him with this.
No,
Who's
all
Dougie
you
Fresh?
guys are saying is they were there.
Who is Dougie Fresh?
Everybody knows this.
Who's
It's
Dougie Fresh?
African culture. And if
who is Dougie Fresh?
Hip hop was New York culture.
Anybody
Who
say
is
it's
Dougie
not
Fresh?
Jamal, hip hop
New York.
was
Okay, can we go into this New York?
It was
How
not
is this
African
New York
American.
when you're playing all James Brown's
It was
records?
Bronx culture.
all down South records, yo.
Yeah, you're playing all James Brown records. You're playing all these funk records. How is this New York?
You know what I'm saying?
It's not just New York, bro. It was
Mario is from New York City. I mean, Mario is from North Carolina.
You had to be there back in the days. You had to be there back in the days to feel that vibe.
You wasn't there at the beginning, though, Kyle. You wasn't there at the beginning.
And we were feeling that stuff like that. Nobody thought about no Black America or whatever. It was hip hop.
But it's
black
a
people
different world
were
we live in,
flat
though,
black
Kyle. Different
back
world
in
we
those
live in.
days. Black people were flat black, and since you won't tell
Nobody
people
cared about no damn
who Dougie Fresh is.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Dougie
Y'all not
Fresh cut
updating
his
y'all
beat
scholarship right now,
in
man.
my
Y'all
junior high school
He
teacher
not in
produced
72
him.
no more, y'all. Come on, now y'all not being honest.
I'm not in 70. I'm not talking about 72. Listen, you don't have to listen. You do not have to be so insecure that other black people participated, okay, in the making of hip hop. That's a fact.
Yeah, participating is not, but creating and participating are two different things.
It ain't
of hip hop.
Participating and creating is two different
something
things.
that evolved. You know, it's something
Everybody
that evolved.
calls DJ Herc the godfather of hip hop.
No, not
man.
everybody.
Everybody
No.
does, man.
I'll back him on that.
Can't
but
one man
when
create
you really
no
look
culture.
at
I
it,
know you
Stop.
FBAs would change it up, and y'all got some old different little drama.
Cool
Go
Herc
on.
didn't even tell you he ain't create the shit. Come on, y'all.
You
Stop.
don't know Kool Herc. I do.
Cool Herc said this was cool. This is out of his mouth. I can pull it
You
up.
ever been to
He said,
Sedgwick Avenue?
"Oh no, hip hop was
Silly
going
dude.
away before me." Yeah, he just came up with the merry-go-round. Come on, y'all.
Oh,
And it's
come on.
empty. Listen, you can rap and not be hip hop. You can do it, be a DJ and not be hip hop, y'all. It's a certain industry and a certain culture that comes behind hip hop.
I'm ashamed
Yeah,
of you.
check it
dudes,
out,
man.
dollar bills. Check this out.
It's Caribbean
Yes, sir.
culture.
Hear my soliloquy the other night when I said a couple times. I said, "Look, everybody in New York who grew up in New York, right?
Right.
When New York people are very, very cultured, right? Black, Puerto Rican, we all went to the Guggenheim, the famous museums. We went to the Rembrandt paintings and whatnot. We went to Rockefeller Center. We went to Radio City Music Hall, and also like that. And we saw dance and theater and everything. Hip hop was our expression of the culture that was around us in the art district and the friggin' Soho and Greenwich Village, everything. You had to be in New York. So when people go to friggin' Soho and see art, they're gonna express that by creating their own graffiti artwork,
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
But graffiti was invented in Philadelphia. Come on, y'all.
It's not true, man.
It's true. Come on, y'all.
Do you have a train in Philadelphia?
No, I'm gonna put it. Listen, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
All that, man. Stop that.
You got cornbread. Listen.
Jamal, let me say this, Jamal. When people basically in New York, right? When you go up there and see this massive painting, you go down to the Rockefeller Center, and you've been to Rockefeller Center, and see these big paintings where you say, "Wow, that's beautiful." The Rembrandt painting, all this Michelangelo, all like that. You know what they guys say? Yo, I'm gonna wait till you see my tag, my burner on the friggin' that subway. That's hip hop.
Yeah, y'all can keep that. I was born in 1987. I don't give a damn about
nothing
it.
is check this out.
Here's my last statement on hip hop, then we can move on, right? Listen, I'm gonna prove that FBA is creating hip hop, right?
Jamal, you had these Black, Puerto Rican, whatever like that, would go see the most magnificent thing, a concerto, a symphony, and stuff like that, and sit there. Black people in New York, we're very cultured.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was when you was in New York. But I will say this,
So
Tyler.
the line is this: hip hop was already expressing high culture, and it was a black Puerto Rican.
No, it came from urban street gang culture. It didn't come
No, it
from
didn't
no
come
high.
from
It came
Who
from
said
low
that?
culture. Come on,
It
y'all,
also
stop.
Who
came
said
from
that?
It's
I was
art
right
culture
to
not
your
and
true.
everything
culture.
like that.
No,
Not
it didn't
true.
come from the suburbs. No, come on, y'all. They didn't come from the
First of
suburbs.
all,
No,
it did
no,
not.
the bottom. What I'm saying is
Can I
that
say
it
something?
came from
Hold on. Can I say
some of
something?
the gang
Because
culture.
you're in
A middle
Philadelphia.
class neighborhood. Come on,
Can I
y'all.
say
Stop.
something? Can I say
Right
something?
into it.
Can I
Yeah,
say something?
I'm gonna hear
Because
Dollar.
hold on.
wild style, bro.
Okay, because I believe I was probably in Wild Style. Because when I was there when they were filming it. Let me just say this. Black people in America did not go, we were all together. Only thing I would say to you to give to you that it was African American culture, but people from the Caribbean had already assimilated into African American culture.
Okay, wait.
So they hold on 1 second. So they did listen. So they did not distinguish themselves the way recent immigrants have to distinguish themselves and stand out.
They try to take credit for what
Right. We say the same thing. We say the same thing.
All right. So they didn't go out, oh man, I'm Jamaican. That wasn't it. And a lot of people, even people who were Puerto Rican, hid the fact that they were Puerto Rican because
be down by law, to be down.
Well,
To be down by law.
You know what it
They
was?
be down by law.
But you know what it was? It was because Puerto Ricans the mainstream Puerto Ricans did not want to associate with anything being black. So people who were down with us, they were actually
Down
going
by
against
law.
the grain. They were going against the grain because, Puerto Ricans in that time didn't really want to be in the 70s. They wanted to be white because they put white on their passports and put white on their paperwork. They is Caucasian. That was part of the deal. And so there was a lot of angst going on in the community. So it wasn't, I'm not gonna say Puerto Ricans have 50%. I'm all of that because that's a lie.
Puerto Ricans were mostly white, but they were down by black people though.
Yeah,
they
but
were down by
not
law.
really, not really.
Not all of them. Not
There
all
were a
of them.
few.
Most of them were down by law.
Jamal, just
Some
let
were
him
down by
talk. Let
law.
him
not
talk.
all of them.
Only
Jamal,
a few.
let the
Listen,
elder keep talking. Man.
Enough of them.
only
Enough
a
of
few.
significant number of them.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like that. You got to. Okay, let me just drop this other jewel. All of you guys know about the Warriors. That movie Warriors.
Yeah,
Come out and play.
play.
Well, that's an actual real situation that happened in the Crotona Park area in the Bronx. So people don't realize when the Puerto Ricans came here in the 50s, primarily that was an African American thing. We moved up from Harlem into the Bronx. So when the Puerto Ricans who had been living in the Lower East Side, they moved up into the Bronx, there was a lot of fighting going on and a lot of stuff. And there was a dude by the name of Blackie. And you can look this up and verify. He's the guy that they talk about like is Cyrus. So Blackie was a black Puerto Rican who got along with other black people in the community, and he wanted to make peace amongst the Puerto Ricans and the blacks. And he was actually murdered. And so after his murder came a lot of different truce, because back in the days, the gang started because black people had their gangs. The Puerto Ricans had their gangs like the Chingalings in Crotona Park and in those various areas in the South Bronx on Freeman Street, Simpson Street, and all of those areas. So there was a lot of animosity between African Americans, and Puerto Ricans. So what happened was after that death in the South Bronx, people started to get together and join each other's gangs. You don't believe me? You can look it up in YouTube.
Exactly, it's
You
true.
can read about it. This is real facts. It was never a large contingent of Puerto Ricans down with African Americans, because when Puerto Ricans got the idea that they could become white, right, they wanted to take that road, right, to be white. And they began to give political power in the areas that at one time been predominantly black. But this was not the issue with Caribbeans. Caribbeans came here and they assimilated into the culture, right?
And so by the second or the third generation, probably the second generation, they didn't have accents at all. Whereas you have now people been here since they were born, and they hold on there to their accent, right? They want to distinguish themselves as being Caribbeans. So you really didn't know who was a Caribbean until you went to their house and met their moms, right? And then or their dad, and you'd be like, "Oh, that's my uncle," and so on and so forth.
And when you see that uncle smoking a cigar in the corner, mumble to himself, you say, "This nigga's from the islands, man."
Right? So you would know who's who. But other than that, you could not distinguish. And this is why I'm trying to tell people. Now, when you say African Americans at that time, we weren't like you FBA dudes. I'm not disrespecting you. We didn't have a problem with our brothers from different parts of the world. In fact, we embraced that.
Let me ask you.
Hold on a second. We embrace reggae. We embrace different people, different styles of music, and we integrated those things into our. So it was actually
we were eating
us.
Jamaican oxtails and stuff like that. And we just took that shit as our own, man. You know.
We were into that because it was another type of blackness.
But like diversity of blackness, man. Really, man. You had to be in New York to understand what I'm talking about. Hey, Dollar Bill, you know anything about Queens?
Yeah, my cousin actually lived in Hollis.
You know, on Springfield Boulevard and Ozone, Queens, right there, that near Hollis, right?
Yes.
They had that right there on Rockaway Boulevard where they had that fish thing. I know it's owned by Caribbean. You can smell fried fish from miles away. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yo, goddamn, man. It's like, yo, man, let me tell you something, man. We didn't give a damn about Carmichael's was like one of the top restaurants. My parents went to date there when they were teenagers, when they met in New York. You know, Carmichael's was owned by brothers from Jamaica. You know, that was a diner that was owned by a Jamaican family. They owned a bank, everything. And they were a staple in the community in Queens, Carmichael's. And I saw not too long
Yeah,
ago.
but I think the biggest difference now, because like I said, we can time travel back 40, 50 years all day, right? But I think the biggest thing now is with new migrants that come, right? They don't necessarily hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on. They don't necessarily have to communicate with the local native black population, right? I gave an example before, right?
Want to make money and get
but I gave an example before where it was an African guy been in America for 30 years, never had soul food, right? You know how you say you had oxtails and all that. Well, this African never had soul food, right? Because I think what technology has done, right? It made us get in our own little silos now, right? So if I'm an immigrant, right, coming from Haiti, right, I'm coming from a third world country, right? I don't see myself as black first. I see myself as immigrant first, right? Black American. I'm not black American, right? I'm immigrant. And I think a lot of national governments, because if you hear top U.S. government officials talk about this, the immigrant population that comes today is not like they're in the 60s or the 70s or the 50s.
I know there's something that has to be done about that.
And we have to
have people coming over here not assimilating. You can't have people coming over here not assimilating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a different time period we in now. But go ahead, brother.
No, I'm saying you can't have people coming here not assimilating, and people think they don't understand how their past generation got along. Is that you always assimilate the people closest to you or not, you know? And because we live in a world where as more and more of them trying to push this racial harmony of white people, right? Immigrants take that as, oh man, everything's good in America. I can come over here and get me a white woman and move to a white suburb and everything. I don't need to be around. And they adopt the same
right
racist attitudes that white people have.
I don't think it happens in New York with Caribs. I know.
No, not in New York. America is more than New York City. Try to think outside of New York, just for.
Yeah, well, that's my whole thing. I was asking my friend earlier today. This is the thing that I was asking Brother Baruti earlier today, and maybe you can help me since you're an FBA dude.
No, I'm not an FBA dude. I'm a Pan-African, but I like to look at stuff objectively also.
Okay, so you understand. You're younger than me, and maybe you understand this thing. Since most people in the country, right, most African Americans in the country barely see any Caribbeans and very few Africans. Where does that animosity? Where does that come from? Where does the hatred
I'll tell you
or the
where it comes from.
xenophobia
I'll
comes from?
tell you where it comes from, right?
That's a loaded question.
James, I think it comes from the fact
I'm
that
gonna go last. I'm gonna let everybody go. I'm gonna go last. Go ahead.
and this is my opinion, right? In my opinion, right? Just my opinion, right? I think there's a lot of people, like I said last night on the show, right, that come to this country and not know the history of America, right? And they don't understand, right, that when they say, "Well, guys should have did this, y'all guys should have did this," they really think America is this peaceful country. I told them, I said, "Do you know up until 1960 we had communities that were burned to the ground by white racist mobs and everything? We were redlined and everything like that. They don't think that matters, you know." And also, like I said, Black people, we're always apprehensive when it comes to white people, you know. And they always say white people are like, oh, white people are like that, but you know for yourself. I said it earlier in the show tonight. I said, look, when you go on a job, right? I said shucking and jiving. We have to shuck and jive on a job with the white people to keep our jobs, you know. We have to shuck and jive, you know. I know Jamal's down there, man. He got to talk about the 4th of July. He got to talk about the latest football game. You better have your scores ready when your boss asks you about the game last weekend. He want to know what you're thinking, you know. And a lot of Black immigrants don't understand. That's a survival mechanism, right? We have to let the white man think that we're non-threatening at all times, you know, just to keep a paycheck. If they basically think you're one of these black militants or whatever like that, you got to add to you know, you're just a ways away from a pink slip. When Black immigrants come over with this idea that I can just be myself and everything like that, you know, people don't know what it's like to go to a job that you hate and put on a front just to make a paycheck and everything, and they don't understand why Black people don't get into certain businesses, why we always in trouble and everything, and they just like, oh, I'm just glad to be in America because I got a good job, and that's heaven to them. But us, there's a price to pay for that shit, you know. We're still wondering why you have this company here because you stole from our ancestors. You see what I mean? They don't understand that, especially in the South. You can see it blatantly in the South. There's such as the Brantleys and all these companies like that. I said these guys were descendants of the slave owners. And they own all the car dealerships. They own this 7-Elevens. They have generations of money, a head start on Black people, you know? And so, of course, you're going to feel some sort of way about these people, you know? Where a Black immigrant don't see that. They see white people own everything. And when they got it there legitimately, you just got to be humble and work for them. You see what I mean?
I don't think Caribbeans are like that. I've never experienced Caribbeans like that. I'm being honest with you.
African immigrants are.
Well, African immigrants are quite different from Caribbeans. And so I don't, I never really have seen, even today in my experiences, with brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, I don't feel that. And even my brothers from Africa, I understand why they do the things that they do, even though I don't agree.
They could care less if the owner of the company is tied to the slave trade or used to own slaves.
Of course, because they're trying to survive. I think what happens.
We do.
I think what happens is, there's certain people who want to look at a certain segment of the population, probably in California, right, that are so much high achieving individuals. So people like Michael coming in, spewing all this stuff. But for the most part, most part, Africans come in here to New York. I don't know about other areas, and they struggle. They come into the worst ghettos, and they work hard to try to achieve, to send money back home to their family, and they get it hard both ways because they get, the people in their family don't really appreciate them sometimes. And I've talked to quite a few of them that wish, that they didn't have to do that. They wish they hate going back home. I know Caribbean people who hate going back to Jamaica because everybody's there, got their hand out for them, thinking that they owe them something.
They think everybody's rich. If you're not rich, they think, and the pressure. I actually feel sorry for African immigrants because they're under a lot of pressure. If you live in America 5 years, everybody back home expects you to be rich and sending them money. If you don't, they look down on you like you're a failure. So they're under more pressure than we are.
They're under a lot of pressure. They have to make that money, and it, you know, I was watching a show once where this guy was actually deported from Europe,
Oh,
and his
yeah, I see something like that. Yeah.
and his father wouldn't even look at him.
Yeah, niggas throwing hands and whatnot. Telling you ain't reporting my ass, man.
So
You
when
know,
he got there, his father was so angry with him and so disgusted with him, he didn't even want to look at him.
I know, yo. They're going through shit we never could understand. You know, that's what it is too. I say I have an empathy for black immigrants and whatnot. They know they got to walk a truck line and everything like that. You know, like Zongo.
Right. I agree with you.
On him right now.
I agree with you on that, Kyle. I think here's my vantage point of how I see things, right? First of all, if we just take it from a social media kind of standpoint, everything kind of gets magnified in social media, right? Whether good or bad, it gets kind of blown, up to at least a sizable proportion, right? Another thing too, I think the new generation of Caribbeans, right? I think it's part like identity crisis, right? Because some, right, but if they look far enough, they will find their story somewhere in American story, right? But I think the newer runs, and it probably might be down to education, they don't see their self in the American story, right? So hence, right, they're not assimilating at that rate that they used to, right? So for example, right, if something happened in Brooklyn, right, the wolves and the trues, gangs in Brooklyn, blah blah blah, right? Oh, they're just black. If something happens, somebody get killed, oh, they're black, they're black, they're black, right? But let one of those people be the best rapper or the best doctor out of the community, now they're waving the flags, you know what I mean? And I think what we're seeing is a counter resistance to, like, let's say Pan-Africanism or that kind of ideology. Like, hold up now, you're saying, you're coming to America, we ain't doing this, we ain't doing that, right? And I think what you're seeing now is, Dollar Bill, is the masses sometimes have to be presented with information. If you look at the FBA movement, it actually started at the collegiate level, right? Some of our highest scholars saw what was going on at the collegiate level, where there was a lot of Caribbeans that were representing blackness at certain institutions, right? And it made the lower culture, the lower society, aware of certain things, right? This is online mostly, right? So I think that's part of the problem. The younger Caribbeans or the younger black immigrants, right? It's not just Caribbeans, younger black immigrants, they have to overcompensate. And right now it's kind of a clash with black America,
I think
And
that's all contrived and made up. And if you know, like, who was the brother? He was from F. Rock Brown.
And Dollar Bill, real quick, Dollar Bill, and this also can be generational, right? So if you're like for example, right, my niece is young, she just graduated high school, right? And I don't talk to her about none of this kind of stuff, right? But she said, Uncle Ma, right? She said the librarians, when the librarians come to the school for lunch, when they bring their lunches, they got to put their food in after ours, right? Because it stinks up the cafeteria in the microwave, right? And I was just listening to it. It's like, yeah, we got to put our food in first. She's American, whatever, right? So you can see it even amongst the young people, these little certain micro kind of aggressions toward one another. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I think a lot of this stuff is just contrived, right? And when I was looking at something today, I was on TikTok, and the question that people kept asking about anything is why. And then we keep going down to why and why and why, and understand, why do people act the way they act and do the way they do. And I've come to the conclusion, and you can come to your own conclusions, that a lot of this stuff is just self-hatred.
Yep, it is.
Right? The root cause is jealousy and self-hatred. And so this is what I would say.
Is it one side or both sides?
No, I think it's both sides. And I'm gonna tell
you. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you what I think. I'm gonna tell you what I think. See, I don't think that I had problems or issues, or Kamala had problems and issues with people from other parts of the world, especially black people, because they wanted something out of life, right? And we wanted something out of life. Because when we were young, Kamala talked about this, and I was arguing with Baruti about this earlier. When we were young, coming up, and our parents were from the South, and we were first generation New Yorkers, our parents said to us that we had to be the best. to get a job. We just couldn't be regular or mediocre. We had to be the best of the best. So we understood the pressure that people who were coming from other areas of the world, okay, from their families, we understood because we had the same kind of pressure. We had that pressure coming to New York that we had to do better than the next generation, that we had to work hard. And I think right now is that a lot of young people in the African American community are entitled. And see, people will argue with me down and say that's not true, but it is. They have a sense of entitlement, okay? And I can see it even in some of my own, even in some of my kids, the sense of entitlement that somebody owes you something. And so this FBA thing, this ADOS thing is predicated on what they think America owes them.
Yes.
Right? For the work that they've done, they feel that we've done this work and we deserve to have special status as African Americans, right? So therefore, when Yvette Carnell says, that immigrants are masking, okay, what is happening, our course of being African American in this society, right? So that puts us against the immigrant. The immigrant is not here because they hate African Americans. They're here for opportunities. And
Yeah,
we
but
should be seeking opportunity. And we should be seeking, it does matter. Because we
It
should
don't matter
seek
to us though, is what I'm trying to say.
it don't, because a lot of us are entitled. See, you guys didn't come. We came up in the 70s, and people who I was born in the 60s, but people came up in the 70s. We worked hard because we wanted to have something out of life. I was a project kid. I didn't want to deal with the elevators full of urine and all that other stuff. So when my mother taught me how to read at the table with a belt in her hand to make sure I could read and make sure I could write. A lot of these kids, they have everything. They got computers, they got games. And so there goes that sense of entitlement, thinking that somebody owes you something. And so the immigrants are coming here with no social, they have nothing to rely on, no social nets to help them. So they come here and they working hard trying to achieve the American dream. And there's some people that's jealous of that because they don't want to get up their own behind and do for themselves. And we got to call it out.
Hey, but Dollar
Okay,
Bill,
do you have any
listen.
proof of that, bro? Because
Call it out.
that's a trope. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
It's not a trope.
No, it's
It's
the
a
truth.
reality.
It's the truth.
Hey,
Okay,
let's
all
do the
right. Well,
brother.
give
Do the
me
brother
the
want to
proof
get
that
there?
these immigrants are doing so great.
No, I'm not saying
They're
that, but
doing
hold
great.
on. Well, no, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. Let me put it to what Dollar Bill's saying, right? All the stuff that what we take for granted, they cherish, and we resent that. If you have an immigrant guy and they have a house, and you got a brother, uncle, and everything, auntie living in the same house, or whatnot, and they're saving money, and they're eating big meals together, and they're going to college graduation together, they're sharing their life together. We look at that as, man, you guys are poor. You guys live in a house together, but they're happy. We don't want to be. We're determined not to be happy. He's like, I got a job. And what kind of job you got? You working at a such and such. It's a job, right? And he has a job too. We live in the same house, but our jobs together, the bills are paid and everything like that. This is better than the position we had when he was back in our other country, And so since we
Colin,
basically,
do you really think we know this information about these people? We don't know what
I know, but
these people got going on like
what
that.
we resent is these immigrants' happiness, right? We resent that. Let's be
We
honest.
don't know that they're happy. We don't know. The only reason we know
Trust
who
me,
they
no,
are
but I'm gonna
is
tell you, Mufasa,
conflict.
I'm gonna tell you, even for myself, right? And I'm no angel in all this, right? I'm no angel in all this. I'm no angel, right? I'm like, yo, when I see immigrants, I'm like, they have very less, right? They have. I'm thinking my business. I gotta do this and that. They don't have not a tenth of what I have, right? But they're friggin' happy, right? And I'm saying to myself, God, man, you know something? These people are just so happy to be alive and everything. I said the basic, and I learned just being around black immigrants, right? To learn how to appreciate what I have, Because if you don't, basically, there's a lot of black people in America. What do we show all day? Jay-Z, Beyonce, and the Kardashians, and all shit like this. And if you can't live that life like Rick Ross and stuff like that, we're like this. Well, immigrants come over here and whatnot, they're like, geez, my kid can go to school. He got textbooks. He got a computer in school and everything like that. And so when they see that, right, and then they hear black Americans complaining and everything like that, say, why these people got so much problems and whatnot? We and everything. They see everything what we have, right? And we know we take it for granted. And we're like, we don't care the fact that we got public transportation and stuff like that. We get subways here and everything like that. Like New York City, you live in New York City, you don't have to worry about transportation. You got the IRT subway and everything like that, right? Immigrants are coming from third world countries, like, God damn, you guys got subways, you got constant running water, you got all this stuff like this, everything. You got a college, you could actually apply for a grant to go to a college to get a higher education learning. In their countries, all that stuff's not available to them. And the fact that we don't take advantage of all stuff like that, like they think we should, they're looking at us like, man, we're just failures and everything like that, America.
You're absolutely right, Kala. Let me
No,
just
but
say this.
but just really quick.
Hold on one second. Let me just say this.
Man, bro, you've been dominating the conversation, bro.
Yeah, let my man get in there. Yeah, let my man get in there.
No, all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, bro, the average, these people, Kala, because we're all into African stuff. The average African Americans, they don't know what's going on with these people like that. They don't really start thinking about this stuff until they have a negative experience with some Nigerian nurse, or they're hearing these things.
Right. They don't have no idea. I get that. Yeah.
They're not thinking, they're not psychoanalyzing the how well these people are doing and none of that stuff. It's not really that visible. You see what I'm saying? So these are a bunch of
these
tropes
people are
that white
doing
people make up.
with little, very little, the same thing that's available to the average black person. But we as African Americans, I would tell you myself, right? We have so entitled, right? You can't, if somebody tell me, well, you got a car, you got this, you got a house, and I'm thinking about, geez, I want a new contract in my business. I want to get this level right here. I want to be making this, everything. When the black immigrants, like, yo, shoot, I'm glad to be right here. Doing this, I'm glad to take when I see them out in public, right? And they got their family out in the buffet, like what in America does America do. We have this place called the Hibachi Grill, right? And it don't know this, right? Yeah, I saw an African family. I knew they were Africans, right? You just know it. You could tell an African family how well behaved the kids are and everything like that. I said Africa, they go to Hibachi Grill. That's something Black Americans do. It looked like the son plays basketball. The girl might be playing lacrosse, and they basically enjoying the life that's afforded to them in America. Being a hibachi will probably go to the movies later. Little stuff like that. These people cherish, right, when they get here.
Man, who knows, man?
Can I say something about this?
Yeah, that's kind of stereotyping.
But can I say something about this?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go after you, Dollar Bill.
No problem. The fact is, man, and a lot of people don't want to tell you, they'll never tell you the truth. And I'm not telling you no tropes. I live in a neighborhood, and I've been half raised in the project, the other half raised in an immigrant neighborhood. And I had befriended a lot of business people when I was a young person, because as you know, immigrants, a lot of them come out of merchant type of backgrounds. If people don't, that they do come because in their countries they have to learn how to become merchants to survive.
We never become merchants. We're not a merchant culture.
Right? So that they come out of the merchant culture, and a lot of them, when I was a younger person, they took a liking to me because I liked them, and I wanted to learn from them because I didn't really see a lot of African Americans running those types of businesses. Now in the South, people had businesses. My father grew up with people in the business. Even my family was in business. But for African Americans in New York, the people who I saw out there really doing business back in the days were people who came from that merchant type of background. Yeah. They opened up stores,
Delancey Street,
right? And so, and that wasn't just white people. That's really, not just black people, but it's also the immigrant experience in America, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have these safeties, right? And back in those days when I was growing up, my mom and dad would tell me, my mom wanted me to go to college, but it was always get yourself a good job. And we all knew what getting a good job was. That was a public job, a job with the government, the post office, or something like that.
Sanitation. New York sanitation workers make
Exactly.
$100,000 a year.
Bus drivers.
Your little cousin Drone's retiring. His retirement package for New York City Sanitation Department, he's going to be making like around $150,000 a year in his retirement.
Yeah. So these are the kind of things that we were doing, right? So education, you have to understand. See, you have to know people and know what's going on. So a lot of people in the British system, when they came here, if they only the smartest of the smartest actually make it in the islands because they have a British system. So, and they know that, and the same thing is in Africa. If you don't score good enough to go on to the next stage, you can't go on to college, right? You can't pass your secondaries or whatever they call it to go on into high school. So when they got here to America and they realized that they could get a GED or they could, there's different ways they can get into college, it was like gravy for them because education was held back from them. And a lot of the people who had education, they actually deprived themselves of a lot of things, right? So when they come in here, just like if you were to go to Africa or you were to go to any place, you're going to be kind of laser focused, right? Because you don't know anybody there. There's nobody to hold your hand. You can't go and get any government assistance, right? This is what Kamala was talking about earlier. When you go to Africa, you got to have some money. That's why the majority of people who go to Africa are old people with pensions, and Social Security. Right? Because it's hard. You can't get paid in somebody's money that's 50 times less. But the opportunity for these people who, when they came to America, is twofold. One, they're more international than we are because they have a passport. Most Americans.
You ever notice that African immigrants, right? We're going to get into international trade. Get yourself a Liberian friend or get a friend. They know how to ship stuff and put it in containers and
of course
stuff that we don't know shit about. I don't know shit about.
I knew about that because most of them know how to do that. Most of them send their money back. Most of them know how to send money, international transfer.
But that's not shipping though. That's not.
They know how to. They have those little blue.
Not shipping.
Okay.
They know
that's
how to
cool.
ship.
They know how to use Western Union, but I think we're romanticizing.
I'm not. No, I know. I'm not romancing. I'm from New York.
Dollar bill. But I wanted to answer your question from earlier, right? Why you said why is this FBA thing happening? I think, like I said, social media is going to heighten things more than what it is. Cool, right? And like Mufasa said, the average Black American, right, in America, any shores of America, ain't even thinking about a darn Black immigrant. We have to be honest about that, right? So I think
about us.
Hold on. What you're seeing online, particularly online, is right. People tend to be who they are that they can't be in person, so they can have their thoughts online and blah blah blah, right? But I think what we're having is a class of cultures, right? When the Caribbean came 60 years ago, 100 years ago, however you want to feel, he generally assimilated, right? Dollar Bill, you never in your youth had to deal with Africans like that. Even you, Kamala, I'm talking about on a mass level, and you was in New York City, so you can imagine how people in Philly or Atlanta is right now. They're seeing more Africans.
Oh, I know that. Like I said, I know that.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the one-off. I'm talking about culturally. You wasn't around Africans like that. We all wasn't. We seeing them more now than ever, right? So I'm trying to say is
in New York, you were in New York, you assimilated into the New York culture.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but now it's different, right? Africans, their numbers are up, right? They don't have to assimilate to Mufasa's culture. They don't have to assimilate to Dollar Bill's culture now, right? And I think that's what you're getting, a clash. Because I've seen it. I do some subcontracting at a PWI, right, here in Philadelphia. And the Black groups, right? You have a Black association. They had a party on, like it was a Saturday at 1:00. They had a party. Black association. Of course, it was African Americans and Caribbean, and there's one Black association, right? And at the same exact time, 1:00 on that Saturday, the Nigerian Igbos had their own association, right? And I talked to the girl. I said, well, y'all have an event at the same time. Do you guys come together at all? She said, no, they don't talk to us, right? So these are, like I said, this is little now, right? But these are some of the micro aggressions that's going on amongst younger Black kids on college campuses and also in the workplace, mainly
speaks to
hospitals, right?
the failure of the Pan
It's something
African world. Let
different
me
now.
say, Jamal said, the failure of the Pan African world say, hey, look, every couple of years you got to reassess the situation, the terrain, and everything like that. No one like Umar Johnson ever came out and said, look, things have changed. Africans have their own thing, we have their thing, but we still, and it comes down to we're all Black, and we got to find some common ground so we could work on that. Umar didn't do that. He basically came out and said, all us Nigerian Africans, all us American Africans, we got to work for what, man? For what? What are we working towards? What are we? And not just us. We'll say, okay, let's work. Okay, but the Africans, like, what do we need to get with you guys for when you guys don't got their shit together? When we don't need to be with you guys. We know what we want and who we are and what we're gonna do. It's the Black people in America who've been left out of the Pan-African equation, but not having an identity,
And like I said, on the college campus, the Caribbeans and the Blacks was getting fine. They had their own Black association, right? But the Nigerians did their own thing. And I think because it's more Nigerians now coming over than ever, because we only talk about maybe particular groups, maybe the Igbos and the Yorubas. We're not talking about all of Africa that's doing this, right? So I think that's where the culture class, because the Nigerians is very, they're like African Americans. They take pride in their culture. So I think this is where you're getting a butt head of cultures going on amongst the youth. But go ahead.
I mean,
why do we have to butt
nobody
heads?
likes Nigerians in any country.
Why do we have to butt heads with anybody? Listen,
I'm just trying to give you the landscape, brother.
Listen, I think this is what I think happens. I think we have romanticized Africa so much.
Yeah, it's true.
That we feel that people are supposed to identify with us and our struggle in America.
Exactly.
And if they don't, then we deem them to be our enemy.
Can I ask you something, Elder?
Why we avoid, like I told the story. Do you guys hear the story I told about where I got back from Liberia 3 years ago, right? And I went into this place called 21st Street Surf Shop, right? I mean, surf shop. It's 17th Street Surf Shop. I keep messing up. 21st Street seafood place, right? On Pacific Avenue in Virginia Beach, right? So anyway, I went in there. The only reason why I went in there, I said, because I saw a Black couple come out. So I said, it must be cool in there. A Black couple coming out. They had their doggy bags out. I said, okay, good. They could take stuff out. Well, so I went in there, had a good time. I had some Cajun pasta with lobster, chicken, and shrimp. And the pasta, it was creamy pasta. It was good, man. Fettuccine pasta. Delicious, right? So as I was leaving, right, there was a brother sitting in the car. I was like, yo, bro, man, I saw you going there. Are we cool in there? Was it good? And I said to myself, see, somebody from the islands or Africa wouldn't understand what that conversation meant. In other words, in 2000, that was 2021, we still ask, are we still good in there? In other words, basically, there's an African-American culture where we always check with each other. Do I see other Black people there? Like when you go to a neighborhood, move into a neighborhood, you don't want to be the only Black person moving on that block. You don't want to be the only Black person on your job and stuff like that. And a lot of times people coming from overseas, they don't see the world the way we see the world. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Yeah.
but this is my thing. This is my thing.
Yeah.
So you said a few things that helped me to kind of understand. Number one, speaking about the elder brother, I forgot your name. Number one, number one, your entire analysis always puts us at fault. You haven't put them at fault really yet at all. Number two, you said that back when back in the day, you took a liking to some of the merchants, you used to talk to them, learn about it, you were interested, you were curious about their culture. So that tells me that when you interact with these people, you interact with them in a different way. You relate to them, you're cool, you're open. And when you do that, you get a different African, you get a different Caribbean, you get a different person when you acknowledge these people's culture. Because that's how I move. Like, and when I come around, they're always happy to hear that I know their culture, I know some of the history, stuff like that. So you get a different person. So that lens affects your analysis, right? Everyone else isn't getting that. when they're not coming to these people like that. And we shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to come to you friendly, and you're in my country. I shouldn't have to come to you.
Not.
You
But
feel
why
me?
not?
Because
Why?
this is my
Why
country.
not?
This is my country, and you in my country. So
No,
I
see,
don't
that's
have
the
to.
that's the
That's what it
entitlement.
is, brother. That's what it is.
No,
You
that's
can't
what the
tell me. You
entitlement
can't tell.
is.
No, but this is my
Listen,
house, bro. Like I can't go to
no,
Africa.
this is not
I
your
can't
house.
go to
This is white
Nigeria.
people's house.
No, it's our house too. Well,
This is
then where's our
white
house?
people. See,
Where
this
is
is
our
the
house,
whole
bro?
thing.
Where's our house?
This
This
is
is why
white
we
people
need an
house.
Where is our
Afghanistan.
house?
This is why ultimately we need an Afghanistan so we can have a house of our own, man.
Well, we
Really.
don't have one. We talking about right now. Where is our house right now today?
We don't have one
2024.
yet. That's what
Okay,
Kyle's
well,
talking
I
to you about.
disagree because what else?
We
If it's
don't.
not
This is
here,
not
where
our
is it, bro?
house.
If it's
This
not
is
here,
not.
then
They let us know every day.
Mufasa,
This
let me
is not
say
our
this, all
house.
due respect, that's the problem, right? Africans refuse to recognize us as this is our house. They will never do it, you know, and we're in a
well, then that's their
situation.
problem. I'm not about to sit up here
And
and
we're
kiss these
angry.
people's
What makes
ass.
me angry, it makes me
You know what I'm
angry.
saying?
Hold up, Mufasa, you get angry, I get angry. Africans, because we're saying to ourselves, wait a minute here. We put all this work into this country. We fought in every war. We did all the things right. And people are going to tell us that they don't see us as this is our house, that they didn't get respect. They respect the white people, though. You see
No,
what I
listen,
mean?
I ain't got nothing against what Dollar Bill is saying because what all the stuff Dollar Bill is saying when I was young and I was in college and I was listening, I had my teachers and my elders and I was listening to old stuff. That's the old school Pan Africanism and or whatever. That's how I was trained. And so when I interacted with Africa, I came from that perspective. I didn't even think about all this FBA and you from this and you from that. I didn't
Right,
even
I
care
get what
about
you
that. Right, but
I get what you're coming from.
Let me finish,
You
Kyler. But
want respect. You want
he's still
respect.
on that
I get that,
same
you know.
yeah, but he's still on that same mentality. But
No,
these
no,
people are
me and
not.
Dollar Bill on the same wavelength. We're just saying we're just dealing with the problem right now. We did not basically build an Afghanistan. We did not build that stuff like that, and so we thought that we could just become Americans. And the bottom line is, Africans don't respect us as Americans like they do white people. As simple as that.
Okay, well then fuck them then. If you don't respect me, to hell with you. Period. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, but
I
that's
don't care
what
if
the
you're
bottom
African,
line is
white, or
still
whatever.
coming here. And it's still coming here, and the bottom line, the white man looking, see these black, and that makes everything work. So we got to come up with a solution, man. You know, we can't just say.
No,
Fuck
what I'm saying is we're not always the problem, bro. Like it's
I
you
know
know what I'm
that.
saying?
Can I
It's
say something,
always us,
gentlemen?
bro. Like
Can I say
goddamn.
something? Can I say
Go
something,
ahead,
gentlemen?
go ahead.
Yeah.
And I have this issue sometimes when I talk to one of my nephews, right? And we have a conversation because there's also this old man thing, this old way of doing things. No, there's a right way and there's a wrong way to do things, right? And so we as African Americans and them as Africans have no problem adjusting to white folks, right? We have no, like you talk about shucking and jiving, they shuck and jiving too in their jobs, right? They want to act like the different Negro in their jobs. We have no problem adjusting to white people's mentality. We have no problem adjusting to how people do to code switching and talking different when we're dealing with white folk. But we seem to have both of us have a problem with relating to each other.
Yeah.
So that's the issue. We got to give, if I have to talk to or educate or show a brother from another country a different perspective, I don't have a problem doing that. That's not hurting me. Because you know why? I don't have self-hatred in my heart, and I don't hate other people who look like me. That's fine with me. It doesn't bother me if I have to sit down and break a barrier or have a conversation with someone or to try to get to know them or learn their culture or to show them that I know a little something about them and what they go through. That's not, that's what people do. Listen, they're white Europeans that come to America and they have disdain for Americans who are white.
Right.
And
I've seen that too.
all the time. And what do the white people from America do? They can't wait to get involved in that European culture. Well, teach me about Italy. Teach me about Rome.
I'd be
They
cracking
have no
me up.
problem with that.
The French are the worst. They despise America. French is a bullshit country. And I'd be feeling bad for white Americans, right? Sometimes, right? Because the French just think freaking white Americans are nothing, man. And I'm like, yo, what the hell's France got? You know, I
We
could never
need to
understand.
learn how to respect one another on a certain level if it takes work. I don't think the answer is F them. I don't give a F about them. I don't want to deal with them. The reality
Because we're
is
becoming a global people, man. We have to deal with them.
exactly. We're going to have to deal with them. And we're going to have to learn how to live together. Like I was trying to tell a brother the other night, you're here just to get the bag. But what happens to your children? And what happens to your children's children when white people can no longer differentiate them from us? How are they going to survive in the society when people think they're African American because you think the worst thing in the world to be is to be African American? How are they going to survive? Because you're just here with the bag to get the bag, right?
That's Mike.
So-
That's a good friend, Mike. He's just like, I want to get the money. When I do, man, it's more to the America than getting the money. What we're trying to build, man, that's civilization. We're trying to build together. You know, oh, I don't care about that. You know, and Mike, I would just hope that most Nigerians don't think like him because we're fucked.
They think
You
like
know?
that.
Huh?
Most of them think like that.
Yeah, it's sad.
No,
man.
I know, but and then so now you got to have this extra job that you got to go around and educate them and go up to them and learn their culture and do
Hold up,
backflips and
hold up,
you know what I'm
Mufasa.
saying?
Hold up, wait a minute. What all these people that we're giving money to, like Umar Johnson and all these other people, that should be their job. They're getting money and everything like that, and nothing's getting done. That's why I tell people all the time. I told Jonathan Miller, why the hell are you giving Tariq money? Well, he built the museum. Dude, man, he's causing tension between Africans and Black America, right? If you're getting money from the people, you got a good life, Tariq, or not, you know. Why don't you take some of that good life like that and start building bridges and of understanding? You know, we got people out there that are celebrities.
I take the perspective. I don't mind doing that. I have no problem.
People got bigger
but that's your
I have
personal
I have
decision, Dollar
no
Bill.
problem educating anyone, including our own people here in America. I have no problem doing it. I look forward. You know what I do? I look forward to every opportunity to do it because it's a teachable moment.
No, but that's
and I would hope,
some of these guys,
if I was in Africa,
and they don't do nothing, you know.
yeah, because they're useless. We can't look for them to do. We have to stop. See, we as African Americans have to stop the celebrity worship. These people are compromised.
Yeah, it's true.
We can't look to them to be our leaders, right? So they don't understand what we go through in our daily lives, what we have to deal with.
And none of them have addressed the diaspora wars. You ever notice that?
Yeah, none of them, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist to them because they don't have to deal with Africans. They don't have to deal with Africans. I got in the cab the other day, and usually I have a very pleasant situation when I'm with one of my African brothers and sisters. And I got in the cab the other day with this African brother. I could tell he just had disdain for me, man. You know, like I got in and I was like, "Good morning, how you doing, brother?" And I could tell he just like snickered at me like this damn AA, you know, probably called me this damn ADOS. You know,
they hate when you call him brother. I'm not your
like,
brother.
Good morning, brother. You know, and he looked at me. He didn't want to say nothing. He just, you know, kind of snickered at me, and I laughed to myself. But see, these are really real things, and I feel we were the vanguard, right, in the Black world.
Yeah,
we took that responsibility on, right, and with that responsibility, we had a search for excellence, right? Was Black excellence. We wanted to be the best, right?
Yeah.
And we're not like that anymore. And I don't understand. You know, my daughter talked to me today. We had some work done in front of our house, and my daughter was handling everything. So I believe in empowering the sisters. And I always, you know, show my daughter. My son is out of town, and my daughter was doing her thing. So she entered into a conversation with one of my new neighbors, and he's a Gambian brother, and his wife is from the Caribbean. I met him once. We had a little conversation, and so he starts rapping with my daughter and stuff, and he says, I'm a scientist, and I also teach in in one of the local colleges. He was telling my daughter. So he was asking my daughter, he's like, are you in college? And she's like, no, I'm not in college. I already got 2 masters. And in September, I'm starting my PhD, which is true, and he was taken aback, because the whole idea that we give people the impression that we don't want to strive hard for anything. That's something we can change.
Do we give that impression, or does the media?
Yes,
well, as a culture, it's a culture that's put out there.
By
And
who? By who? By who? Put out there by who and how?
You know what I'm saying? The bottom line, if you knew Black America, we were about excellence, right? We want nice neighborhoods. That's why I always showcase top black businesses, black neighborhoods on this show. It lets you know that this is how we try to live. We have a lifestyle. We have standards and everything like that. We care about our community and everything. Anything just don't go in our culture,
Okay, so Kamala, which one is it? You said that we put that out there that we don't want to strive, and then you said that we're excellent.
No, I'm saying like this. I'm saying some Black people, let me say this, my father's like some Black people in America, right? What I'm saying, when Africans can catch you up, or they're immigrants, right? The average working class Black will still got a head start on them, but we don't want to get say, okay, I'm satisfied with what I got, right? But at the same time, there's a large numbers of Black people who want to get to the upper class. They want to get to the middle class. They want to get to this. They want to get to that. They want to get to this other area right there. That's known, right? But what all they see is, like, to be honest with you, a large numbers of Black people complaining. Africans have this thing about other people do around the world talking about complaining. They don't like you complaining about America. It's not
okay,
just
but
Africans, right?
That's their problem, though, Kyla. Like,
hold on.
If I step on your shoe, you're gonna complain about it.
Let me finish what I'm saying. There was this Ukrainian guy that was on TikTok. They got him off because they said he was racist, whatever like that. He was a Ukrainian refugee, right? He was over here for 2 years, a year, right? And somehow he got a good job, whatever like that. And he basically, his whole TikTok was, if you're American and you're complaining, you're just a loser, blah, blah, blah. He had white people coming at him like, well, this country's not, well, you should, blah, blah, blah. He was going at white people. Now, I know if he's saying that about people and white people got offended, like one white girl told her, I work at 3 jobs, but what the hell you know and whatnot, because you got lucky, you got a job. That's the problem people have with immigrants. But immigrants don't see things the way native are. Right now in England right now, right? I watched this thing. If you guys want me to play the video, where these African immigrants in the UK are saying, we're here because the British people are lazy. They don't have education. We got education and stuff like that. And I'm trying to tell them they don't care about your education. They just want you out of their country, And so the bottom line, they play this idea that like this, people have a right. People have a right. It's like privilege to say, look, we don't want these people in our country. You're taking an opportunity, or we just don't want you here at all, right? And so, therefore, a lot of immigrants don't understand this is paradise. There's jobs here and everything like that, and they don't understand why people want them to leave. They don't understand.
But Kyla, let me just say
this is my thing. How do they benefit us? Like, without the emotionalism, don't start talking about how they are brothers.
Why should they benefit us?
But before you even ask that question, just tell me how they do.
Why should they?
Frenchie's mad at me.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Me. I'm just saying, Frenchie, my sister, I love you. But I'm saying the British people, the white British, we know these people, right? They don't care if you come over. The Black people saying, we got all these degrees. They don't care about your degrees. They don't care about the jobs you do. They want you gone. As simple as that. And I'm not saying they're right, but that's the way they feel. And what happens is unfortunately, there's a lot of Black people in America who are taking that nativist, xenophobic thing in America, saying they don't want immigrants here, and it is translating to Black immigrants. That's sad.
Can I say something, Kamala?
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
brother asked me a question.
I'm
gonna answer his question. I don't know the benefit. They benefit white people more than they benefit us. Is that the answer to your question?
How do they benefit it? You said more, so that means they benefit.
Well, they benefit white folks
How do they
Okay,
benefit
because
us?
Labor.
no, you asked me a question. You can't say how I gave you the answer that I gave you. I said, you said, how do they benefit us? I'm telling you, they don't benefit us as much as they benefit white folks, right? And that's a fact. However, there's another thing that I want to say.
Well, you
And
didn't
I've
answer
been,
the question. You just said they
I
don't
did. You
benefit us
asked.
as
I
much.
did answer the question.
No, I was
You
saying
asked. You
how do they
asked me.
But
benefit?
they
They
don't.
don't
He said
benefit
they
us.
don't benefit us directly. They benefit America.
Exactly.
No, he said as much as they benefit us. So I'm saying,
Yeah,
what is the
America.
amount
He's
that
talking
they?
about
I'll
America.
define that for you. They benefit America. They
All right, cool.
benefit America. They don't benefit us. No, they don't. Not the Africans. Any other question about that?
No, you're good. You answered my question.
I answered the question, right? But see, I want to go into what I call entitlement. I think that we as a people do not strive as much as we used to strive. And I think that we're getting like the white Americans.
Yeah, we're becoming white. You know,
who are complaining about the foreign invasion because other people. Let me just say this, brother.
like the know nothing party in this.
Yeah, they don't want to. You got to realize this. When the Russians, not the Russians, when the Russians decided that they were going to take Sputnik up into space, the Americans were completely out of whack. You know why? Because they were interested in automobiles and other stuff. They weren't interested in space exploration. But when they got embarrassed, right, and they realized how far they were behind, they started importing all of these people from communist countries who were in high in math, okay, and science, so they could get their science program together. They even started dealing with black people that they didn't want to deal with, who were mathematicians, and they call them computers, because they were dealing in a world that they didn't have to compete. They were white people. They were living off white privilege, right? They had us in a caste system. They had us under oppression and white terrorism. So they had nobody to compete with. But when they looked out and they looked on television and saw that their enemy was taking something up to space, then they realized, man,
I remember that Sputnik.
We got to do better. So
and
what
that
I
space
said,
shuttle 86. Remember that exploded?
Yeah.
We watched that live at a high school auditorium. That was like 85. Something like that.
So my kids, so
live,
my suggestion to African Americans, see, when I was coming up, I would take a front to somebody coming from another country who knew more than me, because I had pride in myself. A lot of our people don't have that kind of pride. A lot of our people don't want to work that hard to be the best they could be. Well, why should we have to do that? We shouldn't have to do it for them. We should have to do it for ourselves. If I was seeing, like I see a lot of people from other parts of the world getting these scholarships, okay, and scoring higher on tests than we are, and you have a bunch of people who can't read, I would take an affront to that as an African American who's been here all this time.
Yeah.
Okay, but
And
what is all that? What does any of that have to do with us?
Man?
What is any that has nothing to
out.
do with us?
Who was it that told me? Oh, it was Jonathan Miller, man. I don't know. He's been a pain in the ass. He says he's building libraries in Nigeria. A lot of these, I'm looking at. I was in the library yet. We have a thing right now until I get my new office. We gotta do our call blitzes, weekly call blitzes in the library, right? And it's a black section of town, but right there on Bowling Green in Norfolk, right? But I mean, I go in there and I'm like, I miss the fact that I was like, God damn, look at all these books and whatnot. Look at these books. I used to live in a library. I used to love libraries. And African countries don't have libraries. They have resources. You could pull yourself up. You could basically educate yourself just by going to a free public library, And they see all the stuff that we don't have, that we have in America, right? That we don't take advantage of. And that's what they kind of look at. Like, you guys got libraries, you got public transportation. So that, man, we could like this because we have never
Yeah,
been
but
desperate like that, you
all right,
know.
well, let me speak on it because y'all keep bringing up the. Listen, this is my thing. We live in a situation right now where the prices are going up, but the price of labor is not going up, right? And to deal with that, they're going to continue to bring in immigrants. So I asked you a question a second ago about how they're benefiting us. Now, this is the reality. They're going to bring in immigrants. Now, I don't want them to. I'm going to vote so they don't, but they will bring them in because they need them. I personally, this is what I really want. I want as many of them to be black as possible. But if you're black and you come here, you can't just come here and be like start othering us and wall off in your little communities and stuff like that, and
Well, how do we
integrate.
deal with that? Because that's what the trend is.
No, yeah, but we can't do what I feel Dollar Bill is doing and keep coddling in this thing and just blaming us and never ever really.
Oh, yeah,
How am I coddling you?
No,
Yes, you're not coddling us.
He's
You're
telling
shitting
you
on
the
us.
reality, man.
You're giving them every excuse.
I'm
Oh,
not
well, it's
making
because
any
we're
excuses.
entitled and because of all this.
We are
It's not about
entitled
that.
and we are comfortable.
Okay, but that's fine.
We are
But what about
just one
them,
second. So why should we worry about them? Worry about
Because they're
ourselves.
coming in our country, bro. Like the enemy is using them against us right now. They're trying to split
That's
us
all
up.
in your mind.
This is what they're doing, bro.
Let me just say this. That's a lie. Let me just
Dollar
say
Bill, I
this.
got a question when you're done.
Okay, no problem. That's my man, Jonathan. Listen, I'm gonna tell you the
I ain't
honest
got no
truth.
choice but to listen, man. Every time I talk, you cut me off. But go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me tell you the honest truth because people don't like to tell you the honest truth. And the reality is that I'm safer in a community with Africans and Caribbeans who and to a certain extent than I am with my own African American people in that community. I'm liable to get beat up and robbed in an African American community, okay, than in a Caribbean and an African.
That's the truth. You know?
That's true in New York, where you got all these gangs, all these Caribbean gang members.
Yes, I'm safer there. I'm safer there than I am
it
in
don't
the
look
hood
like it to me.
with African Americans, and that's
I don't know
just
about
a
other
fact.
places, but in New York, you got a lot of Caribbean gangs and all these people.
But they don't mess with you.
They just indicted a whole gang of Ghanaian and Caribbean immigrants led by a Ghanaian girl. She's like 18 or 19. They were slaughtering people out there in New York. Y'all saying that these neighborhoods are safer?
But they don't really bother the average person. The average person don't even bother.
Bro,
with
you don't. All right,
Carla, you in Virginia right now?
Yeah, I know. Well, I go to New York. You know. And
I live in New
Yeah, but you
York,
don't
and
live
I'm
there
telling you
though.
the truth.
I never.
I live here.
I'll be honest with you, man. And I'm not trying to disparage my own race and everything like that. But like I said, yeah, when I'm in Liberia, right, I could walk the streets at night and whatnot. I fell asleep. I told you I fell asleep in the car. My boy Dion, we had a flat tire. My driver was trying to get a tire and whatnot. I was 2 hours sitting in the back of the car when people driving by outside the club. We had Bomani in the club, we're picking up chicks and whatnot, and we sat in the car and I fell asleep because I was drunk and shit like that. And I've never felt more safe in my fucking life. I would never, with that many people on the street with clubs, I would never do that in America. I would have stayed awake and on my guard when I felt completely safe. And that's a sad thing about our
Carla,
community.
you got what Dinah Samir got. Y'all got that African bourgeois experience.
You talking about me?
You're not Dinah's,
oh,
bro.
definitely.
Hell
You're
no.
not Dinah's. Dinah's over there talking about Lagos is safer than New York, and I'm like, where?
No, I'm saying when I was
like y'all live in a fake world that ain't realistic.
I'm talking about Monrovia. I was like this, so and all that on the radio.
Carla, were you in areas that were considered dangerous in Monrovia, or you were in a good area? Be realistic.
I was outside of the club in Syncor when the club, the Calabas and we was out there, and Bomani wanted to stay out there, hang out one night, and we was like ready to go. And so Bomani said, I'll see y'all later one night. And next thing we got a flat. And next thing you know, we was out, waiting for my driver to get a tire and repaired and everything. So I fell asleep inside the back of the car when I slept like a baby in the back of my car while the streets were packed with people on both sides, packed to be walking by the car and whatnot. and looking inside, like, oh man, I was like, oh God, but I felt safe. But in America, man, I would never did that shit. I would never felt safe.
Carla, were you in a part of Monrovia that is generally safe, or were you in the dangerous areas?
All Monrovia, these people are not violent. They're not violent, man. They're just not. You know, I walk the streets of any part of even the part of Monrovia they say is dangerous. Old road.
Carla, you've been walking around the USA for years. You still alive, ain't you?
Yeah, but the bottom
Your
line
sister's alive. Your daddy, your daddy, your
Let
parents. Y'all doing good, huh?
Let me say this. But I hear about one thing you won't hear about in Liberia is, and I hear about in the Bronx, 3 people shot in these projects yesterday and whatnot, and they're recovering a gun. Next thing you know, the gun looks like I've seen this one story where the gun was like all different colored and whatnot, looked like real pretty and whatnot, and they recovered the gun they found and whatnot, and I'm like. And I'm saying shootouts in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens and whatnot, all shit like that. I don't see that in among other people.
You guys kind of moved the goalposts. You moved to Africa. What I was saying is in New York, you currently have gangs with Caribbeans, Dominicans, all these guys. You have
doing all the killing and all the robbing.
Coming up in indictments all the time.
I live in New York. I've been living in New York all of my life. I was raised for the first 15 years of my life.
And I love Black America.
Oh, hold on, let me finish. In the project. And I'm telling you, I've lived amongst Caribs and Africans, mostly Caribs, okay? And where I own a home, maybe I'm one of I don't know, 2 or 3 African Americans that own a home in that particular area. And I'm safer there than I am amongst African Americans.
Well, that doesn't invalidate anything I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're having they're indicting these people. They're doing.
You know who they're indicting? People who live. Those people live amongst African Americans. They're second or third Caribs, and they live amongst African Americans in the hood, and you can't indistinguish them other than their names from other African Americans.
Just out of curiosity, though, when you look at the countries that these people come from, the countries that they come from are violent. Is that African America too?
Jonathan,
or is that just a part of their culture?
Let me address Jonathan.
What is Bobby Shmurda? He's a Caribbean, right? But he has African American culture. That everybody, no one knows.
Come on.
Actually, no, because we looked at the music in the past, and we come to a conclusion. A lot of that stuff was not African Americans making the music.
Can I say this, Jonathan?
We can shoot that down now. Little Kim, the Foxy Browns, the Trinas, the Poppy Pussy ass bras. They wasn't African American.
No, they're not.
But y'all said flat blackness. We accepted that, and now we looked at them as African Americans only to find out that they're not.
Smalls was Jamaican. Biggie Smalls is Jamaican, but
yeah, he is.
He has an African American gangster culture. That's what he was.
But listen,
but they had a gangster culture in Jamaica.
In Jamaica. It still got one.
Why did Biggie Smalls say, "I'm in Chi-Town with all the ballers at one night"? So he was in the
because they used to hide being Jamaican.
Is not Jamaican. The Biggie Smalls was a character in Let's Do It Again, an African American movie. You know.
Nevertheless, you listen to Biggie Smalls music. He's always talking about Jamaica, ain't he?
I never heard him mention Jamaica.
Yeah, I have.
Carla,
hold on.
I never heard him mention Jamaica.
He was talking about Jamaica in New York.
Carla, can I say something to Jonathan about this?
Go ahead.
Jonathan is absolutely right. I know Jamaicans who would not live in the community that I live in because they're afraid of Jamaicans. People who've been there who are.
We know about the Jamaicans.
Hold on 1 second. They are afraid to live amongst their own people. But I'm telling you that I've lived in African American community and I've lived in a Jamaican and Caribbean community, and it's safer in the Jamaican community than I am if I was amongst my own African Americans. I'm not gonna lie and tell you, even though they have a violent island, probably one of the most violent islands, okay, it is safer. You know why? Because those other individuals who are doing what they're doing, whether they're selling drugs or whatever else that they might be doing on the corner, they're not interested in me. But if I was in an African American community, okay, I would be targeted for robbery and all kinds of other stuff. that would interest them. Okay, the randomness of trying to rob me or to take my money from me. Whereas a young Caribbean kid, he's probably more, if he's out there in the gangs, he's more interested in selling his weed or coke or whatever he's selling. He's going to make more money, okay, in the narcotic trade than he would knocking me over my head.
I mean, that's anecdotal, and I don't know. Maybe,
It's not
Yeah, because
anecdotal. I'm just telling you the
Dollar
truth.
Bill, you still alive. You still alive.
Oh, I'm alive because I know how to
You wasn't
stay
knocked
alive.
down.
Okay, then that's
No,
why
I
you're
know how
not.
to stay alive.
That's why you're not
But
a
I'm
good
telling you,
person to give us
I'm telling you, it's
information.
safer. I mean, I'm the best person to give it to you because I live here and I
No,
work
but
in
you
the
said
hood.
you said
I
you move a
live
different
here.
way.
I live here and I work in the hood. And I'm telling you the randomness that goes on in the hood, how people look at you. You know what a guy told me one day? I was coming out of a bodega. I usually go to this spot. It's really an Arab joint where I go and get oatmeal in the morning because I work in the hood on my way to my job. And so I see a young African American dude, not really young, probably like in his 30s, right about your age, Jonathan. And I'm coming out of the joint and he pulls out the door. And I say, "Thank you, brother." And he says, "Do you have a dollar or whatever?" I said, "No, I don't have any cash because I use my Apple phone, right?" I said, "No, brother, I don't have any cash." "Well, I'm trying to I'm trying to work it. I'm trying to work for my money." So in other words, he was trying to say to me, "Well, I don't really have to ask you about money. If I want to, I could try to like approach you and try to take it from you. You should be happy I'm asking you for it." Right? So I'm not saying that is endemic of all of us, brothers, but I'm telling you, there are people in our community who look at you and then they say, "Oh, I'm gonna try to victimize." Whereas the Caribbean kid, if he's out there in that world doing what he's doing, he's not interested in the small change that's in my pocket. He's
I noticed
interested
that
in
too,
getting
man.
paid on a different level.
American Negroes will rob you. You minding your damn business. When hey, oh, you're a good guy. No, out of the street, you're a civilian. They'll still rob your ass.
Carla, have you been robbed before?
Well,
have I ever been robbed?
Figuratively,
No.
I have.
Carla, have you been robbed before? By the people you're talking about.
I had my house
You know
broken
why I
into.
wasn't robbed before? Because I used to have a
Now you Dollar Bill. I'm talking about Carla, the
I
one
had a
she's
group
saying.
of
These people
brothers.
will
If
come
they
out and they'll
robbed me, I
rob
would have
you.
found
Carla,
them.
you talking like you've been robbed before.
Well, I had a guy try to break into my house one night, but lucky I was home.
Was he Black American?
I would kick
I
my
would.
door
I
in.
would. You can't even answer that.
I don't know. He kicked my door in, and next thing you know, I came running outside. What the fuck? He kicked my back door in and shit. I was I was basically doing Block Talk Radio, right? This is a funny thing. I was doing Block Talk Radio, and I was saying, "I'm glad I live in a nice neighborhood. I'm completely safe out here. Where do you live at?" And then a couple of minutes later, boom! Somebody kicks in my back door. I said, "What the fuck?" Live while I was on the air. I was like, "What the fuck?" I come running outside with my fucking bat when the dude. Then when the cops came there and they said they traced the scent to the next neighborhood over. I used to live on a lake, right? They said they went across the lake. The dog scent went to a neighborhood, right, and went to the street. And they had a car waiting. So what happened was my back door. I didn't have a storm door on, right? And so therefore, they saw that was there. The dude did a flying kick and then boom, knocked my door, busted the whole side off. Yeah, because I had all the lights off. I guess he thought the house was empty. I had just moved there. He said I'm a perpetual liar. Why would I lie about that? So I tell that story all the time. Carl's a perpetual liar, but I don't know if he's black or not. But yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. It could be a white guy on crystal meth, whatnot. But if I got to do process of elimination, I would say it was a Negro.
Yeah, I mean, everybody could rob you, bro. I mean, when we had our dispensary, some Mexicans jumped in and robbed. Then we had a white boy do a snatch and grab on a delivery. I mean, it's all different. Anybody could rob you.
Yeah, anybody. I don't know.
Everybody
I
does
don't
crime.
say
I don't know
what it
about
was,
this place you are where Caribbeans don't rob people. I mean, that's you.
Never said that.
No,
I
that's
never
it. He
said
said
Caribbean.
That was the
it's
entire
safer.
point of what
I
you were
said I
No,
was safer. I told you, listen, I used to walk around. I don't do it anymore, but I used to walk around with about 2 or 3 ounces worth of gold. I used to have like 4 or 5 gold rings on me with diamonds on it. I used to have my watch with diamonds and stuff. And I used to routinely walk around the neighborhood all the time because I was young, full of vim and vinegar. And I'm a short dude. And I used to walk around with that all the time. And they would look at me and look and keep on walking. But I know if I was in the project and I was walking around like that, somebody would have definitely tried me.
No, I get it. All I'm saying, I'm not denying nothing you're saying. I'm just saying that that's anecdotal, and
It's
in my
just reality.
experience,
It's just
everybody
reality.
does.
It's
It's your reality.
reality.
It's your
It's
reality. To
it's my
call it an
reality.
overall
Yes.
reality, yeah, you would have to give me
It's
some
my reality.
data
And
and
I'm telling
statistics.
you, I was saying to you, not other people, that I've lived it amongst other people, right, for many years, and I lived in the project. Listen, I got a cousin who killed the guy in my building where I used to live. He used to live a couple of buildings down, and he shot him in his head point blank. And you know what he said after he shot him, Kala?
What's that?
He said, I just wanted to see how it felt to kill a nigga.
Yeah. How one could just kill a man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your degenerate cousin does not represent the group.
I didn't say he does, but what I'm saying to you, he doesn't. But there are people who are in the group who do degenerate things.
The people outside the group also. That's the
I'm sure
human
they
beings
do.
do degenerate things.
I'm sure they do. But I'm saying to
Including
you,
Caribbeans and
but
everybody else.
That's that American in us, man. That American.
Yeah, see,
You
now
know?
y'all want
I
some.
know plenty. Listen, I know
Kyle, I
plenty.
disagree because they do it in their home countries.
Yeah, but have you seen the statistics in the Caribbeans, bro?
Liberia, as sweet as you tried to talk about it, Kyle, Liberia ain't no safe country.
It
Maybe
is
safe for you as a tourist, but ain't no
safer
safe
you
country
have
for
in America.
Liberians.
It's safer you have in America because Liberia. You know what difference in Liberia is? When you look at the radio all day and whatnot, they got country music stations, they got old school hip hop and R&B and stuff like that, and Afro beats and everything, and gospel. You know, you don't see all this.
Kyle, your generation was killing people to singing songs.
Yeah, no, but
not
that
even
was
gangster music.
that was like a generation ago. That was war. And bottom line, the only thing keep Black in America safe is the fact that we live in America, and we know we're not going to get out of line like that, because the white man will come and crush that shit. That's
Don't
all
get
you
me wrong. There were plenty of violent Caribbeans in the community, and they have done some violent stuff. But petty crime and trying to rob me for the little bit of gold and stuff that I had on my body, they weren't interested in it. They were interested in big money selling drugs. So they didn't have time to be thinking about me having a couple of ounces of gold on me. That meant nothing to them. Now, if I was in the drug game with them and I was engaging in drugs and territory, then we would probably have had a problem. But since I'm not in that situation and I'm a civilian, I could walk around unabated, okay, with my goal. But if I was walking on the African American side with that stuff, then somebody would have tried to get me.
I mean, from what I was
My only
told, man, they
problem
had
with
a
what
lot
you're
of when
saying is that
the shower
you never been
prostitutes,
robbed and you've been in
Jamaicans.
the African American community. So I don't think you can really just say that.
Well, when
It
I
doesn't
was
really
15,
it would make sense if a
when I
victim
was
of robbery
15,
was saying, yeah, man,
when I
I
was
done been through
15,
this and that, but
when I was
you said you
15,
haven't.
I'm saying to you, when I was younger and I lived in those areas, I had friends. I had people who would, if someone had robbed me and they lived in the hood, me and my boys would have found them. Because, so that's was the situation. It's not, but I have seen people in the hood who randomly were assaulted and beat up because they didn't have anybody that had their back. I just happened to know a lot of people and I was able to fight. I had a guy who used to try to take a dime from me every day. Back in the days, if you had a dime, you could go to the store and get a whole bag of candy for a dime or a quarter. And I remember this one dude named Curly. It took me a long time to be his friend on Facebook. Every day he used to try to steal a dime from me. Okay. So I know what it is, and I know how it is in our communities, and how violent it could be for some of these young kids in the community. I know that. It's not to say that these people from the Caribbean aren't violent. Yes, they are. And they come from very violent, some of them very violent backgrounds. But my little bit of money that I had on me, they weren't interested in that little small chump change.
What's the topic, Colin? Maybe we can get back on
On top of Luke Campbell, what do you guys think about Luke Campbell telling black men to do the Kamala Harris shuffle? I played a video of Phil talking about this. Luke Campbell did a jig dance and song telling black men to get out there and vote Democrat this election and whatnot, you know? And why is it people always care about us? It's like remember Halloween? Have you guys ever gone trick or treating, right? People forget one thing, right? When you say trick or treat, right? It's trick or treat, you know, and you understand you could actually get a trick thrown in your bag, you know. And black people going out there trick or treating, right? There's a lot of tricks being thrown in their bag. That's what I said about this night. This is Halloween season. Halloween's coming up soon in 2 months and whatnot, you know. It's like trick or treat, you know. It's like, yo, look, what the hell are we doing? You know, you got people, celebrities, not Luke Campbell, Cardi B, and whatever, Beyonce, and they telling you got to vote. And I'm saying to myself, like Phil said, you guys don't even want to respect us, right? As black men. Black men, the black men on this panel and every black men like that are alpha males. That means you're patriarchal, you're heterosexual, you know? And the bottom line is that needs to be a new identity. That's what I think, right? The heterosexual black man, straight heterosexual black men, we have a sort of way of thinking, even though some of us are Pan-African, some of us are not. But we all think us in a way, we all think alike in a certain way, you know? And the bottom line, they don't respect that. They want that freaking gone in Black America. Like, let me tonight, right? I'm sitting there subjected to a show. I'm watching Avengers Infinity War, right? One of the commercials that came on was about an HIV medicine, right? And one of the scenes was two white guys sitting on a park bench, hugged up and kissing each other. Why do I got to be subjected to this shit? You know, if you have HIV, this is gonna make sex safe. Why don't you tell them stop freaking bending another man over and whatnot? And that'll stop the HIV right there. You know. And so we think logically, like Phil Scott said, we do think logically. You know, why are we having millions of people come across the border and whatnot that we can't take care of? It we're basically doing this and whatnot. That's that they can't get away with it. The average black man in America thinks like that. You know, the average black man in America thinks like that. So it's like, damn, we can't just use them for votes. So their whole thing is just shut up and vote. Just shut up. You know, like Simone, Simone Sanders. Y'all black men need to just shut up and vote. Wait a minute, that's my vote. Whether you like it or not, that's still my vote.
Man, well, I get this aggression from people too. We just need to hold our ground and, make up our minds, but we shouldn't be voting for no Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still waiting on her platform. I have no idea.
There's no platform.
She's raised record funds and hasn't even put any promises or a platform out.
I know. Forget about black people, right? The reality is we're gonna have to live with this stuff, and it's gonna come creeping to our doors. Afghanistan was a debacle they put us in, right? There's a real serious war brewing between Russia, Ukraine, and Iran and stuff like this. Is real, China and Taiwan. North Korea can go anytime and start acting up again. What is the person who and also the border? You can't sustain millions of people coming across the border like that.
You can.
You know what I'm saying? So they don't think black men look at this, right? And say they think we just like this. No, we talk about the issues. They don't want to know that. They do not want to know that we sit around and chat rooms like this and actually talk about the issues.
Yeah, well, they don't
Kala.
respect you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question, man. And I don't want to speak too much on YouTube because I ain't trying to get no one flagged. But I noticed that Camilla was on that like LGBTQ platform. She was trying to appeal to the gay voters. I got a problem with her. If she does win, right? For us, like heterosexual black men, alpha males, do you think it's gonna get worse? You think they're gonna now you already put those people above us.
My whole thing is if it's any Joe Biden has this thing called Title IX, right?
Right.
That means you have to recognize someone's gender pronouns and all stuff like that. That's an infringement on my rights. I mean, I'm like this: live and let live. I'm always like live and let live. I don't care. I got 2 gay guys that moved into my guy Ray's house, and they have a nice house. They can afford to. They moved to my neighborhood. They bought. I guess they bought the house with my guy Ray, or they're renting from him. Ray's a brother, but he's a CIA. He knows I don't know, but he's CIA. He knows all about me and shit like that in Liberia. How the fuck you know all that shit? But he's my neighbor one night. So he's up in Rhode Island right now. But I know he works for the CIA one night. He travels the world one night. He's CIA. Anyway, he had 2 gay guys living in his house, right? I'm like, hey, look, fuck, I don't bother nobody. You can live next to me. I don't give a damn about that, right? That's what they always take me. Is like, if you don't. But the bottom line, that propaganda. If you want me to change my views of this, I think a marriage is between a man and a woman. I think if you basically own a bakery and they say, if somebody says, I want to put a big dildo, a big penis on a cake right there and celebrate. No, he says, I don't want to do that. That's against my values. No. If I want to say, I want Brad, congratulations, Brad and Larry, for your new marriage, I want to do that. He should be able to, that compromise. Now you could be sued and even put in jail if you disagree with that stuff,
Crazy, man.
It's
just today, bro. Just today, my best friend, his kids was watching some cartoon on Netflix. They had a full wedding on there. It was 2 dudes. They had a wedding. They had a cake with the 2 dudes on there, and the dudes were kissing. So while we were on the phone, he overseen it. And then he showed me, and now he was forced to talk to his kids about this before the fact because these savages put that stuff in that cartoon.
Man, what do we do? How do we protect ourselves against this, man? Because it's too much. I mean, they putting it out there. They don't care. They got exposed to our children. What do we do to counteract that?
I will say like this: you got to bite your tongue and vote for Donald Trump. That's the only way it's gonna stop.
Yeah.
That's what I say. That's the one thing that's gonna like this. And I can't stand these black men like, oh, I don't care. Yeah, I do care. I do care about this stuff. It bothers me.
Like none of us are saying we hate them as people.
We don't hate them. I don't hate them.
No, I don't. But I don't agree with their lifestyle.
I don't want my kids watching a cartoon and then all of a sudden 2 men are getting married and they're saying we now pronounce you husband and husband.
They got the right. You got teachers in school teaching that stuff. You got teachers teaching that stuff now. Parents are really walking to school saying, "What are you doing?" Parents are getting arrested for saying.
I'm absolutely shocked. I thought the white male in America was as alpha, but he wouldn't tolerate it. There's this one guy that said they said, yo, the doctor asked my 3-year-old son what he identifies as a boy or girl, whatever like that. I'm saying, he said, that's just not right. Man. He was so I'm like, dude, you should take that doctor up and choke them the fuck out for saying something like that, I'm like, the white people are just turning their kids over to this socialist new world order, genocidal agenda, and not doing anything on that. And I thought they were the vanguards.
No, man. But you know what, Kala? White homosexuality comes from white culture. It comes from Greco-Roman culture.
Yeah, but I thought white people be the ones that hold the line. Like, yo, look, we got decency, morality, whatever. Like,
No, Kyle, that's not true. Most white Americans, they don't agree with homosexuality, right? But
but they're liberal. They don't care. They're tolerant. We don't want just like they tolerate it. Somebody's tolerant, they're good.
Yeah, but listen,
let me say something. Tolerant was also the fact that a lot of white Americans in 1800 was tolerant of people owning human chattel. With that freaking tolerant stuff.
Yeah, but here's my thing is, if you don't like gays, right? just take your flight, Emirates, right? Fly to Uganda or Tanzania, where they're stoning gays, right?
No, we
Go
didn't. No,
there,
no one, Jamal. No one said that. No one
oh no,
said that
I
we
understand
were so
that,
gay.
but
We're
I'm
saying
saying,
they don't. But the culture and our culture belongs to us. The culture, just like
yeah, but
when you go to a job, right? The job belongs to the employer. Really, the culture belongs to us. Those of us.
yeah, but
family.
Carla, you can have a law, but still culturally, let's be honest.
No, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that
Nobody's
degenerate.
messing with gays. Let's be honest.
No. But the bottom line, if they
Not
no one's
like that.
gays, then hold up. Why am I subjected to watching that shit in a movie and stuff like that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Carla, they always been around.
Well, they have them all around.
We didn't say
Look
okay.
at
you see
look
how
at
he
the
just
old
switched it.
movies and stuff
You
like that.
didn't.
They weren't
Yeah,
in the
you
movies.
asked him a question and he went
Hold
to
up, when
they
you
always
watch
been
Trading
around.
Places, were they gays in Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? Were any gays in Eddie Murphy's movies or anything like that? No.
Not at all.
So where was this always? They always been around crap,
No. I'm saying around, like around us. You know what I mean? Not necessarily on TV.
Yeah, but they kept it down low though, man. It was like a secret society, man. They didn't put it out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But listen, I don't care about them being around though. I don't call it. Do you care?
They were underground, whatnot. Just like, let me give you another example, right? People who got polygamous marriages and stuff like that, right? We know polygamy is more popular than gay, but you never see that on television and everything like that. Why? Because
Yes, alternative lifestyle.
Alternative lifestyle. You never see that on there. The only
Just like
alternative
you got
lifestyle
people
that's permitted
practicing.
now is two men.
You got people practicing sadomasochistic relationships, different lifestyles. Just because you're doing it doesn't mean you have to put it in every movie and sneak it
Exactly.
into cartoons.
And I agree with y'all. My only thing I don't want to see my next president introducing themselves in an interview or to another foreign leader saying, my name is President so and so, and my pronouns are he, she, we.
Oh, you have a
blah, blah,
president
blah.
right now
My
who had
pronouns.
Pete Buttigieg. The reason why we're having such problem with the airlines because you got an idiot, the former mayor called Pete Buttigieg in the transit, but he was just basically on one channel talking about I think it was Fox News. Brett Baer talking about him and his so-called husband are trying to adopt a child or whatnot. I mean, I'm dead set against that. Pete was the transportation secretary talking about him and his so-called husband adopting a child. This is insane. So I'm saying I'm against that. I'm against all this. I don't approve of it. Call me old-fashioned, whatever like that. If the country says this is okay, whatever like that, I'm still never going to accept it, but I just have to learn to live with it. But if I have anything to do with it, right, by my vote, I'm going to vote against it. As simple as that. And no one can change my mind.
Well, hey, if you vote for Donald Trump, man, don't tell no one because you tell any family member, keep your political stuff to yourself.
If they want to physically attack. You see Roland Martin, right? His fat self talking about you a punk. I'm gonna be guilty. Hey, Roland, and not only that, these yard Negroes like Roland Martin don't even bother hiding the fact that it's all about them and their butter biscuits and their fried chicken they're gonna get from the Democratic Party. They know the Democrats put nothing on the table. And the bottom line is all they want to do is benefit themselves, in their pockets, and get invited to the nice banquets and get the free food and be on camera and everything like that. It's all about themselves. No one gives a damn about the black community anymore. That's why I said,
I'm sorry.
Phil Scott said, you can hold our vote. We can stay home. We don't have to vote.
I want to take a little further saying this. Colin, you said something very important.
My biggest also thing is, like you say, on the kids though. We talk about tampons in the bathrooms, the male bathrooms. That's kind of. I think that's extreme.
Okay, hey, but Colin, I got a question for both of y'all. Okay, do you think? And I respect women, right? I respect women in power and authority. I have women managers. Do you think a woman could effectively run this country as a president?
No.
Do you think a woman will have the ability to be able to?
Maybe a woman, but not Kamala Harris.
I think a woman.
Because all where I'm saying it because all the tension and like you said.
Hey, why I can't hear you?
No, he dropped off. Call back in, Wise. He dropped off.
I think a woman could. I think a woman could run it.
Yeah, not the people they put up there though.
Kamala.
I think. Hold on. No, I think Tulsi Gabbard could be a president. I think she's freaking great.
Why you don't think Kamala can be one?
Because I look at her emotionalism and stuff like that, the decisions she's made. Look. Okay, let's run it.
What decisions she made on
Let
policy?
me run it down the list, right?
Yeah, run it down.
Basically, okay, she was basically put in charge of the border. She failed, and she basically said that she wants to get rid of fracking. Now she's flipped up and said she wants to do fracking. Donald Trump came out and said, look, I want to give no tips, no tax on tips and everything. Now she's saying it because she really has nothing. She's saying like that she's following Donald Trump. Oh, I want to get rid of tips on tax on tips too. And when that she has done all her track record in California and everything like that is raising taxes and everything like that. Now she's basically, we don't even know what her real stance on anything is. She wants to get rid of fracking. Now she doesn't want to get rid of fracking. She want to get rid of offshore drilling. Now she doesn't want to get rid of offshore drilling when not, And she said
she doesn't stand.
She's vice president right now. She's in the administration right now, and she's not doing anything. She could get all the stuff she's talking about she wants to do. She could implement them now.
She's indecisive.
She's indecisive, You going forward, if you don't care about this country, you don't care about your life and everything like that, because I believe this time, it's going to start directly affecting Black people. We start seeing on even social media with the immigrant situation, right? It's going to get 10 times worse. It's right now just immigrants talking online. Now there could be violence, bloodshed, and some of everything that could spill out of this.
The thing about that, I'm from Southern California, bro. A lot of y'all don't know what it looks like. We see like Chicago is just now really, and even though they were already moving into Chicago, but then now they're kind of seeing what it's like to see your community totally change.
Yeah. Especially I'm from Inglewood, man. Inglewood's really changing, man.
That's legitimate concern. Why is our communities? We always define America as black versus white, black or white and white together, whatever, together or adverse, whatever like that. Now you got this third column, have no allegiance to this country, no nothing, everything, and they're only here for themselves and everything like that.
But it's not just that, man. But it's what they bring. What they bring in drugs, they're bringing human trafficking. They bring a lot.
Third world problems to this country, and like what?
Yeah.
Man? And it's
listen, right? Listen, I'm in Pennsylvania, right? Swing state, right? And for the first time in my election adult life, right, they're having ads. The first ad they're having, political ads, is on immigration, right? And I'm way in Pennsylvania, right? We never had anti-immigration ads on Pennsylvania political ads, right? Another thing too, Kyle, did you hear about Biden signed executive orders on the border about a couple weeks ago?
I'm gonna get the press. What is it?
Oh no! He tightened up the borders over the last 6 months. He shot it down.
In here. What are you going to do about the people already here?
That's what he done, right? He's making it harder for asylum seekers to cross the border. That's one thing. He also signed a deal with Mexico, right? Where if you're coming from China, Russia, and places like that, you can't fly into Mexico to cross the border because you're getting a lot of illegals that way too.
Biden had a friggin' thing before when Trump had the remain in Mexico policy. We had nobody coming across the border when Trump was in the power. That's the thing. And people think like this. Yeah, I do care about people who can't assimilate into the culture. Right. That's what the problem we have right now is people coming to America and don't not assimilate. They have no idea what America is. What America is. There's a black America, white America. You got to respect that. You can't just come in here and just do your own thing. You got to say, okay, this is what a lot of immigrants refuse, particularly black immigrants, refuse to give any respect to the black community that's already here. That's what Mufasa was saying. They refuse to respect that, And the bottom line, there's no incentive for them to respect it because they don't need us politically. All they do is go to the Democratic Party. And we're sitting there, how stupid we are. we're voting for people who telling people coming over here to disrespect us.
But I do think it's a segment of the black Democratic community that are listening to. That's why I think the FBA thing is kind of important. That grassroots kind of thing is because they are. Hold on. They are listening, right? Like I said, the Democrat. Listen, I'm getting Democratic ads. Like I said, we got a big Senate race here, and then a Kamala, right? Both Democratic candidates are starting off their political commercials on immigration, right? So I think somebody in the Democratic Party is listening to that grassroots level
saying
of
that.
black
But when they have the power now, and they did nothing. Why? Because
created that shit. Now
the
they
ones who created the problem, right? And they're going to act like they're, you know.
Go ahead, Colin.
They create the problem, right, by opening up the border and letting people from the third world people come in here like that by the masses and everything, unvetted, giving them money and stuff like that, disrupting New York as well. New York, the richest city in the world, is going to go bankrupt. Yeah, like that. Why? Because of migrants who don't belong here.
Yeah.
So what the hell? The city I was born in, the city I love. When I went to New York 3 years ago, man, I could not believe what I was seeing. It was like friggin' a third world country. Webster Avenue. That used to be a beautiful place. Webster Avenue in the Bronx. That looks like a third world country right now. Nobody speaks English, no nothing. I'm like, what the hell is going
Bro,
on?
you should see my city, bro. Everybody in this city, I got all these people and all this foreign clothes, and like, man, my city don't look the same no more, bro.
Yeah, so the bottom line
Nobody's
is
like from America.
people gotta say either we accept the fact that America is not gonna be America like we know it, and just move on, whatever. I don't know, or just I don't know what to do.
Well, I got my question for you, Carla. Do you think Donald Trump could really benefit us?
Well, say that again.
Do you think Donald Trump could really help, benefit African Americans?
Oh, Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Well, the bottom line is this. This is what I think in a personal matter, right? He's the only person running for office that ever mentioned black people by name, Black America, right? When he said enterprise zones of choice in education, they name me one time Barack Obama mentioned Black America. He never did. Bill Clinton never did. George Bush never did. Hillary Clinton never did. Donald Trump is the only person running for office and holding office that actually reached out to the black community by name and said, look, you got nothing to lose. Vote for me and everything like that. We down.
He even proposed the platinum plan in his last
platinum plan, and also the $50 billion of black HBCUs, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if you don't value education, that's no big deal to you. But
he's talking about black jobs too, so he wants to implement something with that.
Yeah, but you see how so the Democrats are continuing the benign neglect policy that Kala was just talking about. They just call us a minority or a person of color, or we got to be black and brown and Native American. We always got to be mixed in with everybody. They won't address us. So if we look at it strategically, if I have one person addressing me and then promising me something, when we put that person in office, at least we can hold them accountable to something. We're about to put a person in office that's saying that they're telling us before they run, I'm not going to do anything for you. So what can we hold them accountable to when they get in there?
That's just one thing. But then she's saying she's not going to do nothing for the rest of the country either, which we go. So the bottom line, I'm like, well, how do you fix that? We lost $800 million worth of equipment in Afghanistan because you buckled that whole thing, that withdrawal from that. That's money lost. We give billions of dollars to Ukraine. How are we going to sustain that? You have this Build Back Better. Y'all spent $1 trillion bill. Inflation's through the roof. The dollar's not worth anything anymore. What are you going to do, Kamala? I have not heard all these questions, right? Donald Trump all this time.
Yeah, Donald Trump went down there and at least he went and faced those people. He went into a hostile environment, handled himself well, answered questions. He skipped over a couple of questions, but I haven't seen Kamala doing it. Kamala Imhoff, I haven't seen her doing it.
And then her vice president, look how he was. This guy was responsible for Minnesota burning to the ground, And then now that there's another thing that scandal is going, people talk about was the Somali immigrants was involved with a $250 million COVID-19 fraud, and if Tim Walz backed off investigating because they call him racist, right? Liberals, he is racist, and he backed off that he was scared of them, you know. So they'll defunding Medicare and health insurance companies under COVID during the lockdowns, you know.
Well, I guess my question on that sense would be, were they like unfairly trying to target the Somalis, you know what I mean, over other people?
No,
That's
no,
why he
I'm
was
like
getting
these
criticized?
people. No, these people were sophisticated. I remember this when this happened. They were basically taking in fake things and billing the government for fake things like masks and help things like that. To the tune of millions and millions of dollars. So like $250 million. And the bottom line is when they got caught, they got caught and everything like that. They basically made Tim Walz look the other way. He was scared of being called racist. And you had this Ilhan Omar and all the Somali community up in Minnesota, right? Was behind it,
What did you think about her going to Somalia and saying that she's working for Somalia in the US?
And bottom line is you got people coming over here, right? She is a terrorist. She loves Al Qaeda and everything, but she's a sitting U.S. congressman coming here passing judgment on the rest of. I mean, this is insane, And the bottom line is you got immigrants that come over here with no thing. They come over here with their friggin' third world
Anti-American.
anti-American stuff and whatnot. And I'm saying,
And Kyle, that's what I think a lot of modern day Pan Africans don't get. They haven't entrusted their ideology. Somalians, particularly Somali, I'm called Somalis,
not black.
particularly in this era.
They're not black.
Somalis in this era, they don't assimilate, particularly Somalis, right? They can't live without other Somalis.
You got
Right?
people like Senator Farrakhan talking about that Imam Mohan, that black woman and whatnot, like this flat blackness.
Yeah, like a flat, like got this flat blackness thing going on. So the thing is with Somalis, man, they don't assimilate, man. And I think because my man, the vice president candidate, he's from Minnesota, right? And if y'all want America or these black communities start looking like Minnesota, and Kamala's from San Francisco. Man, you might as well kiss America. Hey, Kyler, you might as well kiss America goodbye, brother.
It's already going goodbye.
I'll tell you a secret, right? When I was 18, 19, still living in New York, right? My parents went the city I always wanted to settle in was San Francisco. I always thought San Francisco was so beautiful. I used to love San Francisco. I said never been there, but I said that's where I want to live. I want to live in San Francisco. I had a dream about nightlife and everything like that. I had a dream about driving the trolleys and everything, and all this stuff like this. But then as I got pleased to see, I said San Francisco is a freaking shithole. I don't
Man, San Francisco is dumb. And my mom went to go visit. She said there's so many drug addicts and homeless people out there now. It's horrible.
Yeah. So San Francisco, I said, man, I always wanted to move to San Francisco, but it's not a place I want to move to right now because of people like Kamala Harris and all these other people, Gavin Newsom, and these people want to bring their misery to the rest of us.
Hey man, this is really like the softening of America, man. What's going on? What are we gonna do? What's gonna take America to get back on board?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Because this is soft. Our military numbers are low. The recruitment is low. They said we ever had to go.
You see the fact that your brother Wyatt, check it out, where they had the a walk in her shoes day with the military. They had military guys supposed to be fighting guys and whatnot, Marines and stuff like that, wearing high heel shoes, colored high heel shoes, painted red. Talk about walking a mile in her shoes and whatnot. Talk about you black military men gotta understand what it's like to be a woman and whatnot. I'm like, this is the military. They're supposed to be trained to kill, protect the country, and you're freaking putting them in shoes in high heel shoes. This is insane,
No, these people are just and then they just keep doing this, man. Like I remember I was watching The Chi. The Chi was like a good TV show, and then they force all this stuff on you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They find
So
all
it's
these
bigger
places
than
to force it on us.
Kamala Harris is the agent to make it all go through because they want a genderless. They want a genderless. They want raceless. They don't want no more black people no more. They want a neutral black person like Barack Obama, and they want genderless. So in other words, we could put Barack Obama, put a wig on. The ideal is to put a wig on Barack Obama and make him like a transgender, and that's that perfect politician, you know.
Hey man, if you think America was to go to war with any country in our Russia or China, do you think we won't be able to win?
America will lose. America will lose.
Even with superior fire, even with superior firepower and superior air power, sea power, will still lose.
We'll still lose right now. Right now,
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, so I think we would lose, man. If we had to come down to battle and stuff like that, and some long dragged out battle one night. Remember something? People forget one war. People forgot the war in the Philippines, right? They thought they were going to mollywop the Filipinos one night, and it was a long dragged out war, and America was embarrassed of. That's a prelude to it. What happened in Vietnam? You know, the Filipino war, war in the Philippines was like a hit of what can happen in Vietnam if it happened, and it was absolutely 100% right. You cannot fight a jungle war against people who are seasoned and ready to fight.
No, you can't fire a surgeon. You can't win a war against surgeons. It's impossible. Guerrilla warfare, you can't do that.
Yeah, so that's why the Filipino war took so long, and they were embarrassed. You know. So, let me get Chantel on. I know she has a lot to say to me. She's still mad at me from last night. You know, Chantel, what's on your mind?
Hi, I'm not mad at nobody.
Yeah, you mad at me. You hate my guts, man. You probably take a collar picture and throwing darts at it all day today.
No, I'm not mad at anybody.
What's on your mind?
I wanted to ask, so in the Black community, do you think that a lot of the issues going on have to do with mental illness?
Of course. I do the show. What you got to do the show for? I know mental illness is real.
Right. I would definitely agree. So with mental illness, you do know there's a dark type of complex that come with it, a mindset. It's a dark mindset. When I mean dark, I'm talking low self-esteem, very pessimistic minded thinking, negative thinking all the time, constantly. They can't see anything good before them. Right? You would agree to that?
Yeah, okay, yeah, of course.
Right. So for some of us in the community, in the Black community, we can still see, we still have ambition and we have optimistic views, even though we may be in a community that's poor and we don't even realize it's poor because we still optimistic minded. You know, we still can see a brighter future. We take the lemons and make lemonade. But for some of us walking among us in the Black community that's dealing with mental issues, they are very dark and dangerous. That darkness can even become violent and very manipulative. So I'm saying that to say not all Black Americans view their place of environment so gloomy and dark and, you know, just see Blacks as bad people who haven't achieved anything. Those are mentally ill people that's struggling mentally. The ones that's not struggling mentally, we have everything good to say about our people, our community, how we striving and how we continue to strive to this day. So I just want to say that's the difference when it comes to Black Americans. Some are dark and gloomy. They are not to be listened to because they're struggling with mental issues, and some of us are not. That was pertaining to when you guys was up here saying that, what were you saying? Stuff like you'll get killed in a Black community, a Black American community first, as though in other countries where Black people reside, Black immigrants, there's no violence.
Black America have a lot of mental issues that other groups of people don't have. You know, that's what I think Dollar Bill was trying to get to. We have certain mental issues that they don't have.
No. In other countries, Black immigrants where they live, there's major violence, even more than
but they
the
know how
Black
to
American
do it. It doesn't
community.
affect them the way
Yes, it does, sir. What are you saying? Are you serious?
This is what I'm trying to say. Other people live with violence like it's a normal thing, you know. So they come to America like, well, geez, man. In other words, they don't see people killing because they gotta eat a meal or something like that. So they're like, Why are you guys violent? You know, you got welfare on the corner. You got this social program.
No, that's not an excuse, Carla, to see your community that way. You're struggling with mental illness. That's what that is. Period. Point.
Yeah, as always I put where you put
I think it's more than mental. I mean, everybody has mental illness. You know
no, everybody don't have mental illness.
Everybody has mental
illness. No.
I would
you
agree
say
with
that?
Chantel
Why would you
based
say
on the fact
everybody has
that
mental illness?
Well, I'm saying what I mean is all groups of people. You know what I'm saying? Like if I
yeah, of course, I agree with that. All groups of people, but not all Black Americans.
I was just about to ask if Jonathan was still there because I'm not really walking with you. You're saying that New York is not more dangerous than Lagos?
No.
How do you figure that? Because they don't really have the guns that we have over there. It's just
New York got guns. Yeah, America has guns. That's what makes it more dangerous.
That's
you could say that they don't really have the guns.
Yeah.
They got guns. Where we all get this information from? Not like New York, and yet they still have more homicides and more robberies. So they getting that shit done with knives and machetes.
How you figure?
So can you imagine if they had guns?
No, it would probably be worse. But I've never got any information that they were competing in the amount of murders with a place like New York.
Yeah, they're not competing because New York can't catch up.
Okay, where are you getting that from? though? I didn't hear that. Is there some data, or is that what you're getting, the information you're getting on ground?
There's data. One, there's data, and then two, I mean, it's not like it's hidden. Being in America, you're kind of sheltered. But I can assure you, in Nigeria, you're not sheltered.
I spent some time out there in Nigeria too. I was out there for about 4 months. I spent a lot of time. Well, I don't like mainland Lagos, and I definitely don't. I don't go out at night over there. But I didn't hear about too many killings. Not like like in American City.
Yeah, because you were at war. When you were in.
I stay in VI when I'm out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stay.
So you stayed in the upper rich area.
Yeah, definitely. When I'm in Lagos.
So, well, why would you hear about it where a bunch of people got money at?
Well, no, I'm when I'm out there, I still talk to the people. You see what I'm saying? I still talk to the people, and I still, I have to land in the mainland and then work my way out to the island. But when I talk to them,
when you land in the mainland, you ain't doing nothing but getting on a taxi ride from Ikeja and then going straight to the island.
I take the BRT. I take the BRT.
Sir, what's your point? Are you saying you're more safe in Africa somewhere?
I think so. I'm trying to see
so why are you in America? Why are you in America?
It's more money over here. And my daughter's
so you're going to risk your life and your child's life living in this jungle versus moving over.
Well, let me answer your question. So I'm split up with my daughter's mom, and she lives here and she's in the middle of high school. So
you don't have to talk about your private stuff. No, but I am curious though. Your lifestyle in Victoria Island, one of the richest places in Nigeria, period. That has all the security in the world.
I'm not talking.
But just out of curiosity, what did you do every day? You didn't go out at night, so obviously you escaped the night crew. What did you do every day?
No, I didn't go out at night because everybody. That's when it was like when I was in Lagos, because I eventually went to VI. You see what I'm saying? I used to be in the mainland. It was too crowded. It was too much.
Where'd you stay at in the mainland?
So first I was staying in Ikeja, and then I was in not Sango-Ota, not that far up.
Were you ever in Ikeja? Were you ever near Allen Avenue or Ikoyi Avenue?
No.
So
not that I remember.
So you smart.
I stay right next to the mall in that big. I don't know if you know it. It's like
Ikeja City Mall.
Yeah, the one with Pizza Hut and all that.
To America, and he feels safer in Nigeria.
No. All I'm saying is that I just don't think they have the murder rates and the killing.
No, they got higher murder rates. They don't have the murder. They got higher.
Sir, you were not among the people. You were hiding in the rich village resort.
No. But that. Okay, you gotta understand. First things first.
Did you walk among the villagers, the people, the everyday people, the hustlers? Because I'm sure they got people that is not rich and they gotta hustle. Did you walk among them? Did you walk at night?
All right, let's be clear. I've walked through way more Nigeria than pretty much anybody you know. I've walked around at night. I've stayed in places. I've taken buses.
You just say you didn't go out at night.
No.
And when you went out at night, you were at Victoria Island, which once again is one of the most safest and security cops everywhere. You know they got hella checkpoints.
That was eventually. So if you look at, first of all, I went to Nigeria first.
You said 4 months.
No. First I went in 2019. Then I went back. When did I go back? Like a year or something later. I took like 4 trips there. Then after about 3 years ago, I think almost 3 years ago. That's when I was there for the 4 months. That was on like
Jonathan. Are all the citizens there armed with their own personal weapons? Because you know, in America, you have the right to bear arms. Is everybody over there armed with weapons? So
Not
when they get into an argument, they can slice
the
each
people
other, kill
that
each
do
other?
the killing and the robbery, they are. So what I'm curious about is that you get this crazy shit, you know, and being an American, you got money. You can actually afford to not be in the bad parts where everything is going down. So that means you got a very limited mind. You got limited vision.
No. But what I'm saying is,
very limited vision.
Are you getting this information from like firsthand experience? Like, are you out there with the people in the streets, seeing the guns and seeing all that?
I see people get sliced up.
Okay, see, I didn't see all that. I just seen when I was out there.
They were kidnapping and killing Uber drivers.
Yeah, like a bunch.
Sir, do you really believe there's no violence in those places?
No, I believe there's violence, but when I'm in Africa, like I've been in cities, walking around, doing all that, and it's not the same because not as many people have guns.
There you go. There you go. That's the point. That's the point I was trying to make, sir.
What's the point?
Not many people have guns like in America. In America, everybody is strapped. We can bear.
Yeah.
We have the right to bear arms, sir. We have the right to bear arms, and so if somebody feel offended, they're gonna shoot.
Legal weapons.
I already listen. If somebody feel offended, they have the right to defend themselves in this country. So of course, it's the Wild Wild West here. Everybody over there isn't. They don't. I don't know what the Constitution allow them to do for is protecting themselves. But everybody don't have weapons, sir.
No, I know it. And that's my whole point. That's why I'm really trying to see where Jonathan is getting this information from, because I don't know what he's the only person I would really hear this from. Because most people, I'll be like, man, you got to show me. But you know, he actually was over there.
About a fucking gun.
They do a lot of killing with machetes.
No, I mean,
now when it comes down time for them to do a slaughter, and they do their little group raids, the cultures, they go into different areas and just start robbing and killing people.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a machete than a Glock, man, to tell you the truth, man.
Yeah, I mean, you come at me with a machete, I feel like I at least got like a fighting chance. Like,
you have a chance, I could fight off a machete, you know what I'm saying? But a Glock, shit.
But yeah, before we move on, real quick, like, don't get it twisted. I was out there with I go out there, I take Domfos, I take the Domfo, I walk around every neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? You can see it on my story if you was following me. I mean, I go to regular communities.
Folks, I'm gonna end the live stream. You guys want to stay on here and talk? You guys are more than welcome to it.
I just came up here to make it clear that some people are pessimistic minded and they're not to be listened to because they'll give you that gloomy darkness they carry around. And some people are optimistic. We can see good even when we take lemons and make lemonade. That's all I gotta say. The Black community is not as bad as this guy was sitting up here making it out to be. That's his projection.
We need to do better. But
no, that's it. Everybody can do better, sir. Everybody.
Yeah, we got some pretty bad crime. We can't.
Everybody can do better. Everywhere is pretty bad crime. They slice women's breasts off.
The immigrants coming here, we're being the benign neglect.
Do you know what goes on in the Caribbean?
Black people are going to
islands, they
be
shoot each other up.
neglected more and whatnot. And I feel sorry for the inner city black person because they.
So y'all obviously don't know what's going on in other places. You go to Africa and you think you know. That's what that is. I think that you think you know. You just like an American, a black immigrant. When they come here, one second. When they come to America, they really don't know what they're getting into, and that's how you guys are when you go to Africa.
Chantel Rally, it's just tourism. It's a tourism thing. They go there, they got a bunch of money, and I mean, you heard Kamala say he's paying $60 a day for a damn taxi driver.
What?
No, that's
how
in Africa.
Oh my gosh!
Taxi, gas, everything.
You guys don't be
knowing the Africans in the chat said, "What the hell are you doing, Kamala?"
We'll get this one person in. I got
so
in the live stream. Mr. Al Morris, what's going on? Hello, Mr. Al Morris. Mr. Al Morris. Mr. Al Morris, go ahead. Going. Can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
What's on your mind?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I just wanted to speak on the violence. I think that a lot of the countries that not saying all, but I think that a lot of countries that where the people don't have access to guns, you know, they're a little bit more I would say safer than places where, you know, everybody has a pistol or a gun. I think with the violent,
they more violent because they don't have guns. Shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's
not how it works. I think that
They're
like
more
if you kind of
violent
travel
without the guns. They do more killing without the guns.
Nah, guns are instant death.
This is verifiable.
I mean,
You can't deny something that's verifiable.
I gotta let me
No,
share.
So when black people tend to travel to these
political
countries, when you go to Jamaica, you have to stay on a resort. You don't go to regular ass Jamaica. And when y'all go to Nigeria, Dinus told on himself a long time ago, his favorite hotel to stay in is the Blue Radisson. It costs $400 some a night. He's not staying around it. He won't even stay in the normal Nigerian hotel. He's smart.
Jamaica, Colombia, and Jamaica, DR, Haiti. That's like being in America. It's the Western Hemisphere. Africa does not have guns like that. You know, that's what he's saying.
So what?
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying
No
to say.
guns and more killings.
Okay, when you talk about the city, if you talk about the cities, like when you talk about like any type of countryside or anything, a lot of those places are safer. Like you go there, people be walking around all times at night. People still sit in public parks. You know, you see like kids at the parks with their family and stuff like that. A lot of them places are safer than a place in America. Like when now talking about political instability or talking about some type of ethnic
Political
fighting or
upheaval.
some type of regional
Upheaval.
religious dispute is a different thing. But when we talk about just the everyday way of life, a lot of those countries are safe. You know, it's not like you know, me being from Detroit and it's gun violence every day, or you know, it's, you know, somebody getting
People don't
killed
want
every
to talk
day.
about
Somebody,
that,
you know,
man. We have a
shootings every
serious
day.
problem with violence in our communities. When our violence, unnecessary violence, when you know, and okay, what do we do about that? Because no black man want to stand up and say we got to do something. Like I said, man, that warrior class is gone in our community. You know, the warrior class be like, yo, look, man, this is our community, this is our hood, this is our neighborhood. We're gonna make this place pop because we're gonna secure this place. We're gonna get rid of the thugs. We're gonna get rid of criminals. We're gonna go toe to toe with these people, and that's what happens when the warrior class has love for their community and they straighten shit out. You know, however they gotta do it, they do it. Why do you think in the Italian community, American community, they don't mind having the mafia around? The mafia keeps the community safe. They have a certain thing. Well, we gotta protect the community. You know, we're out there. We gotta protect. We have a duty to protect the community. You know, we don't have that in Black America. It's like we ignore everything. So we let the thugs and everything go wild because we just want to sit back and ignore the shit. It's a real.
I feel like the homicides and stuff is just on a different level. You know what I'm saying? Like growing up, my best friend was shot in the face at a.
I got so many people that are dead right now.
Yeah, it's like all of us. So many of us have lost people, and when I talk to them, I don't really see that when I talk to people over there.
Look at the stats. That ain't the reality.
No, reality is I have family. I have 3 cousins that are gone. You know, to gun violence in the
You
streets
go
and everything.
to Africa, they'll take out a whole goddamn village. So you know,
I mean, they took out a whole fucking church, killed
yeah.
70-some people.
Like we
That's a
lose
different type of
people.
violence.
I lost a cousin to gun violence, but it ain't gonna be on comparable to losing a whole goddamn village or somebody set the whole shit on fire,
It's
killing
political, though.
100
I would
people.
rather have political violence than just random sitting there every
Carla,
day.
you never lived in political violence, so you can't say that.
Everybody,
You
I
got to
know.
live in it. And,
I'm
and,
glad
and people will run from Africa to get away from political violence to be around some gang
no,
violence.
but I don't know. I think if Black America had that sort of violence, I think the random violence would disappear because the political violence. You know what happens in political violence, Jonathan? Right? If I'm a member of such and such brigade, whatever like that militia group, right, and I'm violent for power and that, the first thing I'm gonna do is get rid of people I think is a threat to me, and that's gonna be that freaking drug dealer corner that I got a body count, that person right here. I'm gonna take care of all those people with impunity because I can get away with it, you know. And that's what
You
people
Yeah,
don't.
gonna
but I
you
don't
gonna
think
do
that
what
really
you
compare.
asking for?
I'll
It's
take
coming to
gangbangers.
America
I'll
sooner or
take
later.
gangbangers killing each other over
It is coming.
what he was describing. Like that was that situation in Ondo State where these people just show up to a church and just start shooting at random, and or in Jos where they just show up and just start killing all these Christians and all that. You know, I'll take gang violence over that. You know what I mean? I'll take a stray bullet here and there over.
Literally, you're talking
Yeah,
about, man, I can't go to church and pray without wondering someone gonna come in there and knock us all down. You ain't
yeah.
got that
Yeah, but
problem in
the
no
whole
black
thing
church
is,
in America. Why lie?
They don't really do that in
a lot
Lagos.
of people love that because they know they can retaliate and get away with it. There's no thing. The only thing, the reason why we have crime in Black America is because the thugs and the criminals that prey on us, our community, know they can get away with it, and we can't do nothing about it. Let me tell you a story, right? And I really got into this live stream. The friend of mine, right, that I did club security with for years, right? He was working outside this club in Virginia Beach, right? And the story made national news, right? And this thug was in they kicked him out of the club, right? And he was waving a gun in the parking lot. Well, my boy was basically, they both had their gats out and they basically waving guns at each other. But he was walking down from the club to like 7-Eleven. And so by the time this guy, even though he fired off a couple of shots, he shot him at the gas station, right? The police arrested him and charged him with second-degree murder because they said had he shot him from the club, that would have been self-defense. But because it went down, he would say, get in your car, get in your car, get in your car. And because he was down by 7-Eleven, a little ways down, and he shot him right there, he wasn't at his place where he was supposed to be at. So he charged him with second-degree murder. And he was up for like 30-something years, you know? I don't know what happened. Like, I think he bolted, man. I don't think he went to trial. He just skipped. He got out and just bolted. I think he's in Hawaii. I don't know. He's where, Thailand, whatever like that. He said, fuck this place, man, you know? And everybody, he had white people, black people, even police officers like, nah, man, it's a good guy and whatnot, this and the other thing. But that's what I'm trying to say. We deal with all this stuff all the time in the community. He shot this thug. The thug was basically shooting at the club or whatnot. And he said, yeah, even though you fired, it would have been self-defense if you were standing at the club and shot him, right? He said, but because you walked down.
It is so technical with all these laws.
So the bottom line is the thugs in the community that do all shit, they know this shit, right? They know you can't do nothing about them, you know? They know that shit. They know they could get away with anything they want to do because you're too scared of the law. They don't fear the law. We do. That's why they run shit. And trust me, I know it. I like when we say warrior class, I know motherfuckers that will lay these motherfuckers the fuck out. They'll clean up neighborhoods overnight. But the bottom line is what's stopping them? The law. That's the truth. You know, the law. And the criminals and thugs in America, they don't respect the law. You know, we do. That's why they can get away with the fuck they want to get away with. But you guys can carry on. I'm in the live stream. You guys can just carry on. I'll talk to y'all later next stream. I'll probably do a show again on probably Thursday night.
All right, peace.
Thursday night. Y'all have a good night.